as they would like everyone to think they are. So let's break down some of the key weaknesses that narcs try to hide beneath their grandiose facade. Number one, we got to talk about the fragile ego. Even though they act like they're on top of the world, their self-esteem is incredibly fragile. The slightest criticism can set them off, and they can react in different ways: defensiveness, anger, or even try to deny what's going on, denying the reality to protect their inflated image. That's what so many people need to be around narcissists for. It's why they need an entourage. They need people at the ready to boost their self-esteem, to validate them, and so on. Number two, the lack of empathy. Narcs have no empathy. They struggle to understand or care about the emotions of others. Narcissism is an extremely selfish disorder. It's all about them. You are an afterthought at best. And that's what makes it so hard for them to build meaningful connections and why they're often so lonely. They can't relate to anyone's pain nor joy, and they very likely ignore those things, dismiss people's feelings, and overall minimize people. They can't handle it. They don't want to deal with it. And again, it leads to them feeling lonely a lot more than they want you to know about. We also have to talk about their fear of exposure. Behind their really tough, they've got all their shit together exterior, narcs have a fear of exposure, or basically getting a bad reputation or having their bad reputation being spread around. They're terrified of people seeing the real them. You know why? Because they're insecure, they're inadequate, and not as special as they would love everyone to think that they are. And this can make them go to extreme lengths in order to maintain this perfect image. And if that image cracks, they will do anything to cover it up, even going so far as to become potentially violent, lash out, and more. Narcs have a super hella weakness: their dependence on all of that validation. Narcs are dependent entirely on the external validation, like I say, from their entourage, from their sources of supply. They need the compliments, the ass pats, the admiration, the praise, and so on to feel good about themselves. That's why one person is never going to be enough, because without this constant, steady stream of ass kissing and everything else, the self-worth of a narcissist crumbles. They can't handle being ignored, being neglected, or what they call neglected, or criticized. Another big weakness, and I hit on it just a moment ago, the superficial relationships that leave them feeling extremely lonely. These are lonely people. Don't let them have you thinking otherwise. All the social media, all the friends, all the lovers, it's bullshit. They don't form emotional bonds. They don't emotionally invest in people. They have shallow, surface level, superficial relationships. Also, the relationships are generally very one-sided and all based on what the narcissist can gain. Once they no longer benefit from you, they usually discard without a second thought. Big weakness here: the inability to handle rejection. They can't handle it flat out. And not that anybody likes rejection. No one's over here like, yay, rejection. But whether it's a missed opportunity, romantic rejection, or even just not being the center of attention enough, narcs typically react very dramatically to this. You'll see the rage, the temper tantrum. They storm out of the room. They ruin 5-year-old Billy's birthday party because Billy's getting the attention instead of this grown-ass adult. They'll do anything they can to make themselves feel better. Rejection cuts a narc probably deeper than almost anything else. Believe it or not, one of a narc's biggest weaknesses is the manipulation and control tactics that they use. These are master manipulators. They use these tactics like gaslighting or guilt tripping, but those tactics could be exposed. They could lose control and start to unravel. Also, if they can't get these tactics to work, they take it very personally. If they can't lure somebody in, if they can't get someone to leave their spouse or do something, if they can't get the control, they feel like failures. And that is another angle to where all of this control and manipulation hurts them very deeply. Another weakness, these people running hot and cold and that massive inconsistent behavior. And this is one thing that can be very confusing about narcs is that inconsistent behavior. They're charming, they're charismatic, and then they're cold or hostile. And this unpredictability makes them very hard to deal with. It's also why sometimes people confuse them for being bipolar. It's a huge sign of emotional instability, emotional immaturity, impulsiveness, and frankly, lots of other weaknesses. We already talked about it a moment ago, but I want to give it its own point. The vulnerability to the criticism. Somebody so confident could surely handle a little criticism, right? Nope, it's an extreme vulnerability, and they will often react very harshly when they're criticized, sometimes even attacking the person who gave them legitimate feedback. Again, minimizing, making someone feel small, insignificant, or even attempting to flip the script and point out the other person's flaws. Oh, I didn't do so good on the report for the class that we had. Well, you didn't do this. Well, you didn't do that. Here's all the ways that you suck. That might get the spotlight off of them for a moment. A huge weakness is the lack of accountability. We know narcs don't take responsibility for their actions. They deflect and they blame shift or just flat out refuse to talk about anything whatsoever and refuse to acknowledge their mistakes. And this inability to own up to anything actually is a weakness as it prevents these people from growing, learning, and improving in any way, shape, or form. Narcs burn out from their ridiculously high standards and high expectations. This is a vulnerability. This is a weakness. They're unrealistic expectations. They set incredibly high standards for not only themselves, but others, leading to constant disappointment. When things don't go as planned, the result is burnout, not just for them, but for everyone around them as well. Constantly failing, relationships not working out is making them disappointed and sad. They take it personally. They feel like failures. And all of this high expectation results in complete burnout. A huge weakness that some people may or may not be aware of is the short-term focus. Narcs can barely see in front of their nose. Their focus most of the time is purely on short-term goals and that sweet, sweet instant gratification. Rather than planning or doing anything long-term, they're chasing the fleeting pleasures, the impulsive decisions, and this leaves them feeling ultimately in the long run unfulfilled, like the narcissists who choose to have flings over the long-term relationships. It's fun, it's exciting, it's good again for the instant gratification, for all that stuff they're looking for, fun, exciting, but it's part of their need to be constantly validated, and that just does not help them long term. They're stuck from short term to short term, from A to B, over and over and over again, leading them to be lonely, unfulfilled, sad, and miserable. Recognizing these weaknesses can, number one, have us poke a little fun at them, which I enjoy doing and don't feel bad about. But it can also help survivors of the abuse reclaim their power and protect themselves and move forward. And that is truly, as fun as this is, that's what this video is all about, to get the awareness out to survivors, to remind each and every survivor out there that you're powerful, that you're not stupid. These people are not any kind of a genius. And this is what you can see and protect yourself going forward. If you found this video helpful, be sure to give it a thumbs up, subscribe for more content. If you have any personal experiences or thoughts, feel free to share them in the comments below. Remember that you're not alone and there is always hope for healing. Thank you so much for listening. Have a great day, survivor, and take care of yourself. Have you ever wondered why narcissists just can't seem to live without drama? Whether it's creating it or stirring it up or just being the center of it, they thrive on chaos. And why? Well, because for a narcissist, drama isn't just a problem. It's kind of like their own personal brand. So let's go on ahead and break that down. The more chaos, really, the better. It's kind of how narcissists see their entertainment. They're the star, and you are pretty much just the supporting cast of their really bad reality show. Drama is the season finale every day of the week. Narcissists have a very interesting relationship with chaos. To a narcissist, it's pretty much like air. Without it, they suffocate. And guess what? They are obsessed, of course, with keeping that oxygen flowing in the form of high stakes, emotionally charged situations. Without drama, they would just have to act normal. And we can't have that now, can we? But here's the catch. The drama could really be anything. It could be a fight over something small, or even a perfectly calm situation that they twist into the most ridiculous problem imaginable. For a narcissist, drama really, really feeds their ego. Drama is like a mirror that reflects how incredibly important they are. It's not about solving problems. It's about being the center of every conversation, every argument, and every emotional crisis. After all, who would they be if they weren't the center of attention? It's basically how they say, my feelings are more important than yours. How dare you? The more emotional intensity, honestly, just the more rewarding it is for them. They get a high from keeping that chaos going. They can't let the peace last for more than 5 minutes. A narcissist will never be about keeping any kind of calm or peace or tranquility, because here's what happens when there is peace and everyone's just kind of good. You know what happens? They start to feel a little irrelevant. Well, maybe more than a little. But there is a drama formula. We can break down the kind of recipe to a certain degree. You need a problem that's not really a problem. You definitely need a dash of miscommunication or misunderstanding. That's the key, really, right there. And you need a pinch of overreaction, paranoia, things like that, and really, really make sure that it's completely disproportionate to the actual issue. Top it off with manipulation of some kind, gaslighting, perhaps self-victimization, and voila, you've got yourself a full-blown narcissist-approved drama session. It can happen pretty quickly. You can say something as simple as, can we talk about, the dishes? Oh, you're blaming me for not doing the dishes? What are you trying to do? What are you trying to say? Wait, what? I was just going to ask who's going to do the dishes. I'm being attacked. You think I never do anything. This is like actually living in a war zone. Something so small, innocuous, doesn't mean anything, gets blown up into this huge thing. And before you know it, here you are. You're berating them, you're attacking them, you're accusing them, you're doing all kinds of these things when really you just wanted to know who was going to load the dishwasher. And that was it. But the cycle with all this and the drama is never ending. The drama, there's no end to it. Once one crisis is over, these people are exceptional at creating a new one. It's just a never ending soap opera, reality show, and they're always auditioning for that lead role, the very central role. If things calm down for even a minute, these are people who honestly, they're boring, they're bored, they don't have a lot going on, nothing can ever be peaceful. It's always time to start a problem. It's always time to stir something up, just a never-ending drama session. And like I say, the more dramatic, the better. So what we can also talk about is what happens when things backfire, basically the worst kind of a situation. Here's the thing that really freaks out someone narcissistic is when things don't go according to the plan. If the drama backfires, if people don't take it seriously, if people start seeing through them, it cue basically the meltdown. And that's just how it goes. They freak out when they feel as if they're losing that control. So why do narcissists just really love this so much? It's because they need so much attention. They need to feel important. It's that overinflated ego and sense of self-importance. They have to feel as if they're doing something, they're accomplishing something, they have something going on. Otherwise, they'd have to, maybe actually deal with their own feelings and what's going on. Because the truth of the matter is that people who behave highly narcissistic, to a certain degree, they're bullies. They need attention. They want attention. They're going to start the drama and all of the bullshits. And this, oddly, is kind of their comfort zone. And they'll do whatever it takes to stay right there because God forbid they deal with their own feelings, their own resentments, their own issues, or whatever else they have going on. They're very jealous people. They're very petty people. They can't have anybody else being the center of attention. These are people who are very quick to find something wrong, hone in on it, hyper focus on it, and make it a thing that it was just never going to be. So that's why they love the drama. It's their own little personal show. Again, it's always going to be about these people. And if you're in a relationship or even a friendship, or you just have to deal with somebody who behaves like this, it's really best to buckle up. That's just the narcissist getting started. It can totally get blown way out of proportion with all of this. So that is basically the lowdown on all of the drama. If they try to start creating drama around you, of course, there are things that you can do. And it, of course, varies from person to person. You know, you might be dealing with somebody in your office who behaves like this. You might be dealing with a romantic relationship, and of course, everything in between. It's always good to try to not fuel the fire if you can help it. People with all the drama and all the chaos and all the bullshit, truly the best thing to do is to not feed in it. Let them have their delusions, let them have their thoughts, let them go to somebody else, you know, for the attention as best you can. Try not to feed into it. Try not to make it a thing. Usually with people like this, when they start drama, when they start bullshit, when they try to find some innocuous thing and try to like blow it up, you know, out of proportion, why add to that? Why create something to that? Because when you won't play along with people like this, because that's what they want you to do, they want you to play into it and feed into it. And when you don't, eventually with enough time, and some of them are more hard-headed than others. So some of them leave and go on about their business much sooner, but eventually you're not fun to play with anymore. You're not fun to try to destroy or become very dramatic or get pulled into all the drama. And then before you know it, the dust for the most part will just kind of settle, but you have to deal with every situation how you feel is best, and no two people have the same situation. So thank you very much for listening. And as always, have a great day, survivor, and take care of yourself. Ever wondered what's going on in the brain of a narcissist? Well, I have some bad news. It's basically an empty space filled with echoes of their own voice. So let's take a look, shall we? Welcome to the very sophisticated and highly technical analysis of what happens when a narcissist tries to think. Spoiler alert, it's kind of like this guy. Say hi to Howard, everybody. Now, before I get into it, let's clear something up. This isn't just some kind of random theory. We have science to back it up. Kind of. Basically, when a narcissist thinks, it's all about themselves, as we all know. That's right. It's pretty much like their brain is hosting a eternal reality show and called like The Amazing Me or something like that. I don't know. If you have a better title for a narc's reality show, throw it in the comments for me. It'll be pretty funny. Let's break it down. There's like this flow chart, so to speak, inside of a narc's brain. So first we have what we'll just call like the ego activation zone. And this is where the brain generates all the little thoughts like, how am I looking today? Do I look good today? Am I the most interesting person in the room? And let's face it, this little zone right here is always on, never turns off. Even when they're sleeping. Imagine one of those super shitty, like 24/7 infomercials of like how amazing they are. That's pretty much what's in their mind. But just like those infomercials, but wait, there's more. After ego activation, we hit validation search mode. And here's what they're looking for. Really anything, any tiny bit of confirmation that everyone around them is aware of how great they are and how perfect they are. This is also when they start talking about how amazing their day was, even if nothing noteworthy happened, because, you know, it's always important when it comes to someone narcissistic. Also, when it comes to what's really going on in the brain of a narc, empathy, Empathy, anyone? Yeah, don't count on that. Their brain's empathy center is like a dusty, forgotten shelf in a closet somewhere. You'll be lucky if the damn room even has a light bulb in it. The real truth is, their brain can't really fathom how somebody else might feel because, I mean, well, who cares when you're just so amazing and incredible? When somebody else is talking about their own life struggles or something they're dealing with, the narc's brain just kind of tunes out. And you can fill that really with whatever noise you want. Do they hear backwards talk, or maybe they hear white noise, dolphin squeaks? Who really knows? All their thoughts are consumed with is, how do I look? Am I perfect? Am I the center of attention? Is everyone noticing me? And the like. Now, don't be fooled. Narcissists aren't actually incapable of thinking about others. It's just that they're choosing not to. Their brain is kind of like on permanent, like a do not disturb setting when it comes to anybody else's feelings. They're so busy curating their life and their perfect world that they pretty much forget and don't care that there's a world outside of them. I mean, how adorable. So we can even talk about some scenarios with things like this to kind of illustrate the point. You might say something like, I am so excited, I just finished writing my book. And the response you might get from a narcissist is, oh, that is so cute. I've written 5 books. I've actually been featured in magazines. And I mean, come on, my Instagram and other forms of social media, pretty much just a literary masterpiece. And then we'll cut back to you or the other person here. And, you'll say something like, but I worked really hard on this. You're looking for some kind of validation or something other than, hey, you suck. And the narcissist will retort with, oh, sure. Can't wait to read it after I finish my own book. But hey, good job, gold star. See what I mean? The narc's brain will rewrite the entire experience, and they're very good at this, by the way, and they will make it all about them. So what's really happening inside a narcissist's brain? In short, it's basically a mix of nonstop validation, obsessive self-adoration, and zero empathy. Remember Howard from a few minutes ago? Yep, just that little man on a wheel chasing the ever elusive prize of, look how amazing I am. It's like they have created that little world where they're the hero or the victim. Rest assured, they are never the bad guy. And also, whether they are the hero or the victim, whatever title you put on it, because it can only be one of those, everybody else is just a supporting character, the sidekick, the extra, so to speak, in their little personal drama series. And I hate to say it, but that's pretty much it. There are a few other things, sure, but for the most part, a narcissist's brain is very uncomplicated, however, very imbalanced and thoroughly self-obsessed. There is a lot of self-loathing within them as well, but just not things that really make up for much, not really worth digging into a whole lot and talking about. But the next time you maybe find yourself wondering what's going on inside that brain of theirs, remember that it's just a 24/7 broadcast of the greatest show on earth. And it's them. It's them and what they're doing and what they have going on. And unfortunately, these are very boring people, very shallow people, very basic people. There is just really not a whole lot to them. I hate to say this, but their disorder or disorders, depending on what they're dealing with, is honestly probably one of the most, if not alone, the most interesting thing about them. And it's a very, very difficult disorder for other people to have to put up with. So now that you know what's going on inside the brain of a narcissist, and again, not complicated, a lot of mirrors and like a hell of a bunch of ego, stay tuned for more deep dives into narcissistic behavior. I have a lot more things I want to talk about and a lot more deep diving to do. If you found the video helpful, I invite you to like it, subscribe if you haven't. If you think somebody else might find this interesting or whatever, I invite you to share it with them. What else do you think is going on inside the brain of a narcissist? You can share those things down in the comments with me, and we can all talk about collectively together how there's just really not a whole hell of a lot going on in there. I also want to take a minute to thank my channel members so much for continuing to support me. Love you all for it. Thank you so much. And until next time, as always, have a great day, survivor, and take care of yourself. Today, I want to talk about how a narcissist's behavior can actually teach you how to heal and take control of your life back. If you have ever felt stuck or confused by the way a narcissist is behaving, this video is definitely for you. We often get caught up in trying to understand the narcissist's mind. And the truth is, understanding their behavior can actually show you how to heal, what you need to heal from, and a way to move forward. So, two birds with one stone. Make sure you like, subscribe, and hit the bell for more content on healing from narcissistic relationships. So, let's talk about some of these behaviors and what they can actually teach us about healing. Let's start with where a narcissist would start, with love bombing, which is that initial influx of affection and attention. It's just intense admiration very early in the relationship. Things like compliments, gifts, and constant attention. They make you feel incredibly special and like you are the most important person in the world. So, since we know what love bombing is, let's talk about what it can actually teach you about healing. The important thing to remember is we have to figure out how to recognize red flags early. When someone's affection and attention feels too intense or too fast, we have to understand that this could be a manipulative person trying to use this tactic to maintain control. So we have to be on the lookout for it. We also have to understand healthy relationships. Real love is something that is built over time. Someone only knowing us for a short period of time, they do not know whether or not they love us. They know that they are perhaps obsessed with us or that there is an infatuation, but love just does not happen that quickly. And then you can take the time that you need to develop and trust healthy relationships. Another thing, if we feel as if we have been love bombed by a narcissist, it's a clear indicator that we need to create and set clear boundaries from the start. Trust needs to be earned, not just demanded by narcissistic people. And a good tip for these things is the next time someone comes on really strong, pay attention to your instincts. That is what they're there for. You don't need to rush into a relationship to feel validated. Remember, survivor, you are enough exactly the way you are. Another narcissistic behavior that can teach us a lot about healing is ghosting, or that sudden withdrawal of attention. They just kind of suddenly disappear without any explanation. It can leave people very confused and very anxious. And normally a narcissist will reappear when it's convenient for them, of course. So what this can actually teach us about healing is we can learn to understand our value. Narcs use ghosting to test your value and keep you hooked. And this teaches you how important it is to value yourself, not based on their attention, but your own worth. Another thing this can teach us is how to use detachment as a tool for healing. We can emotionally detach from a situation by recognizing this behavior as pure manipulation, which it is. And we can put that healing focus on it and learn to value ourselves outside of the attention of a narc. You deserve respect, and consistency, among many other things, not emotional roller coasters that just make you want to throw up. If someone can vanish without any explanation for days and days and maybe longer, they were never emotionally invested in your well being. And people that are highly narcissistic do not emotionally invest. Your journey through healing should really be about becoming more self reliant, strong, and independent, and not needing others' approval, especially approval that is incredibly toxic and one sided. Another common move that these weirdos use is triangulation, using other people and other situations to manipulate you, pitting people against each other to create jealousy, insecurity, and competition. And this often introduces a third party, a new partner, an old partner, a friend, quote unquote, to cause emotional distress. This can still teach us how to heal if we have dealt with triangulation. It teaches us to focus on self worth and recognize that their need for control and their constant games has nothing to do with you. You are not defined by comparisons or contrasting with anybody else. This is not a competition. Just because they think it is doesn't mean you have to play the game. It can also teach us to stop seeking validation from the external sources. Healing does require that we stop depending on the narcissist or anyone else for that matter, but especially someone toxic for validation, because once more, you are whole the way you are. And this can again get into attachment, letting go of people who just thrive on this really yucky drama and manipulation, and really surround yourself with people who are uplifting and encouraging and understanding of you. Narcs use triangulation to make you doubt your self-worth. And in your healing journey, here's a little trick that you can always remember. No one can define your value except for you. If you place a low value on yourself, rest assured, the rest of the world is not going to raise your price. Let's move on to another tactic that can teach us so much about how to heal: the way a narcissist gaslights. And this is where they are manipulating your reality. It's just constantly denying or distorting reality, making you doubt yourself or your memory or perception of events. They'll deny things, oh, that never happened, you misunderstood, and it leaves you feeling confused. So, what this teaches us, we need to learn to trust our own perception. See, gaslighting teaches you to stop trusting yourself and to trust other people's instincts and feelings. And we have to learn to get that from us. There are also healthy boundaries with communication. We have to learn this as we move forward, that you deserve clear, direct communication. In your healing, you can practice trusting your own voice, giving yourself positive affirmations, and expressing your needs confidently. Part of healing is reclaiming your truth and not allowing anyone to manipulate it. If someone constantly makes you question your reality, it's a sign that they don't respect your perception or how you feel about things. Trust your instinct and keep grounded in your truth. Another super toxic thing that these people do is, of course, the silent treatment, deliberately ignoring or refusing to communicate, leaving you feeling helpless and again anxious. A lot of these behaviors are about making you feel very anxious and upset. And this can teach us to begin to recognize manipulation. The silent treatment is a way of controlling you through emotional deprivation, and recognize that it's a tactic, not a reflection of your work. We can learn to be emotionally independent and not chase someone for validation, especially somebody who is never going to give us that validation and they're emotionally unavailable. This can also teach us to build resilience. The silent treatment is a really great time to just kind of pull away and work on your own emotional self-sufficiency. It's a really great opportunity. They're already not talking to you. Go on ahead and work on a no contact plan and do the things that you feel that you need to do. When someone is giving you a silent treatment, this is about their control, not your value. Take care of your emotional needs. Put the phone down, stop looking at social media, and go and do your thing. Narcissistic hoovering, another super shit tactic that these people use, and we can actually use it to heal. Little do they know, they're giving us the tools that we need to move forward. After a period of distance or even discarding you, the narcissist will reach out to win you back. Sometimes it's just to say something mean. There are really a plethora of different kinds of hoovers, but nonetheless, whether it's false promises, flattery, apologies, or even insults, this can still teach us about maybe some things we can do to heal. And this starts with breaking the cycle, because hoovering, whatever it is they say or do, it's still meant to pull you back in to that really toxic cycle. And recognizing this pattern can actually help you break free for good. Things like learning your self-worth and staying firm in your boundaries and reinforcing your boundaries and sticking to them even when this person tries to draw you back in. When they come around with their promises, remember, it's not love. It is a manipulation tactic. Stick to your boundaries and move forward with your healing. Each narcissistic behavior that we've talked about today is just a tool that they use to maintain the control. But as we've demonstrated here, with every behavior, we can figure out those opportunities that we have to reclaim our power, which is the most important. And the more you understand these tactics, the more you can actually protect yourself and heal. You, survivor, are not defined by how a narcissist treats you. Recognizing the behavior and how they actually affect your emotional well-being is making you one step closer to healing and reclaiming your life. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share it with somebody if you would like, who you think could possibly benefit. You can leave a comment down below with questions or maybe topics that you'd like me to dive deeper into. If you want to work with me one-on-one, you can email, you can text. All the information to reach out to me is down in the video description. Remember, healing is a journey, and you are definitely not alone. Have a great day, survivor, and take care of yourself. Have you ever found yourself overwhelmed by the constant texts, calls, or voice messages from a narcissist? You know, the ones that always seem to happen when it's really an inconvenient time for you, or the lovey-dovey messages that you get flooded by when you start to pull away. Well, in today's video, we are diving deep into some of the most common phone habits of a narcissist and how these behaviors are used to manipulate, control, and keep you hooked. Whether it's their obsession with validation or leaving you on red, narcs are experts at using their phones to maintain power in their relationships. But what are they really trying to achieve? Let's talk about it. And let's start with constantly checking their phone for validation. One of the most obvious phone habits of a narcissist or anybody who really self-absorbed is their constant need for validation and to have others inflate their ego. Whether they are refreshing social media 1,000 times a day to see how many likes they have, or they're checking their phone to see who has responded to them, they're always looking for attention. And for a narcissist, their phone is definitely a lifeline to feed their ego. They need constant reassurance that they're important and admired. If they don't get the validation that they expect, it can leave them feeling extremely insecure and even gives them feelings of being unworthy. Remember, their need for validation is absolutely endless, and you cannot fill that void, and it's not your responsibility to do so. Do things like set boundaries, and also do your best to not feed into this constant need that they have, because that can definitely help you protect your peace. Another really common phone habit is texting at odd hours, really late at night, early in the morning, what have you. This isn't just about getting in touch. This is a way for them to disrupt your routine, perhaps keep you off balance, And of course, something I'm going to say 1,000 times in this video, it's about maintaining control. Narcs know that sending a message at an inconvenient time will catch you off guard and more than likely get a reaction. Whether it be anxiety, confusion, or even anger, it's a subtle way for them to assert their presence in your life when you least expect it. You get the middle of the night texts that say, I need to talk. Where are you? It doesn't require an immediate response, but the narc is demanding your attention. And again, this tactic keeps you very anxious and on edge. The key here is that recognizing these texts have nothing to do with you. This person needs something in the moment or wants something. They're trying to stay relevant, whatever it is. Again, set really, really firm and clear boundaries about when and how you will be responding to messages. That can definitely help you try to keep your sanity. Another really common tactic, reaching out only when it is convenient for them. They're only going to reach out when they want or need something. And they don't care if you're busy or unavailable during those times. You will be expected to drop everything. And again, all about asserting control. They contact you when they need or want something, or sometimes just to make sure you're still there and you're still available without considering your needs. You might be working or with your kids, what have you. They're going to disregard your schedules and your routines, and that can really reinforce in some situations a sense of entitlement. And it can also keep people codependent as well, but we won't get into all that here. Again, setting clear boundaries, letting them know when you will and when you won't respond. You are not here to cater to anybody 24/7. One of the most definitely frustrating phone habits of a narc is when they leave you on red. You know they've seen the message. We're all checking our phones every 10 minutes, if not sooner. You know they got the message, but they're intentionally ignoring it. And this is totally a power move. It's designed to make you feel insignificant and ignored, also anxious as well. Narcs know that you're waiting for a response, that it's going to drive you crazy. And some of them enjoy seeing that reaction out of you. You send a text, maybe asking them something important. Hours, even days can go by with no reply. Meanwhile, they're perfectly fine. Everything's cool. But you're left wondering what has happened. It's all about that emotional manipulation. They're making you chase for their attention. And when they finally reply, like we just talked about, it's on their terms. I know this is really, really hard to do. Don't take that personally. Narcs use this tactic, again, for control. Do your best to limit emotional investment, work on things like detachment and gray rock, and setting your boundaries. And set your boundaries around how much you let this behavior affect you, because once more, it really doesn't have much to do with you. Now, if you're dealing with any of these phone habits or other narcissistic behavior, it can really take a toll on your emotional health and your peace of mind. I know it's not easy to navigate these situations. I know because I've done it. It's hard to do on your own, and sometimes you just need somebody who understands what you're going through. And that's why I've created my phone chat service where you can reach out and chat with me directly for support or guidance, even advice on how to handle some of these toxic behaviors. Whether it's understanding the manipulation, you want to work on setting boundaries, or you just need me to listen, I am absolutely here to help. You can get in touch with me through the link in the description, and we can start working through these challenges together, one step at a time. Let's also talk about a more infuriating phone tactic, and that would be the absolutely endless monologuing. Narcs prefer to speak and send monologues in the form of very long messages, voice memos, clips, videos, what have you, as they engage in conversation. Why? Because this is how they can talk endlessly without interruption, and they completely control the flow of communication, and they can control what is discussed.
voice clips, memos, what have you. Give them that opportunity to ramble on, make everything about them, lash out at you, or just go on about whatever it is they want to talk about without you being able to respond in any way. It's an easy way to, again, dominate the conversation. And of course, they're not going to be challenged. You might get a voice message that is several minutes long, full of one-sided thoughts, complaints, what have you. They don't want a dialogue. They don't want your input, your thoughts, feelings, opinions, emotions, ideas. Yeah, they don't want any of that. They just need to unload with no input from you. And this tactic is designed to minimize you, make you feel inferior, and shut you down, while ensuring they remain the center of attention. This is a total power move, total move for control and controlling that conversation. You have to listen to me. You're going to hear me and everything that I have to say. Recognize, again, that this is manipulation. Set the boundaries. Don't deal with the monologues. Let them know that you will only be responding when there is perfectly clear two-way conversation, not one-sided arguments, complaints, and rants. They also constantly demand check-ins. Your super insecure narcs are going to do this more than others, but they will often demand that you check in, expecting you to, again, drop everything and answer, especially if you're in a really busy situation. They love doing these things when you're at work or you're with your children, you're at an event or you're on a trip, something where it's really hard for you to pull away for some bullshit and give them all of your attention. Again, your schedule is disregarded and you need to drop everything to satisfy their need for information, attention, and control. Again, it's a way to maintain and assert their dominance in the relationship, knowing that you are always available no matter what. Again, you could be within the meeting, doing something important, whatever. If you don't answer right away, they might escalate even to more demands, threatening to break up with you, leave you, or accuse you of being unfaithful. Along with monologues and other things, they're going to send the vague, ambiguous messages that leave you going, huh? What? You have no idea what their intention is, what they're talking about, or what's going on. These messages are designed to create confusion, make you chase them down for answers, or manipulate how you're feeling emotionally. Instead of being straightforward, you get those vague, unclear messages. Well, I guess you don't care. I'm just really tired of everything. You get no context around these messages, and it leaves you wondering if you've done something wrong, pushing you to respond in a way that is giving them the attention that they are so deeply craving. The goal is to keep you on edge, trying to figure out what's going on. When you notice any of these patterns that I just talked about, it's important to recognize there is manipulation here and think about detachment, gray rock, and no contact to pull yourself out. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like, sub, hit the notification bell, all of that stuff so that you don't miss any of my updates or videos. If you're struggling with any of these behaviors or different ones as well, and you need more personalized support, feel free to reach out to me through my phone chat service, and you can set that up again with the link down in the description. I would also love to hear your thoughts and experiences down in the comments. Have you dealt with narcs and their really shitty phone habits? Let's continue the conversation there. Thank you so much for listening. Have a great day, survivor, and take care of yourself.
Have you ever wondered what happens when a narcissist realizes they've lost someone they thought was the perfect match, or someone who used to give them constant validation and attention? Today, we're diving into how narcissists respond when they think they have lost their supply. The person who once gave them constant admiration, attention, and validation. What happens when they think you are the one that got away? So, what exactly does a narcissist consider their perfect match? Well, it's not love, trust, or a genuine connection. It's all about narcissistic supply. A narcissist thrives on admiration, attention, and validation from others. They need constant reinforcement to feel good about themselves. And this is what we call narcissistic supply. It can come in many forms: compliments, praise, admiration, or even fear or emotional chaos. In the narcissist's world, the perfect match is someone who feeds that need, someone who constantly admires them, validates their self image, and tells them how special they are. Basically, they want somebody who sees them as the center of the universe. They often think of themselves as the catch. They expect everybody else to see them that way too. At first, everything can feel perfect in this type of relationship. The narc gets all the admiration they crave, and the person they're with might feel special too. We all know new supply is often treated like the chosen one, but remember, none of this is about real love or connection. It's just supply. And when that supply starts to dwindle, the narcissist might quickly lose interest or lash out to gain control. So when a narcissist loses their perfect match, somebody who is feeding their ego, they will really struggle with the idea that they no longer have that constant source of admiration. And that, my friends, is when things get interesting. When a narcissist loses someone they viewed as their most perfect match, it's not about the loss of this person. It's about the blow to the ego. And this is where things can get complicated. Because you see, while they might experience emotional turmoil, confusion, or even anger, it's all deeply tied to their wounded little ego, not genuine feelings of regret or heartbreak. Narcissists are incapable of truly feeling the kind of regret that comes from self-reflection because they don't have any. Instead, what they feel is more frustration because they believe they deserve to have you in their life. To them, losing you might feel like a personal failure. It's a challenge to their superiority. Now, even though narcissists will rarely, if ever, admit that they regret losing someone, they might feel entitled to get you back. They believe that they are the prize. And losing you, you see, that just doesn't fit into their grand little narrative. And here's where their superiority complex kicks in. A narcissist might quickly move on, thinking that their next source of supply will be even better than the last. They see everything as a competition, and they're always looking for the next better person to feed their ego. But here's the twist. There's also a chance that they'll circle back. They might reach out to old relationships, maybe even an ex, hoping for a quick boost of validation. They might even try to re-engage with you. Not because they truly miss you, but because they know that you're more than likely still thinking about them, still admiring them, missing them. And it's all about getting that validation to prove that, yes, they're still, in fact, the center of your attention. When a narcissist loses you, it's never just about the end of the relationship. It's about their perception of themselves being shattered. And they'll do whatever it takes to rebuild that image, whether it's moving on, circling back to an old source, or trying to reconnect with you for reassurance. And they're usually doing all of these at the same time. I just thought I'd throw that in there. I know that healing from a narcissistic relationship can feel overwhelming and extremely isolating, but you do not have to go through it alone. I've been there. After 6 years of studying and living through narcissism, I understand what you're going through. And that's why I offer my phone chat service. No judgment, just real heart-to-heart conversation. If you need advice, support, or just someone to listen, I'm here to help you take those steps towards healing. When you're ready to talk, reach out anytime. My information's on the screen for you now, and I would love to connect with you soon. Now, let's talk about one of the big questions. Do narcissists feel regret? And the short answer, for those who just want to wrap it up real quick, is not the way you or I feel regret. No. Narcissists can feel emotions. Sure, you can see them be happy or angry, whatever, but they don't experience regret or remorse in the same way somebody who isn't highly narcissistic would. To them, emotions are more about how they affect themselves, not the people around them. So when a narcissist loses someone that they view as maybe their, perfect match, They might feel an emotional reaction, but it's more about the loss of control, the loss of supply, not genuine sorrow for losing you as a person or anybody else for that matter. In other words, their regret is not regret for hurting you or losing you or whatever. It's the blow to the ego and the self image. They might feel angry, frustrated, or confused about losing you, but those feelings are tied to their own sense of superiority. They don't want to be angry. They don't want to be confused. They want to know everything. The truth is, a narcissist might never look back and think, I hurt that person and I should have treated them better. That kind of self-awareness is almost always absent. But here's where things can get more interesting. If they think you're the one that got away, they might try to get you back using various tactics. And the most super common one is hoovering. And it's when a narcissist tries to suck you back in, much like a vacuum. They promise change, they invoke the nostalgia, prey on the good times from the past in the relationship, or even try to play on some of your perhaps other weaknesses. They know how to push your buttons and get you back in. Even if they don't really change, they're looking to restore their supply, not make amends. So, does a narcissist ever learn from their loss? Spoiler alert, almost never. Narcissists typically don't learn from their mistakes. They are trapped by their disorder in these patterns of behavior where they seek out sources of supply, repeat the old habits with new people. That's most of the time why they leave. They can't fool a certain person anymore. This person is too much work. They're not putting out as good of a supply. New and mysterious and exciting and fun is always going to be more interesting to them than somebody who's kind of old hat. There are some cases where a narcissist might show a small degree of self-awareness, but true change is extremely rare. Most of the time, they're just moving from one person to the next, repeating the cycle of the manipulation and emotional games. The idea of truly learning or evolving, that's just unlikely. Their whole identity revolves around maintaining control and feeding their ego. So no, they probably won't regret losing you in the way that maybe you hope. And even if they do come back, it's not that genuine change. It's just getting validation, getting revenge, getting their supply back, whatever the case may be. After you've been involved with a narcissist, especially if they try to come back after thinking that they've lost the one that got away, it's crucial to set healthy boundaries. Narcs are always going to try to re-engage like 99% of the time. It's important to remember that their motivation is not about healing or genuine connection. It's regaining control and getting their supply back. Setting boundaries isn't just important, it's necessary. Gray rock if you have to, go no contact if that's an option for you. Moving on and healing from a narcissist is truly freeing. I don't think I can express that highly enough. And it might be difficult at first, especially if the relationship was intense or you were manipulated and more than likely gaslighted for a very long time. But the real lesson here is learning how to heal and grow after being with someone who is incapable of healthy emotional connections. And in the end, you're going to come to realize that you deserve so much more than what a loser narcissist could ever offer you. And the freedom that comes with cutting ties and setting boundaries opens up space for real connections and real healthy relationships. You know, ones where you're respected and valued for who you truly are, not just what you provide. I hope this video helped you understand the dynamics of a narcissistic relationship a little better. If it did, or you found it useful, helpful, I hope you'll leave a like on the video. Have you ever been in a situation where a narcissist thought you were the one that got away? How did they react? Share your story in the comments below. I'd love to hear from you. And your experiences can help others who might be going through something similar. Also, make sure you subscribe for more videos on narcissism and healing. Thank you so much for listening. Have a great day, survivor, and take care of yourself. Breaking up with a narcissist is never easy. In fact, it can be one of the most emotionally draining and confusing experiences you will ever go through. But have you ever wondered what's really going on in the mind of a narcissist after you leave? What are they thinking? once you walk out the door. In this video, we are going to dive into some of the psychology of a narcissist and explore what's really going on inside their minds after you break free. So let's break it down. When you first leave a narcissist, as heartbroken as you might feel, you'll probably also feel a sense of relief. You have finally escaped the emotional roller coaster, the gaslighting, and of course, the endless manipulation. But as the dust settles, have you ever stopped to consider what the narcissist is thinking about after you leave? While you might be working on healing and moving forward, they are processing the situation in a completely different way. Number one, the narcissist feels shock and denial. At first, when the narcissist realizes that you're serious about leaving, their reaction is likely to be one of disbelief and denial. Narcissists, of course, live in a world where everything is about them. Their self-worth is tied to the control they have over others, and your departure is seen as a threat to their ego. They can't fathom the idea that you, someone who was once so close to them, would actually willingly choose to walk away. The initial shock causes them to deny the reality of the breakup. They might convince themselves that, well, this is just a temporary situation, or they might tell others that they were the one who ended things, not you. In their eyes, the relationship wasn't really that important. Of course, they downplay the significance. Oh, I don't care that they broke up with me. I was going to break up with them anyway. They downplay that significance and preserve their fragile sense of self. It's as if your absence doesn't matter to them, but deep down, it definitely stings. Number two, the narcissist feels rage. As time passes, the narcissist can no longer deny what's happening. They often spiral into what some psychologists call narcissistic rage. And this is one of the most intense emotional reactions that a narcissist can have. They feel deeply humiliated, betrayed, and threatened by your decision to leave. After all, they view the relationship as a complete source of validation, and your exit will feel like an attack on their entire identity. During this phase, you might experience their anger. They might lash out at you, blame you for everything that went wrong in the relationship. If you dared to stand up for yourself or point out their flaws, they'll use that as proof of your betrayal. If you left because of their toxic behavior, they'll more than likely twist the narrative to make themselves the victim. And that's when you hear things like, you always misunderstand me, you don't hear me, you never appreciated me. And these are all attempts to shift the blame onto you. You might find yourself receiving angry texts, phone calls, very passive-aggressive or aggressive messages. Their need to feel superior and in control is threatened, and they can't stand the idea of being left behind. In their mind, you're not supposed to walk away from them. They're entitled to your attention, your love, and your admiration. Your absence is absolutely a personal insult. Number three, the narcissist is desperate. But as the emotional chaos and rage begins to die down, the narcissist might quickly, and usually does, switch gears and attempt something known as hoovering. Hoovering is when the narcissist tries to suck you back in, much like a vacuum, for another round of abuse. They can't stand being without narcissistic supply, someone to feed their ego. And so, of course, they're going to do whatever it takes to regain control. You might suddenly hear from them after a period of silence. They might reach out with a love bombing tactic designed to make you feel like everything is going to be different this time. Of course, those promises of change. They might send you sweet messages or flowers, reminding you of good times, gifts, things like that. They will pretend that they're willing to do whatever it takes. They're going to go to therapy. They're going to do this and that. But in reality, it's just pure manipulation. They're not genuinely interested in improving themselves or in building a healthier relationship with you. Instead, you're just seen as a source of validation, a tool to feed the ego. The moment you stop feeding that need that they have, they discard you and move on to somebody else. It's all about them. It's always and forever going to be. But if they can hoover you back, they regain a sense of dominance and they can start to feel pretty good about themselves again. It's tough, I know, trying to heal from a narcissistic relationship. It can leave you feeling very confused, drained, and unsure of who you even are anymore. But the good news is you don't have to go through it alone. I've been there too. For nearly 6 years, I've been studying narcissism, but more importantly, I've survived it myself. And so I offer flexible phone chats where we can talk about what you're going through in a way that feels like a real conversation, not just a therapy session. Whether you just need someone to listen or someone who can give you practical tips on moving forward, I can do both. I'm here to share what I've learned and help you figure out the next steps in your healing process. So if you're ready to talk, reach out anytime. My info's on the screen, and I'd love to hear from you. Number 4, the narcissist can become frantic. Eventually, the narcissist will begin the search for a new source of supply. This can happen quickly, sometimes before you have even fully healed from the breakup. These are people who can't stand being alone without their validation. They need that constant attention, and they need that in order to feel worthy. So they're very quickly on the look for someone new, someone to fill the void you left behind. This new person might be completely unaware of the narc's true nature and might fall victim to the charm, at least at first. But make no mistake, the narcissist is not moving on because they are emotionally ready for a new, healthy relationship. They are simply seeking a target to feed their ego. It's not about love. This is validation, attention, and admiration. Narcs often lack empathy. They can't form deep, meaningful connections. This new person, honestly, is an object that they're in pursuit of because the narcissist is looking for compliments and praise and many other things as well. As soon as this person begins to show any signs of independence, the narc will devalue and discard in time as well. The cycle of idealization, devaluation, and the discard will never stop. Number 5, the narcissist's lack of reflection. One of the most frustrating things about leaving a narcissist is that they rarely, if ever, reflect on their role in the breakup. While you're working through your feelings, they're typically focused on their little wounded pride and how can they regain control. Narcissists tend to see themselves as the center of the universe. Any attempt at self-reflection is often shallow or, again, pretty non-existent. They might look back at the relationship and reframe everything, rewrite the narrative in a way that suits their needs. Instead of taking responsibility for their toxic behavior, they blame whoever they were with at the time or convince themselves that they're the victim and they were, in fact, the one who was wronged. They might view you as the problem, or anybody else for that matter. Of course, again, they're going to downplay the significance of the relationship. Oh, well, it didn't matter. I wasn't really that into them anyway. Their inability to reflect honestly on their actions means they will continue to repeat the same patterns in future relationships. That's why you never, ever have to worry about, is this going to be any different? The answer is no, because the narcissist cannot reflect on their own problems. Number 6, the cycle does what the cycle does. It continues. The cycle of narcissistic behavior doesn't end just because you left. If the narc doesn't find a new source immediately, they're going to try to hoover you back in. If that doesn't work, they move on to someone else. They continue to go through this same pattern. Narcissists struggle to form emotional bonds because they are too busy viewing other people as tools for validation and not actually people. It's crucial to remember that narcissists don't change. All this need, all this stuff they have just really overrides any genuine desire for a healthy relationship. They are not looking for healthy, happy relationships. They continue to abuse, manipulate, and exploit those around them as long as they can. If you have ever left a narcissist, it's important to understand that the problem was never about you. It's their inability to maintain healthy, balanced relationships. You were simply a source of supply that they could control and validate and use for their own self-worth. Their mind doesn't process the relationship the way you do. And their thoughts after the breakup are all centered around how to maintain their ego and get the new validation. So if you've ever been able to walk away from a narc, know that you made a difficult, brave, healthy decision. Don't let manipulative tactics pull you back into a toxic world. Stay strong, focus on your healing, and never forget that you deserve better. You deserve respect, love, and genuine connection. Thank you so much for listening. If you found the video helpful, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more insights into relationships, narcissism, and mental health. Have a great day, survivor, and take care of yourself. Narcissism isn't just arrogance. It's a lack of empathy, a need for admiration, and a tendency to manipulate others for personal gain. This video will answer the central question: how does a narcissist so quickly take control over a person, often leaving them confused, powerless, and self-doubting? Narcissists have a range of tactics that they can use to control people, and these often work at a rapid pace. Each point I cover will define the tactic, how it works, and most importantly, why it works so fast. Let's start where most narcissistic relationships start, with love bombing. This can also be called idealization, as this is not just happening with romantic relationships, friendships, family, those things as well. Love bombing at the start is when the narcissist showers the person with excessive attention, all kinds of praise, affection, and flattery. And this is often overwhelming and can make a person feel really special and unique. So how does this really work? Well, it creates the emotional high, and it reinforces a person's belief that they have found somebody exceptional. For a lot of people, we think that we just found the next best thing since sliced bread. And this makes it easier for the narcissist to manipulate us later on down the road. Why love bombing works so quickly? Love bombing is incredibly intense. It's a rapid bonding experience. The person, whoever this is happening to, is just often swept off their feet before they can even recognize any of the red flags. That's why love bombing is done in the first place. A narcissist knows they have to get a person hooked as quickly as possible before the mask falls off and the real person is revealed. Another tactic is gaslighting, classic deception and denial when it comes to talking about a narcissist. A narcissist will, either in a subtle way or more overtly, manipulate someone's perception of reality. They may deny facts or distort events. They're going to create their own little narrative. And while they're spinning their own little web of lies and telling their story, they'll accuse the person of being too sensitive, mentally ill, crazy, overreacting when anyone tries to point out any red flags. So how this works. What gaslighting does is it undermines a person's confidence in their own thoughts and feelings. This also makes people more dependent on the narcissist for validation. So why does gaslighting work so quickly? Well, it makes the person question their own perception of events. This erodes our trust in ourselves and other people, our own judgment, and it speeds up the control process. Narcissists can also use isolation, of course. They often work to isolate people from their friends, family, and other support networks. They might, again, in a subtle way, undermine certain relationships or create conflict. They might start talking smack about people or tell you that this person in your family or one of your friends is talking badly about you to create some tension, to create some drama. So how isolation works and why it works is because, of course, people who are isolated become more dependent on the narcissist. Why this works so fast is because once a person's support system is kind of stripped away, they really have no choice but to be more reliant on the narcissist for affirmation. Add in some gaslighting on top of some love bombing, it is again accelerating the control process. Another really fast-acting tactic used by narcs is mirroring. The narcissist can mimic or reflect your emotions, makes you feel deeply understood and connected. It can make you feel like you've even known this person longer than you really have, as what you're kind of doing here is falling in love or becoming friends with, again, whatever the relationship is, but you're falling in love with yourself, essentially. The narcissist gives an illusion of being exactly what you want, creating a sense of intimacy and a bond very quickly. That's how it works. And it works fast because the connection feels instant, because obviously it's based on a highly manipulative form of validation. You feel understood and you feel safe, so to speak, with someone who really, gets you. But of course, it's a facade. Narcs can also create a false sense of dependency. Narcs create solutions where you feel like you need the narcissist for emotional support or guidance, or you need them just to feel okay. They're creating that dependency. You need them. And over time, how this works is you might start to feel like you're doubting your own abilities. And so before you know it, you are now seeking out constant validation or reassurance from the narcissist. This happens so quickly because when a narcissist can make someone feel emotionally dependent, they're able to control that person's decisions, and it happens so fast. If you're struggling with the impact of narcissistic abuse, traditional in-person therapy isn't the only option for you anymore. With nearly 6 years here on YouTube, dedicating my life to studying narcissism, I offer a flexible phone chat service. As a fellow survivor, you'll be talking to somebody who truly understands narcissism, not only from my years of studying it, but surviving it as well. In a relaxed setting, conversations feel more like chatting as friends and not a stiff, formal, cold therapy session. I can share practical strategies and tips tailored to whatever it is you're going through if you feel you need more than just a survivor's listening ear. If you're curious, you can reach out anytime. My contact information is on the screen for you now, and I look forward to connecting with you. Narcissists moving so quickly can have a huge psychological impact on people, and I think we should talk about that and some of the issues that come up really as a result of this fast-moving narcissist. Of course, there's cognitive dissonance, where you feel confused because the narcissist is so charming and loving and caring one minute and manipulative and cruel the next. It leads to cognitive dissonance, where the victim tries to basically reconcile these conflicting behaviors. It can also begin to form the trauma bond, where you feel the push and the pull of the narcissist as they're running hot and cold with you. This leads to things like self-doubt and really just erosion of our overall self-worth. As I'm sure everyone knows, your self-esteem is just destroyed. The combination of gaslighting, love bombing, and emotional manipulation can lead you to really question reality and lose confidence in your own judgment. And it creates the dependency. I mentioned trauma bonding a moment ago, more like a second ago, but it's the emotional attachment that forms between us and someone narcissistic due to the whole cycle that we go through, the love bombing, the devaluation, and the discard. The unpredictability of love and cruelty causes it. You know things can be so great. Even though they're bad in the moment, you know how good it can be. So if you're trauma bonded, you're addicted to the person and willing to wait through the bad because you know how good it can be. You're remembering and holding on to the love bombing. And this psychological impact can happen very quickly, just like how they get control. Psychological manipulation is just what it is. Narcs are skilled at reading people and can adjust their behavior accordingly to fit whatever target really they're looking for. They know how to make somebody feel valued and understood and gradually shift their behavior as they're building power and taking control. And the power of emotional validation is huge. Humans are wired for emotional connection. We don't do good solo. We're pack animals. Narcissists will exploit this. They're providing that instant rush, that instant gratification of affection and validation, making it feel like the connection, like I said a moment ago, is deeper than it really is. And we have that narcissistic lack of empathy. Narcs don't have the usual emotional boundaries. They can engage in intense emotional manipulation without feeling guilt or hesitation. And that actually allows them to move more quickly in the relationship because it's fake. They're not really emotionally investing. Breaking free from a narcissist is absolutely possible. Recognizing manipulation is one of the first steps. Setting boundaries is also huge, and working with a professional if you feel like you need to. Rebuilding self esteem can make you feel better and more prepared for another run in with a narcissist because these people aren't going anywhere anytime soon. So, share down in the comments which point you think is the fastest way that a narc ends up gaining control over a person in a relationship. Empowerment through awareness is a key step to healing ourselves and helping others to break free. Thank you so much for listening. Have a great day, survivor, and take care of yourself. Today, we're diving into a topic many of us have experienced: why we sometimes find ourselves checking in on a narcissist's social media. It's a tricky situation filled with a mix of emotions and curiosity. Whether you're trying to move on or you just can't help but peek at what they're up to, there are some common reasons behind this behavior. So grab a snack and get comfy. Let's explore why we do this sometimes and some ways that we can break the cycle. We look because there's just good old-fashioned curiosity. Being curious about what the narcissist is doing post-breakup is completely normal, but vastly overwhelming. You might want to know what they're doing, how they're doing, if they've moved on, and things like that. So, how can you stop looking at the social media if you are driven by curiosity? The wild thing about this is you don't have as much to be curious about as you think you do. We all have way more answers than we know, or maybe than we realize, but the real issue here is that we don't like the answers. You know how they are. Whether this person is a diagnosed narcissist or just some toxic lame-o, the characteristics of this person don't change. We all are who we are, and narcs are no exception. They're exactly what they were when you were with them. Are they with somebody new now? Yeah, probably. Most narcs have a harem of people, and that's why. Because things don't work, things fall apart, and they have a room full of people that they jump around with. Dating apps and social media are filled with narcs. And so, yeah, naturally, they're going to move on to somebody else. There's always somebody occupying a narc's time. They need that. You know how needy these people are. You might not necessarily see it online, but it doesn't mean that no one's around. As far as being curious about will they change? Sure, they will. When they're love bombing their next person, they're going to be really, really nice and approachable and communicative again. You don't need social media for this, survivor. You know what it is. You know the cycle. You just don't like the answer. And, I get it because I didn't either. I looked and gained nothing, certainly no answers, and then just pain and anguish from it really in the end. Ask yourself the questions that you have. Don't look for the answers online. Drop the fantasy, as painful as it is, and look at the reality. Everybody, narcissistic or not, honestly, is going to move on. No, they're not sorry. And even if they were, this is going to sound cold, but that's okay. I'm going to say it anyway. So what? So what if they're sorry or they're not sorry? Does being sorry change anything? No, it doesn't. Does them moving on to another person change? No, it doesn't change anything. We might be looking around online because we are seeking validation. Seeing the narcissist's posts online can invoke feelings, of course, of worthlessness and self-doubt. It can have people desperately looking for validation and maybe reassurance about their choices. Maybe you feel like they're narcissistic, but you don't know. Maybe you think there was infidelity, but you don't know. And now there's a breakup, and maybe you didn't make the right choice, and your worth comes into question. Your value can come into question as well. So how can you stop looking online if validation is maybe what you're seeking? Needing validation after a hard relationship is completely normal. However, instead of looking online, what you do in a situation like this is actually look inside yourself. Let yourself know. Things like this are normal, but you can learn to validate yourself. Also note that looking for validation is tied to self-esteem and the desire that we all have really for reassurance. Narcissistic relationships have your self-esteem incredibly low. But keep in mind, what happened to you actually has nothing to do with you. This person is disordered, has issues, they're toxic, they're unhealthy, maybe all of the above. They're very, very good at making you seem like it's your fault. And while no one is perfect, we're not. You're still not responsible for the person lying, cheating, stealing, and the like. These actions are what the narcissist decided to do of their own free will and has nothing to do with you. Some people feel the need to look online for reassurance that, like I said a minute ago, the narc's actually a narc or that they were toxic. But again, I refer back to my first point. You know what happened to you. You know what it is. You know what your reality is. Other people, more than likely, might not see your reality. It doesn't make what you saw wrong. It doesn't make it not your reality. Not everybody has been through what you've been through with this person. Nobody will have the exact same story as you, even other people who fell victim to a person like this. Focus on validating your experience, which really only you can do. Boosting your self-esteem. There is no validation online. There are no answers online. These are things that unfortunately and painfully we have to do ourselves. Sometimes we end up looking online because the nostalgia monster rears its ugly head. Looking at the narc's social media can have people reminiscing about the relationship, looking back at shared memories, even if it causes them some pain. Some people do choose to look to the past and relive the fantasy and the falsehoods. But when we get nostalgic, and everybody does from time to time, what is it that you can do? When we feel pain, we naturally go looking for things to make us feel better. Sadly, a lot of that time, we choose to get nostalgic, again, reminiscing about the fantasy that the narc laid out for us. Really, all this is doing is keeping you holding on to the fantasy of how things were supposed to be or what they used to be. This, of course, is incredibly unhelpful and can actually be an indicator that you might still have a trauma bond. It can take a person back quite a few steps in their healing. So once more, instead of looking online for answers or something to comfort you, you look inward and, go beyond the glowing rectangle for a minute. Set all those down. You need to replace the fake positivity with real, genuine positivity. So I encourage you to go out and find that genuine positivity. What are your goals? What are your dreams? How are you now going to redesign your life now that you don't have this massive pain in the ass of a weight holding you down? It's vital to shift from the past into right here in this moment in the present. Make a list of why things are over, maybe the terrible things that they did to encourage you to keep moving forward and not stay behind in the past. Honestly, survivor, you have way too much to do to linger back there. Sometimes we're looking around online because we have unfinished feelings. Unresolved feelings of love, anger, sadness, and other feelings as well can cause people to want to check in on the narc in an attempt to process some of those feelings. Here's something important when it comes to looking online if you have those unresolved feelings. Let me tell you right now, survivor, it's okay to still love this person. There's no law that says you can't. You don't need to go online about it. Narcs don't love anybody, not even themselves. It's okay to still be mad or sad about the situation, but you don't need to go online about it. Come offline. No good is found on the narc's Twitter or whatever it is. Sit down, pen and paper, and write a letter to this person, or just do some random journaling and talk with yourself about how you feel. You break the cycle of looking online, you sit down with yourself and learn how to validate what you're feeling. Validate how you feel, and it's okay. It's okay to be pissed off, heartbroken, confused. There's a whole grieving process here that we have to go through. All of the feelings fade over time. Talk with a counselor or other professional, talk with yourself, and learn that no feelings are going to be resolved by looking to see how many new Facebook posts they have this week. This is healing. And again, you might not want to hear it, but this is all dependent on you and how you choose to tackle it. Sometimes people are looking around online because of some social comparison. Watching a narc's seemingly glamorous life can trigger people and causes them to compare their life with the life of the narc or maybe the new supply, what have you. All this does is have you questioning your own value, your own happiness. You start labeling things, comparing, contrasting. Oh, it's so detrimental. Because here's the thing when it comes to looking at their social media, this isn't true of all narcs, but social media is something that can be so perfectly curated. And a lot of them do, to where, oh, it just looks like they they just have such an amazing life, don't they? No, they don't. Survivor, you know how fake all this shit is. I also know. Mine looked, I haven't seen in quite some time, but the last time I looked, mine looked happy as a clam on social media. I get it. But I know that all the person did was sit around in their addictions, in their issues, cheating on their significant other, who was me, being depressed, being a liar, and everything else. Don't fall for the garbage of social media. You can take a picture too in front of a fancy house and say you bought it, or with a car. You can see somebody cute at a nightclub or an event, slide in real quick and snap a picture and try to make people jealous. Once again, everyone's going to move on, even narcissistic people. There's going to be somebody new. Everyone moves on. It's not narcissistic, it's human. Think about it like this. Social media didn't exist until like 20, 25 years ago. I'm just now realizing how old I am for a minute here. What did we do? What did we put so much faith in before Facebook? Who did we follow before Instagram? I know this is far from a sugarcoaty video, but I don't make those anyway, and I'm not sorry about it. I know this is going to cause me dislikes, people unsubscribing, but I'm not here for numbers. I'm here for the truth and walking in the light of it. Survivor, flat out, get over the fucking social media. It's a high school popularity contest filled with humble brags, lies, and phony bullshit. You know how, like, you can't compete with people on magazine covers, like the celebrities and stuff? Because they're fake, because they're airbrushed, because they're computer generated. Seriously, Google, like, celebrities without makeup. It's smoke and mirrors and flat out lies. Stop falling for fake, false fantasies. Are you struggling currently with the impact of narcissistic abuse? Traditional in-person therapy is not the only option anymore. With nearly 6 years here on YouTube, dedicating my life to studying narcissism, I offer a flexible phone chat service. As a fellow survivor, you'll be talking to somebody who truly understands narcissism, not just from my years of studying it, but from surviving it as well. In a relaxed setting, our conversations will feel just like friends chatting and not a formal, cold therapy session. I can also share practical strategies tailored to your situation if you feel that maybe you need more than just a listening ear. If you're curious, reach out anytime. My contact information is on the screen now, and I look forward to connecting with you. Sometimes folks are looking around online at the narc's social media due to a fear of abandonment. Lots of people have abandonment issues. It's common to repeatedly check social media in the hope that it might allow you to still feel somewhat connected to the narc. Along with a sense of connection, it can also be an attempt to avoid the painful feelings of rejection. And as always, firstly, acknowledge and validate that you have those feelings because, again, they're okay. Ask yourself maybe what happened that causes you to feel these feelings. You're going to sit down and take more time without the little devices on your own. Reflect on some of your past experiences. What's contributed to your thoughts and your feelings? Remember, as you're going through this process, be kind to yourself. Looking on social media is not being kind to you. It's okay to feel vulnerable. Focus on your strength and more positivity. The time you spend looking online to try to hold on to a connection is time that you're wasting not looking for new connections, new possibilities, and more positivity in your life. Now, this is probably one of the most popular ones, but a lot of people are looking around online under the idea that they're seeking some kind of closure. So let's talk about that. Looking online for signs that the person has maybe changed or they feel bad, and maybe a number of other things is what a lot of people do. Again, it's probably one of the most common things. They feel that they're trying to get some kind of closure that they weren't given during the relationship or in the fallout of the relationship. I hear it all the time. I'm looking around. I need closure. The breakup was sudden. I was ghosted. I got no closure. I was personally ghosted too, and I got no closure. So I probably understand this one a little bit more than some of the other ones on this list because I did it. I was poking around, being Sherlock Holmes, looking for closure. And so looking around online, it's just going to send you mixed signals when you're looking for closure. You'll see the narc being happy. It's going to cause confusion. You'll question yourself and your decisions. It's going to reopen wounds. And in some cases, it might give you false hope, just other really detrimental and negative things. The narc might not have given you the closure that you wanted, survivor, but believe it or not, they gave you closure. Despite the fact I was ghosted on a normal November afternoon around 6 years ago, this time of year, without so much as a goodbye in the middle of a texting conversation, if I think about it, it actually gives me a lot of closure, and I'm going to share that with you. It was very clear that the relationship was over. And, you really don't need a conversation about it. You don't need this person telling you that you suck and everything is your fault. You know this person is a coward. Of course, these breakups are going to be done via ghosting or somebody else telling you because the narc can't do it themselves. You know that this person is toxic. Maybe this person is mentally ill, narcissistic. Really, what needs to be said? What is it that you feel you need to hear? And a lot of people say that they're looking for an apology. So I'm going to go out on that branch. Why? They're not sorry. And even if they were, so what? Does them being sorry for the abuse you endured make it better? Does it make it okay? Are you looking for them to actually say the words, it's over? Are you looking for them to admit they lied, admit they cheated, admit they're narcissistic? Why do you need words? Actions speak louder than words, and you've very clearly seen the actions. This is another area where you have more answers and closure than you think you do. You just might not like what you're understanding, what you're grieving, and what you're processing, which is very normal. You can give yourself closure. Hold a closure ritual, say your goodbyes. It can help you in the grieving process. Reach out to somebody and talk about it. Work towards accepting. There is nothing left for the narcissist to give you, but you did get closure. You got like narcissistic closure, I guess I would call it. It's kind of like diet soda. It's kind of shitty. It's way cheaper and it'll never be real Dr. Pepper, but it's there, I guess, if that's what you want to do. Another reason why some folks are lingering around on social media is because they feel extremely betrayed and angry. A lot of times people are looking at social media to watch the narc fail at their new relationship, for example. Feelings of being betrayed and angry causes some survivors to look online because they just want to see the narc get hurt. They want to see the narcissist get what's coming to them, so to speak. So if you're looking at the social media to see them fail, flat out, you're wasting your time. And I'm so happy to tell you why. Because narcs are failures. They're scared of love, yet commitment, yet dying alone, not being worshipped, being abandoned, vulnerability, accountability. The list goes on, and I'm sure you know that. Understand narcissism and really give it a thought. Really, really, a real thought. You know that these people do not live a magnificent life. You know how bitter, sad, petty, depressed, and miserable these people are. You've seen it. You've witnessed it. You know firsthand that everything in some way, shape, or form fails in time. Don't get stuck in your own petty, bitter, angry feelings. Validate them because they're totally okay to have, and then move on. These people honestly don't need any help being spectacular failures, all on their own, all without you looking. Take solace in the fact that you know it's happening. You don't need to know the why and the when. Just know that they're failing. They're failing every single day if you feel the need to do that. The real key is to try to move towards an overall feeling of indifference. Focus on you, let them fail. You don't need to see it every time. Things like limiting time on social media is a given if you find yourself repeatedly looking at what the narc is doing. So always remember that. Limit how long you're on social media to begin with. Even if we're not talking about narcs, it's unhealthy to just waste so much time on it. I also want to share in this video my fake it till you make it technique. Sometimes I also call it one day at a time. But it's not only helped me, it's helped other survivors as well, as far as not looking at social media. So I definitely want to share this. If you know that you're spending too much time looking at social media and you know that you need to stop, the thought of stopping can cause you immediate anxiety. If this happens, you might have become addicted to looking around at their social media to see what's going on. Normal, common, and don't get upset with yourself about it. What you can do is start as slowly as you need to. When you grab your phone, your tablet, what have you, to look at the social media, stop. Set it down, whatever device it is, and say, okay, it's 11:04 a.m. You know what? I'm not going to look right now. I will check at 12 p.m., about an hour. And then you go and do something else. Or you say to yourself, okay, today is Tuesday. I will look tomorrow. I'm not going to look today. Whatever they post today, I can certainly see tomorrow. What this does is it stops the addictive action and you're attempting to start breaking the cycle, which causes discomfort, but you've told your brain something incredibly positive that it's going to hang on to. Yeah, you don't get to look right now, but it's going to get the fix later. And this can help quell some of the anxiety or being uncomfortable about not looking. Not all of it. This is going to be very uncomfortable, especially if it's become an addiction. And be kind to yourself. There's no reason to be really unnecessarily hard on yourself. This will alleviate some of the anxiety, but not all. And again, start as slowly as you need to, even if it's hour by hour. Another really important piece of fake it till you make it is fill in the time that you would normally go looking online, or even maybe driving by their home or their workplace. Take all of that time that you spend focusing on trying to get answers and start focusing and working on you. You might also figure out that maybe sometimes are harder for you than others. When do you find yourself looking the most? Do you drive by the house after work? Do you drive by their work in the morning on the way to your own office? Identify the pattern and then use the technique. I won't drive by the office today. There's no point. I'm either going to see a car or not see a car. That doesn't tell me anything. I'll go tomorrow. Of course, the whole catch here is you keep going hour, day by day, whatever you do, you're not ever going to look or drive by again. Time is going to heal these wounds. It's going to create some of the space we need to move forward. You can pick a date to start doing this and work on some of the other things I've mentioned in this video. Fake it till you make it really, really does work if you give it a chance and make a commitment. Thank you so much for listening. I hope this helps to stop watching the narcissist on social media. Have a great day, survivor, and take care of yourself. Imagine being in a room with someone who only talks about themselves. Everything they do is to make them look good. And when things don't go their way, they turn everything around and make you feel guilty. That sounds pretty exhausting, right? But what if I told you that not all narcissism looks like this? What if there are different types of narcissism and not all of them are as obvious as you would think? In today's video, we're going to explore the surprising and sometimes subtle ways that narcissism can show up in our lives and how to spot the different types. Stick around because some of these just might surprise you. Let's start with cerebral narcissism. Cerebral narcissism is where people feel superior because of their intellect. Think of somebody who believes their brains make them better than everyone else. They don't necessarily need to be the loudest or the most charming person in the room, but they do want to be recognized for how smart and creative they are. It's like they think they should get extra credit or something just for being brainy, even if they haven't actually done anything very impressive. There are some signs of cerebral narcissism, things like constantly bragging about their intellect. They might not talk about how amazing they look or how popular they are, but they'll find a way to slip in how much smarter than everybody else they are, whether it's dropping obscure facts, like they're on an episode of Jeopardy, or belittling other people's knowledge. They can't resist showing off. They'll, of course, belittle other people's opinions and ideas. When you share your thoughts, they often shoot them down, claiming they know better, or maybe they'll even say that your ideas are simplistic or unsophisticated. It's like they always have to have the last word, especially when it comes to anything intellectual. They're, of course, seeking validation for their intellect. They love being the go-to person for the advice or being seen as the smartest person in the room. If they feel like people aren't recognizing their genius, they might get upset and act like you're disrespecting them. So here's a good example. Imagine you're at a party and someone is going on and on about their latest research project. They constantly mention how everybody else just doesn't understand the complexity of the subject. They barely listen to anybody else. And if you or someone else tries to join in the conversation, they might start talking over you just to make sure that they are the one impressing everybody with their intellectual superiority. And if you happen to challenge something they say, get ready for a very long-winded explanation about how you're just not seeing things the right way. It's all about intellectual superiority. It is a more subtle, quieter type of narcissism, but it's there nonetheless, and it's still pretty toxic. Next up, let's talk about communal narcissism. Communal narcissism is all about people who want to be seen as the good person, the one who's always helping, always so selfless, always doing the right thing. But here's the twist. They're not actually doing it out of genuine kindness. They are doing it because they want everyone to admire them for being so caring, so giving, compassionate, things like that. It's like they're running their own personal PR campaign to be seen as the ultimate good guy. And if people don't recognize how awesome they are for being so helpful, they can get pretty upset. So here are some signs of communal narcissism. Of course, constantly seeking praise for their kindness. They'll make sure you know about all the good deeds they're doing, whether it's volunteering, donating, or just being there for somebody. But again, not about helping. It's about being recognized and acknowledged for the help. And if they don't get it, rest assured this kind of narcissist is going to feel slighted and resentful. Of course, they're using those good deeds in order to manipulate. They might try to guilt trip people by saying things like, I can't believe you didn't even notice how much I've been doing. I've worked so hard and no one appreciates it. Also turning everything into a moral high ground. They like to position themselves as morally superior and passing judgment on to others. They might look down on someone for being selfish or uncharitable, even if their own behavior isn't exactly selfless. As an example, imagine someone who constantly talks about how much time they spend volunteering at a shelter or how much they're helping their friends in need. They might, of course, post about it on social media every chance they get. And if they don't get the likes and the comments and all the little stuff they're expecting, they're going to act like they've been completely overlooked. Sometimes in a group setting, they'll make sure everyone knows how much they've sacrificed for others. But if anyone else tries to do something kind, they'll downplay it or act like, of course, it doesn't compare to their own efforts. With communal narcissism, the focus is on the need for admiration when it comes to being good, rather than being admired for things like beauty or intellect or success. These individuals can seem caring on the surface, but their selfishness is driven by the desire to be seen as some kind of morally superior saint. Let's talk about covert narcissism, also called vulnerable narcissism. Covert narcissism is a type that's a little harder to spot because it doesn't come with the loud, attention-seeking behavior that you might expect. Instead, people with covert narcissism tend to be more quiet and introverted. But underneath that calm exterior, they still have the inflated sense of self-importance, and they feel like they deserve special treatment. They might not outwardly boast about how great they are, but they still have a deep need for admiration, and they are really sensitive about it if they don't get it. So there are some signs of covert narcissism. Most of us probably know these pretty well. There is the constant need for validation. While they're not out there loudly talking about their achievements, they do still want constant reassurance and praise. So these are the people who are going to fish for compliments or drop hints about their accomplishments. These people often feel misunderstood or special in a quiet, unique way. They're going to talk about how no one's on their level. No one truly gets them or understands them. They're different from everybody else on another level. They often believe they have a unique perspective or special insight that other people can't understand. Of course, there is the hypersensitivity to criticism. Covert narcs are very sensitive to criticism, even when it's minor or extremely constructive. They're going to react very passive aggressively, get defensive, internalize the feedback, of course, take it really personally. This is a person with an incredibly fragile ego. They're going to play the victim, use that whole poor me game that they love to do. An example of covert narcissism would be, imagine a colleague who never brags about their work, but when you're having a conversation, they subtly drop hints about how much more effort they're putting in compared to others. If somebody else gets recognition for something they did, this person might act hurt or withdrawn, making you feel like you've ignored their contributions. If you criticize them, even lightly, they might get quiet. Next time you talk, they might give you the cold shoulder or maybe make a snarky comment without directly confronting you. It's all about protecting the fragile self-esteem. Covert narcissists don't necessarily demand the spotlight, but they still want attention, admiration, and validation. Their approach is just simply more subtle. They often hide their grandiosity behind a veil of insecurity and victimhood. And that's what makes covert narcissism tough. It's tough to spot and tough to deal with because this kind of narcissism doesn't feel like narcissism. It often just feels like this person has the worst luck in the world. They're just a little sensitive. They're the underdog. Nobody will give them a chance, and they're misunderstood. This is the perfect place to talk about fragile narcissism. Fragile narcissism is like a mix of covert, which we just talked about, and really intense insecurity. Unlike grandiose narcs who seem outwardly confident and boastful, and we'll get there in a minute, fragile narcs are more sensitive and easily hurt. This is very closely related to covert narcissism. They still have the need to feel special, but their sense of self-worth is fragile, which means they're constantly worried about being criticized or rejected. When things don't go their way, they're going to retreat into self-pity, get really defensive, anything they can do to protect their ego. So signs of fragile narcissism would be things like, of course, the extreme sensitivity to criticism, things like emotional highs and lows. They might have mood swings that are linked to how other people perceive them. If they're getting positive attention, they're on top of the world. But if they feel overlooked, rejected, or criticized, they're going to spiral into self-doubt and or frustration. Of course, they play the victim, very similar to the covert. And like the covert, they're going to avoid situations where they might fail because their self-esteem is so dependent on external validation. They might avoid challenging situations where they don't come out looking perfect. They'd rather not even try than risk failure or humiliation. An example of that is someone who's always talking about how hard they're trying to be successful, but when they face a setback, like not getting a promotion or receiving feedback they don't like, they become upset, they shut down, they really blow it out of proportion. Oh, it's the end of the world. They complain, no one sees how hard they're working. These are the people where everything is unfair. Everyone treats them unfairly. Nothing goes the way they want it to. On the outside, again, much like covert, they just look like someone who's struggling, but deep down, they still need to feel superior and deserving of success. Fragile narcissism is really tough to deal with because, once more, it's not a loud, arrogant sense of superiority. It's this kind of emotional thing, insecurities all around, and they still need validation. They're just not outwardly flashy about it. Are you feeling the effects of narcissistic abuse? Traditional therapy isn't your only option anymore. With almost 6 years of experience here on YouTube, dedicated to understanding narcissism and sharing my insights, I offer a flexible phone chat service that might be just what you need. As a fellow survivor, you'll be speaking to someone who truly gets it. Someone who has not only studied narcissism extensively, but has also lived through it. Our conversations will feel more like talking to a friend than a formal therapy session in a comfortable, non judgmental space. If you're looking for more than just a listening ear, I can also provide practical, personalized strategies to help you navigate your situation. Feel free to reach out anytime. My contact information is on the screen, and I really look forward to connecting with you. I say it's time that we talk about what I think most people, myself included, picture in our minds when we think of the typical narcissist. And this is grandiose narcissism. And it's the type of narcissism that is the most obvious and honestly, the most attention grabbing. These people have a huge sense of their own importance and love to be the center of attention. They truly believe they're special, and they expect others to see them that way too. Unlike the more introverted types, which we just talked about, grandiose narcs are not afraid to boast about their own achievements, their looks, or just flat out how much better they are than everyone else. They crave admiration and validation and feel entitled to it, often at the expense of others. So the signs of grandiose narcissism, I'm not going to spend too long on these. The classic exaggerated sense of self-importance. They're better, they're destined for greatness, they deserve the special treatment because they're just too important or too talented to be treated the same, as the rest of us mere mortals. There's the classic need for constant attention, the entitlement. They believe they deserve special privileges and opportunities and get pissed when they don't think that they are getting what they're owed. Of course, the hallmark of narcissism, the classic lack of empathy. Grandiose narcissists are so focused on themselves that they really, really struggle, obviously, to care about other people's feelings, thoughts, opinions, ideas, perspectives, roll it all up there. They might dismiss others' needs or belittle them or exploit them because they see themselves as more important. There's the arrogance, the superiority. So we'll give an example here. Imagine someone constantly talking about their latest promotion or achievement. And when they walk in the room, they expect everyone to notice and admire them. If the conversation is not revolving around them, they're going to steer it right back to where they feel it needs to be. How many people they know, how amazing their last project was, or just anything else. They're destined, again, for those bigger things. Grandiose narcissism is often, like I say, the most notable. These individuals have no problem with flaunting things. They're confident to the point of arrogance, and their inflated sense of self-worth can make them come off as selfish, entitled, and at sometimes even delusional. It's always going to be about them, always. Now let's break down malignant narcissism, probably the most dangerous and toxic of them all. Malignant narcissism is like the dark side of narcissism. It didn't need a darker side, but here we are. It takes the classic traits, which we just talked about with the grandiose narcissist, but it combines them with antisocial behaviors and a stronger, if that was possible, lack of empathy. Malignant narcissists are not just focused on making themselves look good. They will actively manipulate, deceive, and harm other people to get what they want. They might not only feel entitled, but they're willing to exploit and hurt others to maintain their sense of superiority. This is the type of narcissism that's really dangerous, especially when it comes to things like relationships and workplaces. So there are some signs, of course, of malignant narcissism. They're highly manipulative. These are the masters right here of manipulation. They know how to play people to get what they want. And this includes gaslighting, guilt tripping, of which they're also masters, by the way, and pretending to be the victim to get sympathy and control over others. Malignant narcissists don't just lack empathy. They lack remorse and guilt. They don't feel bad about their actions, even when they harm others. If they do something harmful, they don't apologize. If they do, it sure as hell isn't sincere. Their behavior is justified as far as they're concerned. These are the people where it's all about cruelty and sadism. Malignant narcissists can be outright cruel, and in some cases, even enjoy seeing other people suffer. They might derive pleasure from watching someone struggle, fail, or feel humiliated. And their lack of empathy and desire for control leads to these abusive behaviors. There's also aggressive entitlement. They believe the world owes them everything, and they will use aggressive tactics if they don't think this is happening. This is emotional abuse, verbal abuse, and exerting power, exerting their dominance. Malignant narcissists can also deal with a high level of paranoia and distrust. They often feel persecuted, betrayed. They see a lot of conspiracies. If someone challenges their behavior or gives them a hard time, they can become paranoid and take drastic measures to discredit and punish that person. An example would be a boss who seems very charming and charismatic at first, but gradually starts manipulating their employees. They play favorites, belittle others behind their backs, or actually pit colleagues against each other to maintain power. If someone challenges their authority, they might spread lies or rumors to ruin that person's reputation. A malignant narcissist might use emotional abuse to control their partner, having them feel worthless and crazy, all while trying to look like the good guy. Malignant narcissism is by far the most dangerous because this is not just about having a big ego. It's actively harming other people to protect the ego. The manipulative, abusive, and aggressive behavior can cause long-lasting damage to relationships, work environments, and people's mental health. It is a toxic mix of narcissism, aggression, and a lack of empathy that makes malignant narcs particularly destructive and very hard to deal with. I haven't touched on somatic narcissism yet, and I think there's no time like the present. Somatic narcissism is all about people who place an extreme focus on their physical appearance, fitness, or a romantic appeal. I'll say it like that because YouTube doesn't like the other word. These individuals measure their worth based on how great they look, how desirable they seem to other people, how other people see their body. For somatic narcissists, it's not enough to just be attractive. They need to be admired and chased and sought after for their attractiveness. And obvious signs: obsession with their appearance, constant need for praise and admiration about the way they look. These are the incredibly vain people with their self-obsession. A somatic narcissist might take endless selfies, posting them on social media, always talking about how great they look. And it's not just about wanting to look good. Again, it's about getting the recognition for it. Also, they're going to use their appearance and other things they have about themselves to control and manipulate people. And as usual, in narky fashion, the disregard for people's needs or feelings. I also think it's a good idea to address the fact that someone can display traits of more than one type of narcissism. Narcissism runs on a spectrum, and it's not always neatly categorized. People often have a mix of characteristics from different types, depending on their personality, their experiences, or the situations they find themselves in. So I think it's a good idea to talk about it a little. Different types of narcissism are often defined by how the person seeks validation, what they feel that they're entitled to, whether it's admiration, the looks, the intellect, some other kind of superiority. But just because someone fits into one category doesn't mean that they don't have behaviors from other categories. In fact, many narcs are actually a blend. For example, a grandiose narcissist might have some somatic traits if they're seeking admiration, not just for their accomplishments, but their appearance. So they might not only boast about how great they are at their job, but how great their body looks, or how much attention they get because of how they look. A covert narc, someone who's more introverted, might also show traits of fragile, which I discussed earlier in the video. A malignant narcissist, who has the mix of narkiness with antisocial behavior, actually can display both covert and more overt or grandiose traits. They can seem charming, yet superior, and they manipulate others, but behind the scenes they're paranoid and emotionally insecure. So why might somebody with narcissism have multiple types? Well, there are things like need for validation and self perception. A person's need for validation can vary in different areas of their life. Somebody might feel superior based on their appearance, but also need intellectual validation. In a professional setting, they might crave grandiose recognition, but at home or in a more personal setting, they demonstrate fragile or covert traits. Narcissists are literally little human chameleons. They act one way in one space or setting and completely different in others. It's called a situational influence, so to speak. Environment or context can trigger different types of narcissism. There is also a psychological complexity to all of this. Bottom line is, people aren't just like one dimensional. Okay, maybe some like super boring, not narcissistic people are, but most people aren't one dimensional. Our behaviors are shifting depending on our emotional state and history, and even like what stage of life we're in. A person might evolve through different types of narcissism as they get older. And also, narcissism, really, when you boil it down, is maladaptive or unhealthy coping mechanisms. Narcs develop certain traits as defense mechanisms in response to past trauma or unresolved issues. For example, somebody who suffered emotional neglect might develop covert narcissism to protect themselves, but later in life might develop some more signs of grandiose narcissism as a way to compensate for feeling inferior or worthless. And there is an example of like what you'd call a blended narcissist. Imagine a person who has grandiose traits. They love being the center of attention at parties. They boast about their career. And then they have some somatic traits. They pride themselves on their physical appearance. They're always working out, posting the selfies. But then you add in the fragile traits. On the inside, this person struggles with feelings of insecurity. When they don't get the attention they crave, they feel deeply rejected. They sulk, become passive aggressive. In this case, this person is displaying grandiose, somatic, and fragile narcissism pretty much all at once. They're going to use different traits in different contexts, like I say, depending on what's going on for them. So now that we've explored the different types of narcissism, it's clear this personality disorder can look a lot of different ways. Grandiose, cerebral, more subtle, more complex, whatever it is. But understanding these types, I want to make this very clear. It's not about labeling people. This is about recognizing patterns. The more we understand narcissism, the better we can protect our boundaries, manage relationships, and even challenge unhealthy behaviors. So, next time you encounter somebody who seems a little too preoccupied with their image, or maybe always trying to stay in the spotlight, you might just have a clearer understanding of where they're coming from and what they're all about. Thank you so much for listening. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more content on narcissism. Let me know down in the comments what type of narcissism you find the most interesting, the most scary. We'll all have the same answer on that one. Or if you've had any experiences with narcs that you want to share. Have a great day, survivor, and take care of yourself. Understanding how to spot a narcissist quickly can save you from toxic relationships, friendships, and even help you dodge narcs in the workplace, helping you to navigate social situations more effectively. In this video, we'll explore the key traits and behaviors to look out for, empowering you to recognize these patterns quickly and protect your well-being. This can, of course, be a challenging thing to do, but there are some key behaviors to look out for. And I also feel the need to preface this by saying that you're not diagnosing anybody as a full-blown narcissist with NPD. What you're doing is looking for patterns of behavior that you can easily identify as toxic. No, toxic does not always equal narcissistic. Obviously, though, we want to stay as far away from anybody who's toxic, narcissistic, and everything in between. So, okay, off we go. Number 1, look for an excessive need for admiration. Since toxic people like narcissists are extremely poor at emotionally regulating themselves, they require you and others, of course, to do this for them. This means they're always on the lookout for praises, compliments, and validation. If a person is constantly fishing around for a good job or a wow, you look great today, this can be a sign that somebody cannot regulate themselves. And equally as important to notice is how somebody like this reacts when they go fishing for the compliments and the kind words and the validation, and they come up short. You're likely to see pouting, a hissy fit, or maybe even some rage. Number two, look for grandiosity. What you're going to be looking for are signs of an inflated self importance. People who say things like, the company that the two of you work for would just shut down tomorrow if they didn't show up. This can also be things like overly bragging about their achievements, even really mundane ones. And another sign of grandiosity is when a narcissist exaggerates their talents and their accomplishments. Number three, look for the lack of empathy. This right here is the hallmark of narcissism. I've said this for years now. Narcs are extremely selfish and they really struggle to care about what other people think and feel. It is a huge red flag, especially in romantic relationships, if this person seems constantly dismissive of your emotional needs. Number four, look for tools that narcs use. They have many tools at their disposal, and this means that we should be on the lookout for someone who's always trying to guilt trip, love bomb, gaslight, trick people, throw other people under the bus, blame shift, and more. It's the best thing you can do for yourself, really, to understand what tools narcs like to use so that you can be on the lookout for them. If someone is twisting a situation to make themselves look better or to have control, these are really, really big warning signs. Number five, look for the entitlement. A strong sense of entitlement is common with people who are narcissistic. These are people who believe they deserve special treatment. They're one of a kind. No one understands them. The rules don't apply to them. They're above the rules. They should have everything just handed over to them. You'll commonly see this, for example, with narcissists who send their partners off to work while they choose to not contribute financially to the household. The problem is they don't do anything else with the household either. They truly, truly feel that they have the right to do anything or nothing at all. And this explains a lot of their abhorrent behavior. There really is an uncanny ability that narcs have to justify the mayhem they cause. What they do, what they don't do, the why and the why not. There's always an excuse and always a reason for it. Are you struggling with the impact of narcissistic abuse? Traditional in-person therapy is not the only option anymore. With nearly 6 years here on YouTube dedicating my life to studying narcissism, I offer a flexible phone chat service. As a fellow survivor, you'll be talking to somebody who truly understands narcissism, not only from my years of studying it, but surviving it as well. In a relaxed setting, our conversations are going to feel more like chatting as friends rather than you in a formal, cold therapy session. I can share practical strategies tailored to your situation if you feel that you need more than just a listening ear. If you're curious, reach out anytime. My contact information is on the screen for you now, and I look forward to speaking with you. Number 6, look for the shallow, the superficial, and the selfish. Now, I'm not saying narcs are stupid. Some of them are, but a lot of them aren't. But what they definitely are is shallow. Relationships, friendships, everything in between is going to feel extremely one-sided. These are times when you might see the narcissist is really only out for themselves. They only call you when they need something. They're only nice when they can see their own gain. And furthermore, narcs are asset-oriented. We'll say it like that. They don't care about cultivating or maintaining relationships with people. They care about materialistic things, boosting their status or popularity. And most conversations with these people, as close as you might become, are just horrifically shallow. And I also want to add in here that Narcs are really boring. Now, I'm not saying everybody who's boring is a narcissist because that's not true. But what I mean is sometimes when you come across a person like this, they're sometimes easy to spot because they greatly lack in personality. They're very bland. They're consumed with getting their needs met, and that's all you'll ever find a lot of them really doing. And so, overall, a lot of these people are very dull, very one track minded, and just completely incapable of being multifaceted in any way, shape, or form. Number 7, look for the inability to control themselves. Narcs are very impulsive, to say the least, but they're also pretty quick to anger. They might not lash out or scream or become violent, but narcs typically react angrily if they're challenged. Another big sign is somebody who gets really defensive for any reason, no reason. Narcs love to deny and dismiss as much as they can. Once you feel that you have enough information, you might come to the conclusion that somebody in your life displays these signs and these patterns. But remember, you are looking for a pattern of behavior. We all have days where we're selfish. We have little to no empathy. We lose our temper. Maybe we even say something we don't mean. We're human, and that's totally okay. The key here is to not be swayed and sucked in by love bombing, ass kissing, idealization, and all of that stuff that the narcs try to pull, and wait and give it some time to see these patterns show themselves. Regardless of if somebody is a good person or a bad person, you'll see the patterns begin to come through. And if you feel the person is toxic, you will want to immediately distance yourself from this person. It can be really tricky to do, so I have some tips that might be helpful. And let's start with get straight to setting boundaries. You need to very clearly define what's acceptable and what isn't. Narcs are always going to try to push your buttons and get away with as much as they can. That's what they do. Know your boundaries, communicate them, and stick to them. You'll also want to limit your contact. Gradually reduce the amount of time you spend with this person. Narcs pick up on any changes like that very quickly, so make sure you go slowly in declining invitations and begin to make yourself less available to them. Never call them out or tell them why you're choosing to back off. This can start fights and create pushback. Don't forget, as you're dealing with this situation, to stay calm and neutral. This is where you might want to introduce this person to some gray rock techniques. When you do interact with them, be calm, almost boring in your approach. Avoid any kind of emotional response. Narcs feed off of emotional responses. Half of the time they're doing the shit that they're doing to get a rise, a response, or a reaction from somebody. Act as blah as you possibly can to make the narc grow bored of you. This could prompt them to move on to somebody else, which that sucks for somebody else, but they're going to do it anyway. But it can also prevent escalation and manipulation. Talk to people who you trust. Reach out to people that you feel safe talking to. I strongly advise against talking to anybody who you know is close to or friendly with the narcissist. You risk this person being a flying monkey, and they might tell the narcissist everything you share with them in confidence. If you find things particularly difficult, it might be time for you to talk with a professional. People like myself and others can hear you out, validate your experience, and also help you develop some strategies for managing your feelings and maybe even prepare for things like no contact and ending the relationship. Turn your focus inward. Always prioritize yourself, survivor. Let me tell you, as someone who's been through this, nobody else will, especially a narcissist. It's okay to make yourself a priority. Your health, your mental health, and your happiness are extremely important. Do the things that you like to do. Explore and try new things as well. We will never be able to fully escape toxic people or narcissistic people, but we can be on the lookout for them. We can keep all of this information in the forefront of our minds and know how to quickly make an exit or back off if we discover that one is maybe getting a little too close to us. So, what do you think is the quickest way to spot a narcissist? How did you handle this when it happened to you? Share with me down in the comments. Thank you so much for listening. Have a great day, survivor, and take care of yourself. Today, we're talking about something super important: keeping no contact with a narcissist. It can be tricky, especially since there are some sneaky ways that we might accidentally break that rule without even knowing it. Whether you're looking to heal, just find some peace, or move on, it's really helpful to recognize these little pitfalls. So grab a drink, get cozy, and let's jump into the common mistakes that people make when they are trying to stick to that no contact game plan. Number one, indirect communication. The no contact boundary is broken when mutual friends of the narcissist are asked to share updates about their life. Asking about the narcissist is not talking to them, but still trying to gather information. Using their mutual friends that you have with them to acquire this information can backfire. And it actually leads to another point that I have on my list, but we'll get there. Number two, social media engagement. Whether it's liking, commenting, or just viewing social media, it's a big break of the no contact commitment. It can encourage the narcissist to reach out in some cases, which is bad enough on its own, but it also just really hinders the healing process. And this is something that I know a lot of people struggle with. So that's why I'm inviting you to join me live on Friday, October 25th at 8 p.m. Eastern, where I'll actually be doing a live stream right here on YouTube that's going to go over some of these topics, like why we keep looking at their social media. I know I did it too. And I'll talk about some other things that you can do to stop looking. And I'll also include talking about my fake it till you make it technique to stop looking at the social media altogether. Again, that's Friday, the 25th, in just a couple of days here at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on YouTube. I'm going to be doing a Q&A as well. If you come and hang out in the chat and you want to toss me some questions, I'll answer those as well. You can do that along with chatting with other survivors too. Number three, responding to triggers. Continuing to engage with things that remind us of the narcissist, or choosing to keep frequenting places that we went with this person or that this person still goes to, can lead to some emotional setbacks. First of all, you risk running into this person, or even if it's not that, you can just really make yourself incredibly upset. Take a break from things that are shared memories or places. It doesn't need to be permanent, but a little break from something while you heal and move forward, it never killed anyone. Number four, nostalgia. This is a big problem and is breaking the no contact rule. Nostalgia and reminiscing are very dangerous. Allowing yourself to dwell on past memories will really weaken your ideas about why you left or why the relationship is over to begin with. This can lead to thoughts of reconnecting or, again, just being unnecessarily sad and maybe angry in a lot of cases. Going back through old messages, voice memos, old photos, and the like can be an absolute disaster. Dealing with narcissistic abuse can obviously be incredibly challenging. Traditional therapy might not always be what's best. That's why I offer a flexible phone chat service that's tailored to fit into anyone's busy lifestyle. You'll connect with me, a survivor who genuinely understands what you're going through. My service is very relaxed, affordable, and creates a supportive environment that feels more like a conversation between friends than a really stiff, cold, formal therapy session. We can share experiences as fellow survivors, and I can provide more practical tips designed specifically for you. My approach is to validate your experiences and be incredibly empathetic while being that listening ear that every survivor needs. If you have any questions or you want to learn more, don't hesitate to reach out. The ways that you can do that are on the screen for you now. I'm a phone call away and ready to support you on your path to healing. Number five, shared events. Attending social gatherings or events where the narc might be present absolutely breaks no contact, even if you don't talk to them. Firstly, it might be hard not to speak to them. They might approach you, which is even harder because it's completely out of your control. This person can be there, and even if you don't speak, it can just, again, lead to unnecessary anxiety, pain, sadness, and everything else. Number six, curiosity. Most relationships with narcs end pretty abruptly They ghost or they vanish or just leave with very little words said. And in those cases where there are a lot of words, nothing's really very constructive. The lack of closure, lack of answers, and just all around confusion can have a person looking at Google searches or, again, looking through someone's social media, maybe driving by where the narc lives, where the new supply lives, where someone works. And all of this is really done to try to get the closure and answers that we're looking for. And I want to address some of this on Friday, as it also talks about looking to social media for some of these answers. Number 7, oversharing with proxy monkeys. Back to my first point, I knew we'd get here again, mutual friends. Let me make this very clear. These are not mutual friends. They're flying monkeys and they work for the narcissist. They might not know it, but they do. In trying to get information indirectly, you might give up some of your own information to these people in your attempt to use them as a go-between between you and the narcissist. And that will all go back. All that information goes right back to the narc. And if a narc learns that you're asking about them, this can cause them to reach out and attempt to hoover you. We never want that. Secondly, it can lead to the narcissist sending the flying monkeys back and trying to get more information out of you. You might be oversharing with these little proxy go-between flying monkeys and not even realizing it. Narcissists can sometimes do a lot with very, very little information. Number 8, self-doubt. It's one of the most damaging things you can do, to begin to ask yourself questions about why you went no contact, why this is over. It can lead to even more troubling thoughts like, can the narcissist change? Maybe they're different now. Maybe I acted too hastily. I personally remember going through this because I had issues with nostalgia. I had to make little notes all around my house and my office about the bad things that were done to me just to kind of keep that nostalgia at bay as I remained no contact. It reminded me why this whole thing was ending, why it was over, why it needed to. And it really reminded me why this was actually the best gift I was ever given from this person. Staying mindful of these kind of abstract ways of breaking no contact can help you maintain this vital boundary, literally the most important boundary you will ever make. So are any of these hard for you? Which ones did you struggle with? Let me know all about it down in the comments. Again, make sure you come and hang out with me live on Friday night. Subscribe if you haven't, and like the video if you found it helpful. Thank you so much for listening. Have a great day, Survivor, and take care of yourself. Today, we're diving into the fascinating and often bewildering world of a narcissist's massive ego and the problems that occur as a result. Have you ever noticed how some people seem to take offense at the smallest things? That's because narcissists are incredibly sensitive to any perceived slight. In this video, we'll explore the concept of the narcissistic injury, what it is, how it manifests, and the surprising ways that we can actually trigger a narcissistic injury without even realizing it. So whether you're navigating relationships or if you're just curious about this really, really intriguing personality type, among other things, stick around. It might just change the way you see your interactions. Narcissistic injury is when a narc feels hurt or offended because their self-esteem becomes challenged. You might also hear this described as an ego bruise, and the terms pretty much mean the same thing, but there is a little bit of a difference. An ego bruise is a term that's used more often to describe people who don't display the really high levels of narcissism and NPD. People dealing with an ego bruise are less likely to react in such extreme ways that a narcissist will, that we're going to talk about later in the video. Narcissistic injuries manifest in several ways, but you'll find them pretty much all par for the course when it comes to dealing with a narc. There is, of course, an angry reaction. The narcissist, feeling offended, can yell, shout, and attempt to maybe regain control over the situation and assert their dominance by becoming extremely aggressive or threatening. It's also natural for a narcissist to deny and deflect things that they don't like. They become overly defensive to the point where you can more than likely tell you've hit a nerve when you're talking to this person. They can also blame shift or try changing the subject entirely to move the spotlight off of themselves. Let's not forget, as if we ever could, about the narcissist defaulting into victim mode, where you see the narcissist shrink, feel concerned, get small, cry, seek empathy, and things like that from other people. They can attempt to rally people, rally support, and get people together to just gain the support, gain the followers that they need against the people they feel have attacked them. Along with shrinking down, you might find a narc will back off or withdraw from a situation entirely. Also, another really obvious sign that their little feelings are hurt. The narc is going to whine, sulk, refuse to engage with people who they feel have offended them. Also, right up a narc's alley, of course, is the smear campaign. If a narcissist feels their reputation has been hurt or they feel embarrassed, humiliated, they can run to other people and try to drag your name through the mud, and other people as well, to try to damage the reputation of those they feel have wronged them. One thing you can be sure of, regardless of what the reaction is, there will be an overreaction in the face of a narc injury. Whether they are desperately trying to seek reassurance from people, whining like a baby, or whatever it is, it's no secret that these people are hurt. But why are narcissists so easy to offend? Most of the time, they want everyone to think that they're strong, powerful, in control, and 6 moves ahead of everybody. So if they're all of those things, how can it be so easy to take them down a few pegs if you need to? Well, narcs often get so easily offended because their self-esteem is actually painfully fragile. They have an inflated view of themselves, so any hint of criticism feels like a personal attack. They're super sensitive to anything that challenges the self-image, the false image that they want everyone to see. Sometimes even a neutral comment can be taken the complete wrong way. Deep down, many narcissists struggle with feelings of inadequacy, so rejection can hit hard as well. They also have a need to control how other people see them, and when that's threatened, you're going to see again that really strong reaction. Plus, they often lack empathy, which makes it tough for them to understand that, believe it or not everything revolves around them and their feelings. Narcissists also have what I call extremist thinking. They think in extremes. If you disagree with them, it is just seen as total rejection, nothing else. And it's all of these factors that make them quick to react and overreact when they feel slighted. Are you struggling with the effects of narcissistic abuse? It can be a really difficult journey, and traditional therapy isn't always the best fit for everybody. And that's where I come in. This isn't just therapy. My phone chat service is a chance to connect with someone who truly gets what you're going through. Our conversations will feel very casual and friendly, creating a very supportive space where you can share your experiences with me as a survivor. Together, we can explore practical strategies that are tailored to your situation, helping you navigate your way through your healing journey. My goal will always be to validate your feelings and provide the compassionate listening that you deserve. If you're interested or have any questions, feel free to reach out. All the contact information you need is on the screen for you now. I'm a phone call away and ready to support you on your path to recovery. Never be fooled, survivor. Any sense of superiority that you see when it comes to a narcissist is false. If they were really all big and bad, no one would be able to get under their skin so easily and hurt them so badly. When you are secure with who you are and what you're all about, you're able to withstand more than a narcissist can handle. When you don't have a massive ego, like a narcissist does, you understand that there's criticism in the world, and none of us are safe from it. Narcissists don't want to believe that they still have something to learn, and they don't seem to understand how they could benefit from other people's thoughts, ideas, suggestions, help, and opinions, things like that. When you think you're perfect and you have a disorder that makes you feel like you're doing everything just perfect, as narcissists do, I mean, this just must be so genuinely terrible to think this way. My point, though, is all of this superior bullshit is simply masking the inferiority that these people really feel and the insecurities that they have mountains of. So, what I want to do now is talk about just like some simple day to day interactions and things that could happen to a narcissist that are extremely benign, but yet could trigger a narcissistic injury. If a manager provides feedback on a project, suggesting improvements, a narcissist will react with anger, insisting their work is perfect, the manager doesn't understand their vision, and it's an example of criticism being difficult for narcs. Maybe a group of friends planned an outing and they don't invite the narcissist. The narc might respond by sulking, spreading rumors about the group, or insisting, well, the outing wasn't really worth attending anyway. You know that. Well, good. I'm glad I wasn't invited. I didn't want to go anyway. This is seen as complete and utter rejection as far as a narc is concerned. Everything is taken so incredibly personally that it's really pathetic. If a narcissist is passed over, let's say for a promotion at their job, they might become hostile towards the person who did get the job, claiming that person's unqualified and that the narcissist, of course, they were the better choice. And here you can see how a perceived loss of status can hurt a narcissist and cause an injury. Maybe there's a casual conversation where someone disagrees with the narcissist's opinion about whatever topic, it doesn't matter. The narcissist could lash out, labeling the other person as stupid, ignorant, or just attacking their character. This is absolutely insane. A simple disagreement can lead to actual hurt feelings. Let's say they are in a relationship and the narc's partner doesn't compliment them on their appearance. They might overreact by accusing the partner of not caring about them or seeking attention from other people to feel validated. This is perceived indifference. Can you imagine acting like this? This is a wild concept to me. How sad do you have to be to think that just because your partner doesn't follow you around on their like hands and knees, complimenting and everything, that they don't want you, that they don't want to be with you, that they don't care about you? And imagine using a partner forgetting to compliment you or just not kissing your ass. Imagine using this as like an excuse to cheat or go and flirt and talk to other people. Perceived indifference and thinking your partner just couldn't care less about you because they're not worshiping you. It's just a foreign concept to me. A narcissist may be attempting a challenging task and failing can hit and cause a narc injury. Instead of taking responsibility, they might blame others for their failure, make excuses, feeling humiliated by their, again, perceived inadequacy. The idea of failure can really hit a narc's ego. What is so wild is everybody fails. Everybody fails at something. And truly, if you didn't have failure, there would be no such thing as success. It's kind of like the whole bliss and agony thing. You wouldn't know bliss without agony and vice versa. You don't know success if you've never even really failed at anything. But anytime they do fail something, it's again taken so personally. And in these examples that I've just spent the last few minutes sharing with you, no one is out to get the narcissist. No one's trying to hurt them. It's a manager's job to critique people and review them and have people performing well. If you're not qualified for the job, you really can't be mad when you don't get it. No one might be telling you that you're godlike today, and you're going to have to learn to be okay with that. Understanding narcissistic injury can, I feel, really shed some light on why people react the way they do in relationships and certain social situations. If you've ever encountered a narcissist, you know how unpredictable their responses can be, but everybody knows how dramatic they are too. Remember, it's not about you. Their reactions stem from their own vulnerabilities and insecurities. Always keep that in mind. Their disorders, their issues have very little, if anything at all, to do with you. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like and subscribe. And as always, share your thoughts down in the comments. Thank you so much for listening. Have a great day, Survivor, and take care of yourself. Whether it's intentional or not, you going silent or ignoring a narcissist can lead to some pretty wild responses from them. This video dives into some ways that a narc might react when you decide that you are going to be silent. Now, your silence could be you choosing to be done and go no contact. You might just be really angry at the situation and decide that you are going to give the narcissist a silent treatment. Maybe you're exhausted from dealing with this person and you've decided to give yourself a break. Perhaps none of these things are happening, but this delusional narcissist that you're dealing with is upset that you're maybe working and not texting back fast enough for them, or you're not answering the phone because you're driving somewhere and you're just living your life in the moment and doing something else. Silence is one of the worst things that you can do to a narcissist. Again, whether you mean to or not. A narcissist relies on people for their emotional supply and emotional regulation. So let's get into what they do. Number one, they triangulate you. The narcissist might try to involve or pull in a third party. And this is done if the narcissist is sniffing around trying to get information about you. They text your kids, your family, friends, whatever. Other people can also be pulled in and triangulated to cause drama. And this is where the narcissist pulls in another person and tells them a very warped, very distorted version of what happened, possibly making you look bad. The narcissist will say something to this person along the lines of, I've been so good to them. Why are they doing this to me? Why aren't they talking to me? What's going on? And this can lead to the third party beginning to see you differently and creating confusion. It also controls the narrative. It creates tension between you and this other person who might now be angry that they've been pulled into your problems with a narcissist. Number two, they love bomb you. You may suddenly be showered with attention, affection, praise, things like that. If the narcissist thinks that you're trying to call it quits or you seem disinterested, you're pulling away, they might even spare no expense and do something really wild, like buy you an extravagant gift or plan a trip somewhere, maybe even propose as they try to sweep the issues under the rug and start fresh again. Love bombing can absolutely sway a person into staying around the narcissist longer. However, none of the issues that you two have will be discussed or worked through. And if the issues are never resolved, they just pop up again and again. And if a person chooses to stay, they will also see that this love bombing is quite temporary. Number three, they rage out. It can be common for a narcissist to respond angrily to being ignored. They could pick a passive aggressive route, or they just might be outright hostile. You might see the anger and the rage. And another point that I want to tie into this is you might see how frantic a narcissist becomes when you decide to go silent. Narcs pick up on your patterns. Even if it seems like they're paying very little attention to you, and they probably are, they still know how you operate most of the time. If you go from chatting, calling, texting, hanging out, and then out of nowhere it kind of dwindles, a narcissist will immediately get nervous. And in some instances, you'll get a flurry of messages or calls. And again, this can range from asking you what's wrong to just being mean. You might have even experienced this. You might have gone silent for whatever reason, and here come all the messages. Are you okay? What's wrong? You're so quiet. Why are you ignoring me? What did I do? I didn't do anything. Talk to me. What's going on? How are you? Fine, don't talk to me. I don't care. I knew you'd act like a baby. The franticness will be apparent, and it will become very clear how insecure they are, and what you've done has clearly gotten under their skin. Dealing with narcissistic abuse can be incredibly challenging, and traditional therapy might not always suit your needs. That's why I offer a flexible phone chat service tailored to fit your busy lifestyle. You'll connect with someone who genuinely understands what you're going through. My service is relaxed, affordable, and creates a very supportive environment that feels like a conversation between friends more than a formal, cold therapy session. We'll share experiences as fellow survivors, and I can provide practical tips designed for you. With an empathetic approach, I'll validate your experiences, and I'm always a listening ear that every survivor needs. If you have any questions or you would like to learn more, don't hesitate to reach out. All the ways to reach out to me are available on the screen for you now. I'm a phone call away and ready to support you on your path to healing. Number 4, they play the victim. When you go silent on a narcissist, they can be very hurt by this and use it as a prime opportunity to guilt you and shame you and act like you've just done something extremely horrific to them. This route can be particularly useful to them if you're attempting to go no contact or if they feel that you're attempting to go no contact. This is how a relationship with a narcissist needs to end, with you going no contact. But because it's very sudden most of the time, the narc will take full advantage and make this the perfect time to tell you that you're being mean, you're being cruel, you're not giving them a chance. They remind you that they would never treat you like this, they would never do this to you, even though they totally would, by the way. And this can make a lot of people second guess themselves and make them feel like they're doing something wrong. Ending communication, especially without much warning, is not fun for anybody to do. And it can absolutely feel mean. But it's vital to remember you don't owe anybody anything. You don't owe somebody that you're with an explanation. You just really don't. Also, keep in mind if this person would have even been somewhat reasonable or respectful towards you or could act like an adult, you would have a conversation with them and you wouldn't be where you are right now. You cannot do this with a narcissist. You cannot have a closing conversation. The only reasons why they ever want to talk is to lure you back into the relationship for another round of abuse. Never feel bad about no contact. If they are hurt about it, if they are upset about it, then maybe they should have treated you like a human being with some decency. Silence sends the strongest message possible, and not just to narcissists either, to everyone. It is a wonderful way of saying you do not meet my expectations and you are not somebody I want in my life. And it allows you to say it with the fewest possible words. But with that being said, this leads right into number 5, they hoover. Again, their feeble attempt to suck you back in for another round of the same nonsense. Hoovers can actually range, and I need to point out that not all hoovers are done just to try to get you back into a relationship. A narcissist can hoover you out of boredom. The new supply is already lame, boring, or gone, or maybe all of those, and they need to bark up your tree to see how you respond and to see what's going on. They can hoover just to be cruel. You get a text that says, "Hi, baby, I miss you so much and I love you," followed immediately by, "Oops, sorry, that wasn't meant for you. That was meant for my new amazing partner." Hoovers can also be promises to change and contain a lot of future faking. It could just be them testing the waters to see if an official Hoover might be possible somewhere down the road. Remain silent. Hoovers are desperate. Number 6, they gaslight. A narcissist might attempt to distort how you're seeing the relationship. This will include telling you that you're misunderstanding things, and they're going to question your reasoning for being silent. They might tell you that they're really trying, but you're not seeing it. You're not appreciating it. You're not getting the point. And this can add guilt to the confusion that they are trying to cause. Number 7, they completely reassess. The narcissist might take a moment and regroup. Seeing what they're doing maybe isn't working, they could plot and scheme and come up with something new to hit you with. This is quite common, and a lot of folks see it when they have to gray rock a narcissist. The narc's typical approach doesn't work, and you'll find they lay low for a minute, and then they hit you with something they've never tried before. They might always have a nasty demeanor and a nasty reaction to you being silent or not paying attention to them. And then randomly out of nowhere, you get a little dose of niceness, and it's very off-putting. They might decide to pull a crisis hoover to get at your heartstrings. They might try something like, "Oh, hey, you left something at my house," when you really didn't, but now they suddenly seem concerned about you or about your property. And this is all being done so that they can see what else will work. All the narcissist is looking for is how they can regain control, how they can reassess, figure out the situation, and do what they need to do to have the power and control back into their corner. They will run down every plan they can in a lot of cases to the point of exhaustion. Number 8, they move on. After a while, you might be met with some mutual silence as the narcissist counts their losses and decides it's time to move on to a new source of supply. They'll still linger. Sometimes they'll keep an eye on you, maybe over social media, but they're looking around for something else, or they're recoiling and licking their wounds. Some narcissists will even look very adult and say things like, I know you need time, so I'll give you some space. And they will still be looking for new sources in those moments, but they will plan to hoover at some point. It's important to understand all of these behaviors as you learn about narcissism and how people with this disorder react. Silence is the best thing that you can do for yourself, but it is definitely not an easy thing to do. So when you went silent, which of these did you experience and how did you handle it? Are you maybe still talking to them and you're concerned about going silent because you're not sure which of these things here on my list you might have to deal with? Share that with me down in the comments. Thank you so much for listening. Have a great day, survivor, and take care of yourself. A narcissist's cell phone is their lifeline and their way to reach their narc harem. The phone is how a narcissist finds and controls pretty much every source of supply that they find. What I want to do in this video is talk about some of the most popular apps that narcissists are using on their phones, and I also want to use some examples and talk about how narcs use them in order to keep the supply flowing at all times. So let's get into number 1, Snapchat. Snapchat is, of course, one of only a million free downloadable apps that can be used to send messages, photos, voice, and video chat. Snapchat is valuable to narcissists because, well, firstly, you can have a username and you can be pretty anonymous on there if you want to be. Secondly, Snapchat has some pretty shady features that narcs love. You can actually go through message settings with each person that you're talking to, and you can choose a setting that will actually delete all of your messages 24 hours after you've sent them and viewed them. Not to mention, you can just go on ahead and delete the thread entirely if you want to do that after you have finished the conversation, and you just keep the person on your friends list, but the conversation is nowhere to be found. Sending photos on Snapchat is also very popular. It's just called sending snaps. Makes sense. However, after you've seen a person's photo or they've seen yours respectively, you can only view it so many times. Snapchat makes hiding things very easy. And we know for the opportunistic people like narcissists, that's right up their alley. This is obviously so valuable for them. Messages automatically deleting, no saved photos. A narc could hand you their phone with a smile on their face, only for you to find completely innocuous messages and nothing bad because the app has deleted all of the dirtiness for them. Any chat app is really a great way to build and maintain a narc harem. A person could have 8 or 800 people on their Snapchat. I don't use it. I can't speak to it a great deal, but I do know that Snapchat tops the list for apps used by narcissists who are trying to carry on a lot of conversations. Number 2, WhatsApp. Another free texting, chatting, calling app. I don't know why we need so many of these apparently, but we do. WhatsApp is pretty close to Snapchat, but not entirely. It does have that same disappearing messages feature that Snapchat does, and actually the same can be done with photos and videos. You can have those disappear as well. Yet another way, another free app for a narc to manage their harem, send provocative photos and videos, and more. WhatsApp is also valuable because it allows you to keep different people on different apps. Obviously, the more the merrier. Some can go to Snapchat, other people can get filed away onto WhatsApp, and a narc can funnel through and put people where they want them into categories. Even if a narcissist maybe might not feel the need to, they're going to use them all. WhatsApp is also pretty commonly used by like professionals and companies and things like that. Snapchat is much more just casual, but that's also a really great excuse for narcs to why they need to have WhatsApp on their phone. Snapchat is fun and casual for friends, and WhatsApp is for work. Two great excuses to have two of the worst apps when it comes to cheating and hiding a narc harem. Number three, Tinder and other dating sites. I can't speak for all dating apps. I frankly haven't been on all of them because I don't want to be, but I notice an odd trend with at least two of them. A few years ago, I downloaded Bumble and a couple of other apps that I never went on, but I was working on a video I wanted to do for my channel. I was going to attempt a social experiment and I wanted to do a video on it, but it just never came to be. That's not the point. But when I was making a profile on Bumble, I found that there was a setting where you could choose to look for available people to date, romantically, or you could click a little button that says, yes, I'm on Bumble, but I'm just looking for friends. I've also heard that Facebook dating, if that's even still a thing, I don't know, this was years ago, but I heard Facebook dating had this feature or they did at one time. And this seems to be becoming a trend where people are going on dating sites and clicking this friends only option. Or they're making a profile looking for other supply, looking for romantic interest, but they're telling other people that they're just on it to make friends. Of course, when the possibility of them being confronted, for cheating, the narc is just going to say, oh, I'm just looking for friends. I'm just looking for people who share common interests. On top of all the dating apps, there are legit apps that offer friendship over relationships. For some people, like narcissists, this is incredibly useful. A whole new buffet line has just opened up for them. Keep in mind, not all narcissistic supply is romantic. Lots of people suffer narcissistic abuse under the guise of just friends. I don't think that seeing these apps on people's phones is really a bad thing. Not all people that are using these are narcissistic, but most narcs are hip to these apps and have very good excuses why they need every single one of them. Dealing with narcissistic abuse can be incredibly challenging, and traditional therapy doesn't always suit everyone's needs. That's why I offer a flexible phone chat service that is tailored to fit anyone's busy lifestyle. You'll connect with me, someone who genuinely understands what you're going through. My service is extremely relaxed and affordable. I create a supportive environment that feels more like a conversation between friends than like a formal, stiff, cold, just yucky therapy session. We'll share experiences as fellow survivors. I'll provide practical tips that are designed for whatever it is that you're going through. I have a highly empathic approach. I validate your experiences, and I'm also good to just be a listening ear that every survivor needs. If you have any questions or you want to learn more, don't hesitate to reach out to me. All the ways to reach out are on the screen for you now. I'm a phone call away, ready to support you on your path to healing. Number 4, Facebook, X, formerly known as Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. Honorable mentions go out to LinkedIn, YouTube, Snapchat, of course, Pinterest, and so on. Social media is a whole different way for narcs to advertise themselves. Most of these social media platforms have the texting and the calling and all of that stuff, but their actual profiles on things like Instagram and Facebook are much more public. Yet again, more buffet lines, more lines in the water to meet more people, more places for narcs to find and cultivate those supply sources they so desperately need. They can post publicly, and with one simple photo to Instagram, they can make one person sad, another person jealous, make their ex angry, and lure in a new person simultaneously with one picture. They can broadcast their new supply, for example, and build up their new partner, make them think everything's great, all the while hoping or knowing their ex is going to get a glimpse of that and feel terrible about themselves. All of the social media madness, getting clicks, views, hearts, and likes, of course, goes to boost the narcissist's very fragile self esteem. Now, I'm not saying at all that only narcs use social media because that's not true at all. What I'm saying is that narcissists use these tools to go to work for them and garner the results that they want. I mean, how could this not be tempting for a narcissist? So many people in one place on the other end of their phone. Social media is also a really great way for narcs to meet people who live really far away, and therefore they can carry on long distance relationships. Long distance is great for someone narcissistic. It adds another supply to the harem, and it's so low investment. If they don't want to talk, they put the phone down and go do something else, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. You can post and message and chat with people all across the world. You can love bomb them, suck them in, and actually get them into committed relationships. And the narcissist will never meet this person and never plan to meet them. A narcissist can be sitting next to their spouse on the sofa, watching a lame TV show together in who the hell knows where, Minnesota, and be texting their boyfriend or girlfriend, respectively, who lives in Norway. You have no idea. That's what's happening. All of these apps allow narcs to spend so much time texting and calling with so many different people, and they can do it flawlessly. If you live with a narcissist, for example, you might not even know that they're carrying on with half a dozen other people. They walk out the door in the morning for work after giving you a kiss goodbye, and on their 25-minute ride to work, they're talking to someone else on the phone, texting 4 or 5 different people on their lunch break, and calling a different source of supply on the way home. And you have no idea. All you know is they got up and went to work, and they get a paycheck, so you know they were there. And here they are talking to 6, 7 other people, and maybe even you as well. This works so well to make people think that they're the one and only that a narcissist is dealing with. Narcissists can be very alluring and seductive over social media and on the dating apps. They can use all of this to maintain the control by guilt tripping people, gaslighting people, love bombing them, luring them in, using posts and other things to cause jealousy, triangulation, and the like. Number 5, Calculator Pro Plus. I have to mention this one briefly because it's a hidden or secret app that looks like a calculator, but it's a texting app. It's yet another Snapchat, whatever the hell. I don't know too much about it, but I'm also sure that there are more like this out there. This is just the one that I kept seeing over and over again as I've been researching some of these things. I read about some apps used for cheating, and this one is always like number one. So all kinds of scandalous stuff is happening on Calculator Pro Plus. And it's just really interesting because if you do get a hold of their phone, you would never even think to click on a calculator. I have to add in here before I get the comments that I don't want to get that I don't condone taking a phone that belongs to somebody else and going through it. By the time that you think that you need to see what's in there, you already have enough information to know that something bad is happening, or you just don't like the way something is making you feel. And that's all you need, is to know that something doesn't feel right. Don't get yourself upset and hurt by looking for stuff that you don't want to find. And I know some people think they want to find it. They need to know, they need to see. And I'm telling you, as somebody who saw, really, you don't. I looked, I hunted, and I found what I really didn't want to. All it did was confirm what I already knew and was frankly in denial about. And honestly, what I personally saw, Survivor made me quite sick. So you don't want to see what messed up stuff these people are doing on their phones. When it comes to cheating, not all narcissists are technically cheating, quote unquote, but to know narcissism and know the disorder is to know that narcs have large groups of people at their disposal. It's called a narcissistic harem, and I've referenced it in this video. One person is never going to be enough. These people are so incredibly needy. They all have harems of various sizes, but they all have one. They're having emotional affairs, or they're leading people on with the possibility of a relationship at some point, and in the moment, just friend zoning them. This is a disorder where there needs to be more than one person around because the narcissist has so many wants and needs, and it's all the responsibility of others. I did want to talk about the apps, but also how they work to keep a narcissist rolling in supply that's never going to stop. I read an article the other day that said 5.1 billion people are active on some sort of social media. So that's something to think about. What apps do you think that narcs use the most? Tell me down in the comments. Thanks so much for listening. Have a great day, Survivor, and take care of yourself. Narcissists are petty. I mean, there's really no two ways about it. This video discusses why narcissists are looking for revenge, how a narc will actually go about seeking the revenge, and how they, of course, carry it out. I also feel that it's vital to cover when the revenge might be successful versus what will actually happen that can make the revenge completely fail. So, what happens that makes a narcissist decide to seek revenge on a person? Well, let's start out with that tiny, frail, fragile little ego that they have. Narcissists really need to feel extremely important. They have that overinflated sense that they're important, liked, respected, maybe even feared in some cases. And they have this overall general feeling that they are just so much more valuable than other people. And when this ego is bruised, it can cause the narcissist to retaliate in order to try and restore this self image. So, what exactly causes an ego bruise? There are obvious ones, like if a narcissist gets embarrassed, if they feel humiliated, if they get criticized and they feel that it was just too harsh and too much, things like that. However, an ego bruise can also occur if the narcissist even thinks that what you have done to them is some sort of major slight against them. You might go to maybe pick them up for a date or pick them up to take them to work, and they're late getting out of the house and getting to your car. So when they do actually get in the car, you just simply joke with them. You know, it's your punctuality that I admire the most about you. You say it, you laugh, you're giggling, you're teasing them, you're just joking. Them being 10 minutes late is not the end of the world, and you don't act like it is. But it hits a nerve with the narcissist. It can actually be as simple as that, and then you'll hear them fly off the handle. You don't have to point out that I'm late. I'm only late because of insert excuse or justification here. Besides, it's not a big deal. What about that time you were late and it ruined the whole thing? You're terrible. And it will actually go from there. It can bubble up, spiral out of control, and actually have them deciding to do something about it to get you back. They might be even later the next time you go to pick them up on purpose or something else that's extremely petty. Narcissists can also choose a revengey route because of their lack of empathy, since they struggle to empathize and care about other people, as well as having no ability whatsoever to put themselves in anybody else's shoes. This can lead to them desiring revenge because how it would affect you doesn't really register on their radar. They couldn't care less how you feel about it. They're probably planning on making you feel pretty shitty. All they know is they apparently have been wronged by you in some terrible, devious way, and they need to set it right for their own feelings and their own ego. What happens to you? Completely inconsequential to them. Revenge can also be sought out if the narcissist feels like they are losing power and control over a supply source. Narcissists really need to dominate things and have that control in order to tip the scales or flip the script. They can try to get revenge, to make a statement, so to speak, show that they're in charge. They are more powerful and try to make things right again, quote unquote. Narcissists also need excessive amounts of validation, so much so that they can use revenge as a way to get some validation. Because people like this, that are highly narcissistic, are so completely immature about everything, the act of getting back at somebody can make a narcissist feel extremely justified and validated. They feel like they got their dominance back. It helps again with that feeling of power and control. They might say something like, yeah, they thought they were going to try to get one over on me, but I did this, mean thing to them. I sure showed them they're not going to mess with me. I'm smarter, better, faster, stronger, and you know what? Now they know it too. Bet you they won't try to do that again. So, knowing these things, what will a narcissist actually do when they are attempting to seek revenge? How will they try to get away with this? Subtle sabotage is one way that this can be achieved. A narc might engage in more sly, covert tactics to try to sabotage their target. Things like telling lies, spreading rumors, creating certain obstacles, even attempting to attack a person's reputation. And these are things that we commonly see when a narcissist is running a smear campaign. They could also attempt to up the ante, go to the authorities, claim certain things like abuse in order to get restraining orders, get someone arrested, and try to get them in legal trouble. There are times when manipulation and gaslighting are used to get revenge. Gaslighting, which is how they can get someone to doubt their own reality, is a great way to obviously destabilize a person and completely discredit somebody. If a person becomes so gaslighted and so confused about what's going on, this can, one, make a narcissist feel powerful, and two, if nobody believes the other person's story, what greater revenge? The narc obviously has control over a person, and nobody believes them. It could even be potentially true that there are folks who don't believe the narcissist has done anything wrong because no one believes the victim, and the smear campaign is helping. We can't talk about things that narcs do to get revenge without addressing public humiliation. In extreme cases, they might seek out to embarrass or humiliate their target in a public way, spreading rumors to make a person look foolish, making a scene or a spectacle in public, yelling, crying, just really making a big case out of something. They might go on social media and make some inflammatory posts where they're attacking or accusing their own victim of something, and that can prompt a person as well to become humiliated. There are times where a narcissist might decide to take things further as far as the legal route goes. They can make false allegations, file lawsuits, and the like. I also want to make this point here because I want to throw in financial attacks as well. They can attempt to extort a person or somehow use finances to retaliate against somebody that they feel has wronged them. Ruining other relationships might be a choice that a narcissist makes to get revenge. More rumors, a smear campaign. They're going around to everybody that this supply source knows, trying to get them on their team, get them on their side. Oh, can you believe this person is so terrible and so awful? Further isolating their victim, maybe even causing some humiliation, and this will make them feel powerful. Look, I can sway all these people to being on my side and agreeing with me. Dealing with narcissistic abuse can be challenging, and for most, traditional therapy settings aren't the best fit. That's why I offer a unique over-the-phone chat service with flexibility so that you can easily incorporate it into your busy life. You can chat with me, someone who has walked a similar path and genuinely gets what you're going through. My service offers a relaxed and affordable option that won't add to your stress. I keep things casual and supportive, far away from the rigid, formal environments that you might be more familiar with. It's just two survivors talking like friends with a common bond. I focus on what's important to you, providing practical tips and exercises, if you're looking for those, that are tailored to your specific situation. And I understand that what works for one person might not work for another, especially when dealing with the complexities of narcissistic abuse. That's why my approach is different, grounded in empathy, validation, and real-world understanding of all of this, designed to meet you right where you are. Thank you for considering my service. If you have any questions or need more information, there are ways to reach out to me right on the screen. I'm a phone call away and here to support you every step of the way through your healing journey. So, are revenge attempts ever successful? Well, of course they are. And there are some factors that can make this revenge an overall success. So firstly, we have to talk about timing. Some narcs just have impeccable timing. If revenge is executed at a precise time, it can be highly effective. One of those right place, right time kind of things. For example, if they want to humiliate you, they'll actually sit around and wait 6 weeks until your birthday party to execute their plan because they know how many people will be there. People who respect, love, and care about you. And I mean, come on, how great would that be? I also want to tie in here to this timing point, an element of planning and strategy. It's no secret that things that are more planned out just do better than things that are impulsive and rushed. Revenge can also be more successful if the narcissist hits the right nerve with a person. Psychological impact can influence how a narcissist will try to get revenge. If maybe they don't feel like public humiliation will affect you, you're a social butterfly, you're outgoing, you can laugh at yourself and things like that, this person does know your insecurities and will choose something, frankly, far more devastating. Even if the attempt isn't as successful as the narcissist would have hoped, it can do extreme emotional damage because they hit an insecurity and they strike a low blow. Of course, an element of surprise will obviously help revenge be more successful. When something catches anybody off guard, it can have a more negative, long lasting impact. It might not even necessarily be a hot button issue, but timing and the surprise will make it hurt more. But fear not, there are lots of things that can actually cause a narcissist's or anyone's petty revenge, frankly, to crash and burn. Narcissists are petty. I said that in my intro, but they're also people who grossly overreact and can be very excessive about things. So, what can happen in some cases is the smallest little thing that they feel has been done to them can cause them to react impulsively with a huge over exaggeration. And the revenge can seem disproportionate, look foolish, and even backfire. Everybody can see how petty and ridiculous and just way out of proportion it is, even you. And that can really help because knowing that someone is trying to hurt you and they're doing all of this ridiculous nonsense, acting like a child, can actually drastically reduce the effectiveness. Narcs play by their own rules, but what happens is they can end up breaking actual rules and laws in some attempts to get revenge. And this can cause the revenge to backfire, and they can face some serious trouble of their own, truly making the attempt a failure that wasn't worth the consequences they're about to suffer because the narcissist thought they were untouchable. Things like impulsive revenge with poor execution can also lead to failure. A narcissist can get so mad, so hot-headed, and just go for it before a plan has been made, and therefore it can end in disaster. Going one step further, others might see this pathetic attempt and it can actually embarrass the narcissist. Let's also not forget that revenge doesn't work on somebody who can't be affected. Once the narcissist has lost their luster, your no contact or your gray rocking respectively, you're healing, you've ended things, you've moved on. An attempt to maybe try to get revenge by making you jealous, for example, just looks obvious, out of place, too late, and just really all around sad. So there are some times where it just doesn't work because a person just doesn't care anymore. I learned something really important through all of this in dealing with narcissistic people. You can't hurt people who don't care. Revenge can also make a narcissist just look really bad. Honestly, revenge attempts done by anybody just makes any person, not just a narcissist, look bad because it's very clear that person still has an axe to grind, a bone to pick, a chip on their shoulder. They hurt, they care, they're mad, and the like. It lets people know that whatever you're mad about is literally living rent-free in your head. Revenge just doesn't look cute on anybody. And it can actually make people close to a narcissist look at them differently. They might outcast or ostracize the narcissist, or the narc might lose other supply sources because of this pettiness. It is just truly so unattractive. There's nothing wrong with feeling hurt. We can't help how we feel, but it's a really, really bad look for any party involved when you want to try to get somebody back through some kind of revenge. In the end, revenge almost always leads to more harm for the person trying to do it than good. Did a narcissist try to get revenge on you? Share your stories and experiences with me down in the comments. Thanks so much for listening. Have a great day, survivor, and take care of yourself. Narcissists do some really weird things. This video will highlight some really off-the-wall stuff that narcs do. It can help you to be on the lookout for toxic people in your life. And if you've dealt with a narcissist who did anything on my list today, make sure you tell me about it down in the comments. Number 1, a question for your questions. Narcissists love things like circular conversations that don't go anywhere, being ambiguous about things, giving those answers that have the weird double meanings, and answering a question that you might have with a question all their very own. And this is done to deflect, of course, throw off the topic of conversation. It can also help a narcissist shift the blame. Sometimes the question that they will fire back at you will have an intensity behind it. The question might be something very accusatory that throws you into defense mode and throws you off guard. The question might be out of left field, changing the subject completely and causing confusion. There's something to be said when you pose a question to a person and all you get in return is another question. No answer is code for they have an answer, just not a very good one. Number 2, you're just jealous. Lots of people with high levels of narcissistic traits and tendencies have an extremely delusional misconception that everybody is jealous of them. Everybody wants to be them, and everyone wants to be with them. A person with an overinflated ego and sense of entitlement has thoughts like this. This belief they have is rooted deeply in their need for admiration and validation. They believe people everywhere want them and hit on them because, very simply put, they need to believe this. Thinking these things indulges a narcissist's fantasy, their delusional world they live in, and it makes them very happy just to have this thought, true as it isn't, that everybody wants them. Number 3, behaving like a child. There are several childlike behaviors that narcissistic people never quite seem to shed off, even as they grow up. Things like immaturity, emotional immaturity, and being self centered, just to name a couple. Like children, narcissists have feelings that are easy to hurt. They need instant gratification. And there's also a lack of emotional regularity. They're going to have tantrums that makes them look like children, get into petty fights, start drama, and things like that. Always be on the lookout, survivor, for an adult who just can't seem to act like one. Number 4, no conversations. You'll find a narcissist most of the time doesn't actually have a very good back and forth flow of conversation. It's more this really frustrating one-sided dialogue. Flat out, the narcissist just isn't interested in other people's thoughts, emotions, opinions, ideas, goals, dreams, and feelings. And since they're not interested most of the time, they just ramble on endlessly, wanting no input from you nor anybody else. If the conversation does land on you occasionally, you'll notice that slowly things will wiggle around and revert right back onto topics that involve the narc. All of these people are very poor at asking basic questions like, how are you? How's it going? How are you doing? The less somebody asks you and the less they listen, you're going to know that you're just really a set of ears for someone toxic like a narcissist. Number 5, mountains from molehills. Narcissists will take the smallest change in routine, the smallest, tiniest little slight in their life, and blow it completely out of proportion. A fragile self esteem, ridiculous sense of self importance, and very poor coping skills cause somebody like this to take mundane things and make them extraordinarily vital. A narcissist will lash out, yell, scream, play the victim, cry, have a tantrum. The actual reaction they will have varies, of course, depending on who you're dealing with, but nonetheless, a narcissist can blow up and become absolutely hysterical over nothing at all. Be aware of a person's ability to regulate their own emotions and how they handle things. Meltdowns, tantrums, fits of rage, and things like that should not be normal for anybody. Number 6, no relaxation. Make no mistake, narcs love drama. Drama, chaos, fighting, making people feel uncomfortable, pinning people against each other, mayhem. And a lot of this has to do with the ability that a narcissist has to control people and keep them on their toes. They enjoy doing this. A narcissist has no interest in you feeling safe, secure, or stable in a relationship with them. They need too much attention, and that's a pain in the ass, but they're also going to disrupt you because that keeps you weak. The weaker you are, I mean, just the easier you are to control, it's as simple as that. They might try to prevent you from sleeping. They might not give you space when you ask for it. And they're not going to do anything at all to help make your life any easier. And this can actually also create dependency and help keep you around longer. If you're scared, unsettled, anxious, and so on, the narcissist loves this. They love feeling powerful and in control of other people's emotions. There is truly no rest for the weary. Number 7, kids are competition. Now, this one is just flat out sad. I mean, this is all really sad and pathetic, but I feel this one really takes the cake here. Narcissists love to win. And trust me, I'll talk about that more here in just a minute. But the thing is with a narcissist, they don't really care how they get a win or who they get it from. And this will go to show how insecure a narcissist is. They will assert dominance over a child, back them into a corner, be mean to them, where in no way, shape, or form could a child defend themselves. A child can't exit the situation, get in the car, and leave. They won't have the right words to stand up for themselves. Kids are just an easy target. If a child maybe gets praise or attention, you might see a narc swing in and attempt to scoop up a little bit of the feel goods for themselves. Well, yeah, little Jimmy got straight A's, but I made him study. I'm the reason why this great thing happened to my kid. Since narcissists feel pretty shitty about themselves most of the time, comparing and competing with kids makes them feel better about themselves. They also aren't above trying to put themselves before their own children or perhaps their partner's kids, their own stepchildren. Watch out for the 30-year-old, okay, who needs to win the sack race at the 7-year-old's picnic birthday party. Number 8, showcasing the scandalous. There are narcissists out there who will actually flaunt their lying, cheating behavior. They may post this up on social media or be vocal about it with their entourage. This stirs the shit pot, causes drama, and in another really sick way, it exerts power and control. Moreover, malignant style narcissists brandish their cheating and their disgusting ways, almost to dare other people to do something, to egg them on to maybe lash out at the narcissist and cause a fight. This naturally makes their partners feel very insecure and embarrassed, and that can drive survivors to keep trying harder to please the narcissist to make this very public cheating stop. Number 9, jealousy of animals. There really isn't anyone or anything that a narc won't be jealous of. They might be envious of their partner's children, again, their stepchildren, their own kids, and yes, even animals. If you have a fluffy little forefoot or other animal who gets a lot of your time, care, and attention, you might notice a negative response from a narcissist. They might tell you, you spend too much time with your animals. You spend too much money. You spoil them. They might even say things like they're allergic to your animals or your animals are dangerous and you need to get rid of them if you want to continue a relationship with them. Rest assured, a narcissist will find everything that you love in life and do their damnedest to try to get you to either not have it or not love it anymore. Number 10, the ungrateful winner. It's no secret that a narcissist is one sore loser. They yell, they pout, they whine when they lose a board game, a video game, or anything else where they feel that they should have won, but they just fell short. In the event they do win, the last things you're going to get from a narcissist are any kind of tact or grace. They're going to boast, they're going to gloat, they're going to be smug and insufferable. They might even insult other people who didn't win. Everyone can be a sore loser sometimes, sure, but look out for somebody who can't even win with any class, grace, or tact. So what other weird, strange, creepy things do narcs do? Let me know down in the comments below. Thank you so much for listening. Have a great day, survivor, and take care of yourself. Today, we're diving into a topic that is both fascinating and crucial for understanding complex emotional dynamics, and that is the narcissistic collapse. Have you ever wondered what happens when somebody with one of those larger-than-life egos faces a reality check, or how a seemingly invincible personality can suddenly come crashing down? Did you know that there are times when a narcissist will actually seek out isolation? In this video, we will unravel the mystery behind the narcissistic collapse, what it is, what triggers the collapse, and what the collapse will look like to other people. If you've ever been curious about how fragile the facade of confidence really is with a narcissist, listen till the end of the video. A narcissistic collapse doesn't have one specific definition, but it does refer to a severe psychological breakdown or significant emotional distress that a narcissistic person can experience from time to time. A collapse happens when something ends up going wrong in the life of the narcissist, and it causes them to feel all those feelings that they're trying incredibly hard to avoid: shame, humiliation, and inadequacy, just to name a few. There are some coping mechanisms that a narcissist will put in place to help them dodge these feelings, but when a narcissistic injury, otherwise known as an ego bruise, is inflicted, sometimes it's just too much for this person, and a downward spiral or narcissistic collapse will begin. So let's review some things that can actually trigger a narcissistic collapse. Number 1, threats to a narc's precious little image. The image, how the narcissist sees themselves and how they hope everybody else sees them. That's what this disorder is all about. And then, of course, something happens, and they're forced to see that this image is just as fake as they know it is. And of course, this will have bad consequences. Most of the time, these kinds of threats to their image range from being criticized, which will always be seen as a direct threat, things like rejection and failure. Those are going to cause a narcissist more pain than they can handle sometimes, and they just might collapse if it's bad enough that they don't feel like they can recover. Number 2, control loss. Losing power will always make a narcissist feel stupid, outsmarted, and very weak. When they can't control their supply sources, this targets the ego and it lands a direct hit. Control loss happens when people rise up against the narcissist and they refuse to take the treatment. Kids grow up and move away and get away from an abusive parent. Spouses leave, friends bail out, and the like. Narcissists can be such control freaks, they can actually spiral and suffer a collapse after the loss of a loved one, even going as far as to blame the person who's now no longer with us just for disrupting their source of supply, power, and control. Number 3, the fragile self-esteem. I've talked a lot of smack over the years about narcissists. I'm not here to defend them. This is their illness and their problem. However, I truly mean no disrespect to any narcissist when I talk about this. They're weak. They just are. These people are fragile, extremely dependent on other people for emotional support, supply, validation, and even more, like finances and housing. Flat out, they lack resilience. They have poor coping mechanisms, and they can't handle much in life. Again, I really say this meaning no disrespect. These are just the facts. Externally, they can act like a hard ass all they want, but the true internal vulnerability and said lack of strength and resilience can cause these people to crumble. Number 4, cognitive dissonance. So, quick definition, cognitive dissonance is just the state that a person is in when they're having very conflicting thoughts. And this couldn't be more true than for a narcissist who is a walking contradiction of wanting to look strong, but being very weak and being aware of both of these things. Now, strong as they try to be, when evidence is presented to them that goes against, again, that false image and what they've tried to brainwash themselves with, it hurts. Some narcs lack awareness. They don't understand why they're having thoughts and feelings that don't match up. They suffer a collapse as a result of trying to reconcile these thoughts and trying to make them make sense. If you're interested in talking about what you've been going through as a survivor, I provide a chat over the phone service. It's an extremely casual, private place where we can talk as easily as two friends. You can share your story with me, you can vent your frustrations, and we can talk together to help you gain skills and insight as you move along through your journey. You don't have to do this alone. You can click the link at the top of the screen for you now, send a text or an email to get started today. Number 5, the identity crisis. Now, these people have worked very hard and have perfectly curated what they think is the good identity for them to have. A collapse will happen when this is threatened or destroyed. Being exposed, for example, is a very big one. Once everybody knows who this person is and what they're all about, and there's an identity crisis, call it a collapse and the game is over. Number 6, the overwhelm. Narcs have a tendency to overreact, of course, when the ego is harmed. You've seen this, okay? Someone doesn't bow down and worship them, and it ruins their whole day, and they're a complete mess. This overwhelm and influx of emotions is something that not a lot of narcs can be used to. This is very daunting. It's overwhelming and challenging, and this can actually cause a collapse. So, what does it actually look like when a narcissist is experiencing a narcissistic collapse? Let's go over some of the signs that a narcissist might display if they're kind of in the middle of one of these things. We have to start with the obvious one, and that's anger and rage. A narc might be prone to have an explosive outburst, perhaps even more than one. And rest assured, nobody is safe either. These people can erupt on you, others, animals, hell, inanimate objects. They might slam something, throw things around. You might see them taking it out on the dishwasher. Really, who knows? This lashing out, wildly like they do, might be done in a yelly, screamy fashion as they're blame shifting and projecting those uncomfortable feelings onto others. A narcissist might actually get very depressed when they're in a spiral and a collapse. Common signs of depression in any person are feelings of helplessness, hopelessness, and of course, a very deep sadness. They might no longer find joy in things they used to. Even abusing people, controlling people, hoovering supply sources might not bring them the joy that it used to because they're suffering from depression. Believe it or not, if a narcissist is having a collapse, they can actually withdraw, retreat, and isolate themselves when something bad has happened to them and they're struggling to make it right in their minds and they just don't know what to do. They'll no longer be social, they'll avoid interactions. In some cases, they might not even be looking for new forms of supply. A lot of the time, a narcissist will retreat from outside society and hang out online if they're hanging out at all. Another sign is a narcissist might become extremely paranoid as a result of an injury so badly that they're just struggling. And you may notice some hypersensitivities with this person as well. Unfortunately, a narcissist can become very self-destructive, as if they weren't, their own worst enemy already. Narcs are by nature immature, impulsive, and neglecting little creatures. This can ramp up and spiral out of control. Things like drinking, drugs, substance abuse, risky sexual behavior, excessive spending, and in some cases, they might resort to crime. The inability to cope can lead them to neglecting their home, their jobs, their kids, and more. Most of the time, a narcissist is going to try to make themselves feel better any way they can. And this can lead to hasty decisions, again, impulsive decisions, and a desperation for supply. They might begin to actually act more cocky and bold to try to recover from an ego bruise. In times like this, it's really not all that uncommon that a narcissist will dive deeper into the delusional world, that they're already living in every day. The unrealistic thinking, the delusional thinking, allows the narcissist to justify their behavior and make them feel like everything they've done is okay, even if it's something very wrong. You're going to deal with things like instability as this walking contradiction tries to put themselves right again. Mood swings, inconsistency, like these people don't already act this way pretty much daily. And let's not forget the passive aggressive behavior as well. They can go after revenge, become very retaliatory, ignorant, immature, the defensiveness will escalate. And you might wonder, how long will something like this last? And that's something that is just extremely difficult to predict. So if this is something that you're trying to sort out in your mind, I want you to consider some of the following variables if you're trying to figure this out. Firstly, the severity of the collapse. Was it mild or completely horrific for them? How do they cope? What are their skills? Are they tough? Are they resilient? Do you see them coping? Are they doing these things more often? How much other supply is available for them to feed on as they heal? Are you notice them maybe becoming reclusive and hiding away? Well, it might be worse than you think. Are they aware of this? Do they have any insight? What are the current stressor? You know what? Don't bother trying to figure out how long this will last. As always, if you have the ability to get away from these people, get away from these people. And if not, stay as far away as you possibly can. Narcissistic collapses are typically very intense and very disruptive, but again, not permanent. Did you notice maybe in your own situation a narcissist going through a collapse or a downward spiral? If you would like, feel free to share what you witnessed down in the comments. I invite you to become a channel member and support my efforts to raise awareness about narcissism here on YouTube. Your monthly pledge entitles you to have your name here with these other lovely survivors. You get access to some videos of mine, and for the most dedicated survivors, you get a private chat with me once a month. Thank you for the consideration. Have a great day, survivor, and take care of yourself. Narcissists have a laundry list of secrets that they're hiding, secrets that they hide from you and everybody else, too. There are those among them who are better, of course, at hiding these secrets than others, but they never ever want you to really learn about any of these things. In this video, I want to completely expose all of these secrets and help survivors know what to expect when they're dealing with a toxic, narcissistic person. Number 1, they don't connect emotionally. The first thing that happens when you meet a narcissist is you get love bombed by them. Now, not all narcissists are created equal. Some of them love bomb far more furiously than others do. They do, however, show more interest. They're more flirty, give you more attention when they're trying to draw somebody in and test out what kind of supply the person will be. The issue is, because of love bombing, it seems as if the two of you are connecting in a way. Whether it's a friendship or something romantic, you can feel that something is forming. This emotional connection, however, is vastly one-sided. And that's the whole point of love bombing, to get you to fall hard and fast and be wrapped up in them while they're just too busy pushing your boundaries, testing you, and trying to figure out what they can get from you. And this is why we have a more difficult time moving on than they do. If you never connect with a person, it's not really very hard to walk away. The deep emotional connection just never forms on the side of the narcissist. The love bombing simply has us confused that some mild interest, passion, lust, or other interactions is an actual, true emotional connection. Number 2, you are not their one and only. And I want to use this point to add that not all of a narcissist's supply is romantic. They'll siphon supply from anybody, their siblings, their kids, their parents, hell, their neighbors, coworkers, friends, and everybody in between. You are never the only one under the spell of this narcissist that you're dealing with. It might not look like they have something else going on romantically, and maybe they don't, but rest assured there are other avenues for them to drive down to get an ego boost or two if they seem to think they need it, which they always do. We'll get how they go about doing this here in just a minute, because that's a secret too, albeit probably not a very well kept one. Number 3, the cell phone is a lifeline. You see, I told you we'd get here. Again, not a very good secret, but the cell phone is attached to a narcissist at the hip most of the time. Even though some of these secrets aren't kept very well, the narcissist will always hope that you continue to fall for their bullshit and that you never find any of these things out. Narcs are filled with their overinflated egos and their arrogance, and these things have them convinced that they're keeping secrets perfectly fine and well, when in all actuality, that's not so much the case. A narcissist's cell phone, which if you want to know what's actually going on in their phone, I'll link a video I did a couple of months ago at the top of the screen for you there. But this phone is basically their complete harem in a nice convenient little gizmo that fits in their pocket. The cell phone, of course, holds the social media, the dating apps, and other secrets they have. Again, check out that video for a deeper dive into the cell phone stuff. But this is what they use to hoover people, find new people, keep people in line, and run their little narcissistic empire. It helps them to have control over dozens of people without even ever having to leave the sofa if they don't want to. It is a huge tool for them to use, and it is a secret they hope you never find out about. Number 4, sex is a tool. I'll be as delicate as I can on this point because there's no need to be crude and YouTube doesn't like it anyway, but this is absolutely a tool for both male and female narcissists alike, but both genders have some secrets behind it. The female narcissist typically pushes for this kind of interaction very quickly. It's a very serious step to take with the person, and the narcissist hopes that you will confuse the intimacy and the closeness of this act as genuine interest, emotional connection, and feelings. And I assure you, it is none of those things. This is what female narcs do to get a person hooked on them, and then without warning, they begin to withhold and possibly breadcrumb anything physical, and then it becomes a bargaining chip. And of course, the age old tale, it's also used as an ego boost. They feel wanted, desired, and happy that they're luring somebody into their web. Male narcs use this tool also as nothing more than really an ego boost. It is less about trying to trap a person like it is with a female narcissist, but male narcs also carry that same misconception, although it works a lot of the time. This act will mean more to you than it does to them, but either way you slice it, this is something that they never ever want you to know about. They never want you to see through it, that it doesn't really mean anything. It's all designed to keep you around longer, it makes you do more for them, and it also gives you the false hope that they actually love you. And an added little bonus secret here, they don't love you, but they don't love them, so we'll get there too. If you're finding your way through healing from a horrific narcissistic relationship, I am available for phone chat sessions. I offer this service to survivors and provide a safe, judgment-free space where you can confide in me like a friend. You can get support, validation for what you're going through, and if you need it, I can offer guidance, tools, tips, and tricks for getting past rumination, a trauma bond, going no contact, and more. You can set up a chat with me today by clicking the link on the screen, sending a text for more information, or by sending me an email. I'm here for you through every step of your journey in healing and recovery. Number 5, they love drama. Something that they do actually love. I want to share something I learned about toxic people, not necessarily a narcissist, but it's good to know things about just toxic people in general, and that is they tell on themselves. People like narcissists say really weird things in conversation that more well-adjusted people just don't say. It's common for a narcissist to say these things that don't seem weird at the time, but they really are. Something like, I swear to God, this actually happened. Or, I know this sounds unbelievable, but it's true. They might say something like, I've never cheated on anybody. I'm not a cheater. And lastly, the one that connects my point here, they say, I hate drama. And these are just weird things to say. I can't mention that enough times. I say none of these in my day-to-day interactions with people, and you probably don't either. There is something to be said for a person who feels the need to drive these points home. And it's simple. It's because it's a lie. People who say, I hate drama, you'll find they love it, or you'll see them always involved in drama, and then they act flustered and frustrated, and oh my, how do I keep getting pulled into all of these situations? How does this keep happening? They're not pulled in. They stir it up, they shake it up, and they insert themselves into the drama. Narcissists need drama and other things to amuse themselves. When you begin to get devalued after the love bombing phase, half of the time, it's because the narc is just bored of the situation and they're looking for a little fun. They possess a novelty-seeking behavior that has them looking for what will give them the drama, the excitement, and some cheap thrills. And they're always hoping that you won't connect the dots and discover that little phrases like I hate drama are complete and utter lies. Number 6, they couldn't care less about labels. Whether you're married, dating, or just friends, there are only 2 labels that a narc really does care about. Are you good supply or are you not? Now, they might push you to get into a relationship, and yes, they might push you to get married, but it's not the label that they're looking for. It's just to see if they can get more from you and keep you around longer. You see this when a relationship ends and they ask you to be friends. Or they might keep you in the friend zone the whole time. But then there are certain times you'll notice that that line between friendship and romance gets very blurry. And this is because they don't really care what it is or what you call it. Do they have access to you? Can they manipulate you? Or can they not? And this is a big secret they try to keep, and they hope you never catch on to. Number 7, you are replaceable. I'm not saying you'll be replaced with somebody good, but you are 100% replaceable to a narcissist. And people like this, they don't value the supply that they have because it's simply a dime a dozen. You might be working out well for them in the moment, but it's never enough. And as soon as your devaluing hits, sometimes even before, their head is already on a swivel looking around for someone else to add to the mix. You are 100% replaceable. And here's the thing, survivor, you have to be. These emotional vampires suck you dry, blame you for not being the same as you used to be after they've terrorized you and tortured you, and then on like a tornado tearing through a town, fast, unrelenting, gone without giving a damn about the destruction they've caused that takes so long to repair. There will be another person and another person and another person. Love bombing is all about setting you up to feel like you're great and absolutely irreplaceable, and they hope that you never see through this. And if you do, they will work very hard to remind you that if you're feeling this way, well, that's your fault. Number 8, they are insecure, weak, and jealous. Now, this one is more for the overt and more malignant narcissist. The covert narcs, also called vulnerable narcissists, often rely on telling people some of their weaknesses and insecurities because it's the covert or vulnerable narcissist that is more prone to playing the sad, tragic, weak, helpless little victim-y underdog. Narcissists, most of the time, don't want to be seen as anything other than bulletproof. You can't get to them, you can't hurt them, you can't make them jealous, and the like. You can absolutely do all of these things, though I'm not really sure why you would want to. Narcs across the board are so pathetic and self-loathing that there's nothing that you really need to do to make things worse for them. Just like we are always harder on ourselves than anybody else ever could be, the same goes for narcs. Nothing makes them really more miserable than, well, I mean them. The only time you might see these things is when they need to flip the script and be the victim. Narcs keep all kinds of secrets, maybe not well, but there is a boatload of stuff that they hope that we never find out. Do you know any secrets that you realized in your situation that maybe I didn't talk about in the video? Make sure you leave those down in the comments. Thanks so much for listening. If you would like to see your name added to the list of these amazing survivors on the screen, you can hit the join button just below the video and become a channel member today. Your support helps me keep spreading awareness of narcissism and healing full-time, and I thank you for the consideration. Have a great day, survivor, and take care of yourself. Does a narcissist know that they're a narcissist? Some people say yes, and other people say no. And sadly, I'm here to tell you that it's both. This video will pull apart and help answer that question of, does a narcissist know who they really are? The first thing we really have to do is understand that narcissistic personality disorder, like so many other mental and personality disorders, runs on a spectrum. No narcissist is exactly like another. Neither are two people with bipolar or OCD, schizophrenia, and the like. To help myself even understand this a little bit better, I have begun to split this disorder into like 2 different sections, and I call it high functioning and low functioning narcissism. Now, this is just what I do. You won't find this in other videos more than likely or other articles. This is just how I kind of broke it down for myself. It's not exactly that cut and dry as high and low functioning, and I'll talk about it here in a minute. Like I say, just for even me to get a handle quickly, the low functioning narcissism, so to speak, as I kind of call it, they have less awareness than other people. But let's break this down a little bit more and go through the different places, kind of. Let's have some little pit stops along the spectrum of narcissistic personality disorder. Let's just start at the bottom with those who have absolutely little to no self-awareness. They have absolutely no idea that they're toxic, narcissistic, and abusive. These are the folks that are heavily delusional, big-time dwellers in their own little fantasy world, and they just really couldn't have less of an idea that their behavior is harmful. This category can be filled with narcissists who are terrible, but they're just so far gone, low functioning, as I say, so deeply rooted into their narcissism. The weird thing about it is they might even think that they're good, nice, caring people. Some even think that they're great, dare I say. Have you ever heard a narcissist tell you how empathic they are and nice and understanding? Yeah, that's these folks right here. No awareness, no self-reflection. You will never be able to convince a person like this to get any kind of help. Unfortunately, this disorder has completely swallowed a person like this. So our next little pit stop moves us to, we come across those that are slightly less delusional about things. They know something is up. They might realize that they have trauma or commitment issues, abandonment issues, and they might even realize they have a few flaws, but they do not, again, think that they're bad, narcissistic, abusive, anything like that. Again, there's a slight higher ability here to understand, but narcissistically, lots of denial and stuff that a lot of narcs do. They would never think of themselves as narcissistic. Then we move up into what I believe to be a larger group, those who know, or maybe slightly higher functioning, quote unquote, more narcissists. I believe there are more narcissists in the world who know over those who don't, but don't rule out those first two groups I just kind of talked about, because they're definitely out there, and maybe you've even dealt with someone like that. The ones that are just so far gone, they don't recognize anything. So I like to call this little group right here the classic middle of the road narcissist. They know they're toxic, they know they're unhealthy, they know they have issues. However, these people still more than likely wouldn't call it narcissism, but only because it's narcissism. So when you have that disorder, everything bad and wrong, it might be because you did it, but it's still at the result of somebody else, and it's someone else's fault. Again, classic narcissism. They're going to start gaslighting and blame shifting. So all the bad that they're very aware that they're doing is nonetheless the result of somebody else's actions. Please see the information on the screen now if you would like to work with me one-on-one. Then we begin to take a step further, and as we go further, I feel like all of this ramps up and gets worse. It's one thing to not really know and be so ill and in your illness that you think you're great. It's almost like the kid who doesn't know not to touch the hot stove. But when the person knows, I feel personally it can get far more dangerous, because this next group knows. And you know what? They probably even know it's narcissism too. And I'll tell you something else. They don't give a shit. They really, truly couldn't care less what they have or what they don't. All they understand is they have needs, and they need to figure out how to get those needs met, or who more than likely will be meeting those needs. They know they have things that need to get done, and they have to figure out what to do to make it happen. So there's that little group right there. And then we reach the end game, the narcissism that borders on malignant, psychopathic, sociopathic behavior. Those who know and are absolutely just defiant, the most repugnant, worst kind of narcissism. The people with the huge sense of entitlement, the absolute worst of the worst. They're mentally, physically abusive. These are the ones that get up in your face. They yell, they scream, they throw things. They go, yeah, that's right. I cheated on you. What are you going to do? Leave me? You're not going to leave me. Or they might say something like, yeah, that's right. I said, give me $1,000 before I call up your job and complain and get you fired. How would you like that? I think you better just give me the money. There's just this malignant, cold, cruel, extreme entitlement. Again, that defiant nature. They're just going to resist every little single thing that they don't want to do. And again, they know they just really can't be bothered. They don't care. And you might find that these are the people who, or say something along the lines of, well, this is just who I am. This is just me, and you're just going to have to accept me the way I am. This is me. This is what I do. And I also want to address what I personally would consider the oddball group here. And there are some narcissists out there, and just because I say they're the oddball, it doesn't necessarily mean it's the smallest group of them. These are just the weirdos, basically. And those are the people that know that there's some kind of disorder or illness, and maybe they do know it's narcissism. But these folks are slightly different. These are some of the people who might even try to get help, but they just can't get through therapy. Again, the narcissism kicks in, they can't do it. And they might actually honestly feel bad about the things that they do, despite the fact that their illness will cause them to fail. They still try. Again, they're aware, and unlike any of the other groups here that I've talked about, they do not love this about themselves. It's exhausting and painful. And I think that these are the folks that maybe have the absolute highest of awareness, and they're not necessarily the most abusive. It is still abuse, even though you're aware that you're doing it and you can't do anything to stop it. There's still signs of the disorder there. Of course, this is just a few examples. There are dozens in between. We could literally be here all day trying to talk about every little single thing. Narcissism isn't and never will be a black and white extremist kind of thing. There are 1 million shades of gray when it really comes down to what these people know, what they don't, and how they feel about it. And even more so, if they know what they're dealing with, how do they behave with that information? But I want to talk about what really matters here. And that is, no matter the level of this person or people that you're dealing with, whether they know or they don't, in the end, that really doesn't erase what you go through in a relationship, a friendship, even with a coworker. This is not all romantic. They do this to anybody and everybody. And regardless of even if they're aware of it, it doesn't make it good. It doesn't change, again, what you went through as a survivor. Whether it's a disorder or just a mean, nasty person, it's treatment that you don't deserve. Don't put up with it 1 second longer than you have to. Thank you so much for listening. Please like, share, and subscribe if you haven't. Have a great day, survivor, and take care of yourself. Whether it's a man or a woman, narcissism is no joke. It's a very serious personality disorder. In this video, however, I will be discussing the signs of a female narcissist. It's not that narcissistic males can't do anything on my list here. They certainly can, but some are just more important highlights that might help you spot female narcissism specifically. Number 1, a social media addiction. All narcissists have a social media addiction, whether it's all the dating apps, tweeting obsessively, or fighting with other people like a true keyboard warrior in a YouTube video comments section. Females with high levels of narcissism, however, tend to focus more on things like posting incredible amounts of selfies, what they had for lunch, as if anybody actually cares. And there also is a preoccupation with high follower counts and getting a massive amount of hearts and likes on all of their posts. Women also have a tendency to create a totally different identity than the one that they actually have in real life. For example, they might be tagging along on a vacation with coworkers, their friends, and even their partner, but you'll find them posting on their social media and updating everything as if they're on the trip alone and they have some kind of socialite celebrity lifestyle. Number 2, vanity. Again, all narcs are hella vain, but it's women more often than not who are far more obsessed with physical appearances, not just other people, but their own as well. That being the case, you can really strike a nerve if you discuss how they look, what they're wearing, or even their weight. You'll notice as well, more often than not, women are going in for plastic surgery and other procedures, and they do this more than narcissistic men. Number 3, self-centeredness. Being selfish, come on, that's a classic sign that a person has at least some narcissistic traits. Female narcissists spend far more time usually talking about themselves than males do. You might notice a female going on and on with a monologue and also asking very little about you. If for some reason the conversation does move in a different direction, you'll find somehow it comes back around to them so that they can carry on with their one-woman show. Female narcissists will often play the victim and make types of excuses for why they've made a mistake or for why they're engaging in unacceptable behavior. And you might also find that these excuses have men playing a primary role, and those are the ones who the woman tends to blame. A man hurt them or lied to them or did something to them. For example, they might say, well, he was flirting with me. All I did was be friendly. I wasn't flirting back. Or something like, my boss expects me to do more work. He picks on me because I'm a woman. When in reality, it's not true. It's just that the narcissist probably isn't pulling their own weight at their job, and their boss is coming down on them for a lackluster performance. Number 5, mean girls. Typically, females with high levels of narcissistic tendency aren't physically aggressive. Not always, plenty of them can be, but most of the time, females tend to be more vicious in those high school mean girls kind of ways. They spread the rumors that you've done all kinds of horrific things that never happened, and the gossip spreads like wildfire that you are a terrible person. They bully by running smear campaigns, for example, going around to everybody who they can find to share how terrible you are. They're also more prone to really childish name calling or bringing up petty things during an argument. They'll always hit below the belt. If they're feeling particularly nerky, they can even decide they're going to ignore you. And as they do that, they might be waiting for an apology or waiting for you to chase them. Now, I want to be clear that this kind of abuse, and it is abuse, can be just as damaging as physical forms of aggression. This does not mean that a narcissist can't be just as bad, if not worse, as a male with the same tendencies. Number 6, overly emotional. Narcissists are some of the most easily offendable people that you'll ever meet, and this is due to the incredible frail and fragile ego. Women are more than likely to be offended over a male narcissist. The fact that they're more likely to be offended, even when you're not trying to, can lead to out of control emotional outbursts and horrific lashing out. This is also a good time if they choose for them to shut down and go silent. Either way, emotions are running high with someone like this. Dealing with the aftermath of a toxic relationship can feel like trying to find your way through a really dense fog. I specialize in helping people understand and recover from narcissistic personality disorder by offering a unique approach to counseling and coaching. Unlike traditional sessions, my support happens over the phone, so you can unwind privately in your own space and have a genuine, relaxed conversation. Say goodbye to those stuffy office environments and that impersonal, supposed one-size-fits-all advice. Every session is tailored to be exactly what you need, and you get the honesty and insight from somebody who understands what truly works. Real, customized guidance that also helps you feel validated, supported, and in control. To chat with a survivor who will be there for you every step of the way, click the link at the top of the screen, drop me a text or an email to get started today. Number 7, super needy. I mean, all narcs are needy. Let's get that out of the way. However, a female narcissist can and will be seen as far more dependent on other people than a male. First of all, females need far more validation. I'll expand on that in a minute. You may notice that they need constant compliments, reassurance that they're attractive, desirable, sexy, and so on. I do, however, have to point out that this is not always like narcissism related. When any person, male, female, narc, or empath, has low self-esteem, they will be looking for others to boost them up and to make them feel good about themselves. The real issue in cases like these is the person doesn't believe that they're wanted or lovable, whatever the case may be. Seeking validation from others, narcissist or not, is a fool's errand, though. For example, if you don't think you're attractive or intelligent, no amount of somebody else telling you that you are is going to fix the issue. Self-esteem is just that, self-esteem issues. Where the narcissist goes wrong is they can be aware that they have self-esteem problems, but they decide to make it everybody else's chore and task to lift them up. They get disheartened, of course, when this doesn't work. In true narcissistic fashion, they blame you for not being able to do what they should be doing. And this is a huge part of why you never feel like you can do enough for them. You most certainly can. That's not the issue. The low self-esteem, frankly, survivor, is their job to fix. There's something wrong there internally, and that has nothing to do with you. Number 8, mind reading. I have found very little about this as I've been digging around reading articles and things about female narcissism. I only ever found one piece, and it was a few years ago, that talked about how females with MPD expect other people to be mind readers. Now, I think this is true for a lot of narcissists, but even in my own work that I've done with my clients over the last 5 years, it's very clear that characteristically, narcissistic women, more of them than men, expect you to know what they're thinking, feeling, and what you need to be doing to keep them happy at every single turn. And so I wanted to mention this here in this video. You might hear specific phrases like, well, you should have known I didn't want to go to that restaurant. You should have known that when I didn't text you back, I was mad at you, and you should know why. Number 9, seductiveness. This is a huge part of female narcissism. I will not get too much into detail here. YouTube doesn't like that. Plus, I find it a little distasteful. I don't want to offend any listeners, so I will be as clear yet nondescript as I can. Women absolutely capitalize on their sex appeal, their ability to be flirtatious, and their looks to coerce people into relationships with them. You'll see more provocative and even suggestive photos on social media, for example. Physical behavior is used as a bargaining chip in some relationships where a narcissist will only show the affection or be physical with a person if they feel something is in it for them. Or they might openly engage in these activities after forcing a partner to promise to take them somewhere or buy them something, for example. This is huge during the love bombing phase of the relationship. They will be very physical, very willing to do so, and then boom, take it all away and begin withholding in order to control a person. Number 10, instability. A lot of times women with more severe MPD are very volatile and unstable. Holding down a job, for example, is typically pretty impossible, as is having long-term meaningful relationships of any kind. That's just virtually beyond all reach. Over the years, I have begun to call this either high-functioning or low-functioning narcissism. Since this is a disorder that we know runs on a spectrum, there are some male and female narcs alike who can just handle, for lack of a better term, their disorder more than other people. They can hold a job, not be ridiculous spenders, and maybe even be okay with money and so on. But I feel the more intense signs of narcissism, the more signs of narcissism a person has, the lower functioning they are. So for some, it is just impossible. There is also a sense of entitlement that comes in here with female narcissism where they don't feel as if they have to work or lift a finger or do anything of that sort. That should all be done for them. Number 11, the chase. This is also something that I haven't been able to find much about in articles and research, but where I did find it is from hearing so many stories about narcissism from clients and survivors alike over the last 5 or 6 years. Female narcissists not only want you to chase and chase and chase, sometimes they'll actually break up with you and end the relationship just to see if you will continue to chase them. If you choose not to do so for the 100th time, they'll turn on you and lash out at you and accuse you of never having loved them at all. And there seems to be this overarching theme in the chase that you just need to continue to prove your love and undying devotion to a female narcissist again and again and again. And this goes back to what I was saying earlier about self-esteem. If a person doesn't feel desirable, they absolutely will go to extremes, like breaking up, to try to self-soothe and make themselves feel like someone wants them. And this is also why I feel in a lot of cases, a female narcissist will pursue and be very pushy with their potential supply sources. If they can snag somebody, it helps the ego, it helps the self-esteem, they feel desired and wanted. Number 12, status, status, status. It's more common for the female narcissist to have a materialistic obsession. They might have fantasies about being rich, even talk a lot about name brand clothing, other accessories. They're obsessed with other symbols of wealth and things that people assume rich folks have, the top line cars, the home, other things like that. They can also carry over into friendships and relationships with this nonsense. This is not just romantic relationships that suffer in these ways. They do this with everybody. They might try to be friends or mingle only with the most successful people they can find. This can also tie into their reputation and status with, of course, their social media. Number 13, wearing the petty crown. Female narcs are just more petty than males with higher levels of narcissism. They just are. They have a tendency to get stuck and hyperfixate on very small details. And usually these are things that don't matter or that nobody else even notices. And this brings a level of bitterness, nastiness, resentment, and jealousy to a female narcissist. And this also leads to them working harder to get revenge on someone. Now, I just want to be clear once more. I'm not saying that male narcs don't do these things and that female narcs only do these things. A huge disclaimer. There is a lot of overlap because I'm still talking about the disorder in general. These are some more subtle differences between men and women. So this is yet another callback to just being in my line of work for all these years. Women seem far more interested in getting petty revenge, being jealous, feeling scorned over a male narcissist. It's been my experience that the female will try to get people fired from their jobs, lose their homes. They can even fight for sole custody of children that they don't even want, but they want to take it and hurt their partners and feel as if they have power and control. I also just want to add here, if you've made it this far, female narcs absolutely do this to other women as well. Like I said, friends, coworkers, family, children. It's not just women necessarily doing this to men. Nobody is safe. Just like with male narcs, no one is safe from a female narcissist. And just like any other narc, what you're looking for, if you're trying to determine what this person is going through mentally, you're looking for patterns of behavior. Do they habitually lack empathy, sympathy, seem to have a sense of entitlement or a grandiosity about them? Those are the key signs of narcissism across the board. If you feel like you're dealing with a female narc, keep your distance, consider ending things with them, keep your expectations low. These are not people who are ever going to give you what you need in a relationship. If you found this video insightful or helpful, I invite you to subscribe to my channel. It's free, easy, and offers amazing support as it helps keep my channel growing. It also allows you to keep up to date with my videos and information. If you would like to add a level of support, consider becoming a channel member. For $1 a month, you can enter an exclusive group of survivors who help me keep my channel running. You can do that by clicking the join button just below the video or click the link that's available for you in the description. I thank you for the consideration as well as taking the time to listen today. And as always, have a great day, survivor, and take care of yourself. There are, well, more than a handful of things that you can do that will absolutely terrify a narcissist. And these are things that you can do with or without even knowing that you're doing this and without meaning to do this. And this video will explain what these things are and how each one can shake a narcissist to their very core. Number 1, accountability. A person with high levels of narcissism will struggle to take any kind of responsibility for their actions. When they are confronted with this, their most common plan of attack is to deflect any blame and throw it back onto somebody else. It's called blame shifting. For example, if you are talking to a narcissist about infidelity, they will immediately get very defensive and usually end up telling you that it's your fault that they made these poor decisions and that they were unfaithful. They might even go on and on about how deficient you are in certain departments, and before you even know it, you're standing there trying to defend yourself and taking responsibility for the narcissist's behavior. Number 2, being positive. Any kind of positivity or self-confidence coming from you can and will terrify a narcissist. One of a narc's primary jobs when they're dealing with supply sources is to break your soul, break your spirit, however you want to say it. And they will do this especially with their partners. The more sad, scared, confused, lonely, and depressed you are, 1, gives them an ego boost, and 2, makes them feel incredibly powerful and in complete control. Unfortunately, this works most of the time. Also, when you feel bad about yourself, it kind of stops you and holds you back from tapping into your true power and resilience. When this happens and they suck all the positivity and fun out of life, you're prone to staying in the relationship longer and putting up with more of their destructive behavior. And you'll also notice any attempts of you being positive will quickly be shut down or met with negativity. Number 3, block, delete, peace out. No contact, as you might imagine, will terrify a narcissist. This is a person. This is a person who is consumed with looking for and finding people to add to their collection of little sources that they can leech off of for supply. When you or anyone decides that no contact is a way to go, they lose that source, and this can send them into a tailspin. They can desperately scramble around looking for a new person to put in your place. Hoovering can happen if they're having low or no luck getting more supply, sure. Cutting communication with a narcissist hits them right where it hurts, right in that little ego. And let's not forget about what it does to them that you're the one who's choosing to move on and break away. Number 4, building your support team. Isolation can be a strong weapon for a narcissist to use. Getting you away from very trusted friends and family will help them keep control over you in a relationship. So, if you keep your friends and family close, as well as maybe having other close people nearby that you can trust, and keep your support team strong, this is very scary for a narcissist. The more people you keep around, the more people are subject to seeing what's happening to you, and also they can try to point this out to you and warn you to leave. Even after a relationship with a narcissist is over, having as big of a support system as you can possibly find will be instrumental in your healing. Trust me, the more, the merrier. Number 5, challenging them. A narcissist truly believes it's their way or the highway. Their opinions are the only ones that matter here. They're the only ones that are the smartest, bestest, fastest, strongest. When you challenge them on things they're saying or doing, this causes fear. They can't risk you rising up, having a thought, a feeling, an opinion, or possibly taking control. And by challenging them, you're showing them that you aren't afraid to speak up and you're not afraid to be heard. Managing life after a toxic relationship can often feel like untangling a very complex web. I specialize in helping individuals navigate the complexities and confusion of narcissistic personality disorder. My counseling and coaching services are distinct, different from anybody else's. They take place over the phone, allowing you to unwind and be open and honest in your own environment and converse with me just like a friend. You won't find any stiff office atmospheres or cookie cutter advice. Each session revolves around your specific needs, whatever those might be. You can expect genuine, tailored support from somebody who's been through all of this and knows what truly works. If you are ready to regain a sense of lightness, relief, and control, click the link above, send a text or an email to get started today. Number 6, criticism. For a person who thinks themselves perfect, like a narc, any kind of critique is seen as an all-out personal attack. Even the most professional, constructive of criticisms makes the narcissist reflect, and it hits them, that realization that they're far from perfect, just like the rest of us. As with everything else on this list, you may or may not even realize the smallest things that you're saying or doing is affecting them so negatively and is scaring them. And this only goes to show that you hurting them so badly without even knowing, without even meaning to, proves how low their self-esteem and confidence really is. Number 7, denying empathy. Most people are specifically targeted by narcissists because they have a sympathetic, empathetic nature about them. This is preyed upon as this emotional vampire feeds off of it. Frequent sob stories can tap into a person's empathy. And when you deny them that empathy, that scares the hell out of them. Think about it. What would they do if they could no longer manipulate you? What would happen if the sob stories, the lies, and the other bullshit to cover their betrayal didn't work anymore? I can see how that can scare somebody who thrives off of just that. Number 8, exposure. If you won't give a narcissist what they want, they will find it somewhere else. Or more accurately, from somebody else. There's always somebody else. And therefore, exposure of the way they really behave and who they really are has dire consequences. A narcissist can and will go well out of their way, even if they don't want to, in order to try to stop their bad reputation from getting out. If they feel exposure may be happening, this can kick them into high gear, and they may begin or ramp up a smear campaign against you or other people. And all this smearing and gossiping and rumor spreading and everything else they're doing can help deflect and distract others about what and who they really are and begin to shine a spotlight on somebody else. Number 9, humiliation in public. There are 2 feelings that a narcissist hates, probably more than they hate anything else: shame and humiliation. The ego of a narcissist has them feeling cocky and confident. If you embarrass them in public, it can cause a meltdown. Not only in that moment are you knocking them off their little perfection pedestal, but you're doing it in front of other people. And now those other people see the flaws and the imperfections that this person has, no matter how small. That hits the ego. Number 10, no. We've gone from the least favorite feelings to the least favorite word for a narcissist. Control, as I've already said about 5 times, is very important to a narcissist. Their behavior usually encourages people to just do whatever they want because, oh my God, you don't want to deal with them or the hissy fit. Definitely a group of people here that are not used to the word no. But doing this shows a level of confidence and standing up for yourself. This simple act alone can scare a narcissist. They fear that they won't get what they want from you. Everyone ends up saying no at some point. And this is another example of something that you can do with no intention of hurting them. You're just looking after yourself, and you will get the high-toned hissy fit, or usually radio silence, out of complete fear. Number 11, not paying attention. Attention, basically oxygen to a narcissist. In this community, it's known as narcissistic supply. Very simply, when you stop paying attention to them, alarm bells start going off. Even if you slow down with attention, you're still giving some, but not what you used to, they might call it out. Something as simple as maybe a shorter text than usual from you can strike fear. They can frantically pester you. I personally witnessed this as my texts got shorter and an influx hit my phone. What's wrong? Are you okay? Are you mad? Why won't you answer? Why the short answer? Are you doing something else? Are you busy? So on and so forth. You can watch them lose complete control when you decide that, they're just not going to get the attention that they think they deserve. Number 12, radio silence. This goes hand in hand with not paying attention. Not going to spend much time here. When you go silent, the narcissist will, of course, fear that they're losing the supply. The panic is going to set in. And as I just said, they might call or text in a frenzy trying to get you to talk. Again, once more, it shows that you have the power, you have the control, and they are very clearly losing it. Number 13, regaining control. Speaking of control, let's just link all of these together. You having any kind of control in the relationship is not the way the narcissist has planned it. You being assertive and aware and in control makes a narc fear that they're losing you as a source. If you rise up, if you get tall and stand strong, they fear that you might go somewhere else. Number 14, rejection. This one cuts deep for a narcissist. The sense of entitlement they have has them thinking they are the ones who do the rejecting, not the one who gets rejected. Once more, this little fantasy bubble that they're living in gets popped, and they feel all those uncomfy feelings that they try so hard to hide. The inadequacy, the inferiority, how they feel unwanted, unloved. And also, when they're the ones who get rejected and you move along, they also feel outsmarted. Number 15, setting boundaries and consequences. Obviously, now you having any kind of standards, boundaries, or consequences when those boundaries are breached is going to trigger fear in a narcissist. Now, the commonality of everything in this list is that they very strongly fear the possibility of losing the control and losing a supply source. Narcissists are obsessed with having as many supply sources as they can and knowing they have a firm hold on all of those people so that they can use them as they desire. All of these points basically revolve around you taking away the life breath of a narcissist. They feel as if they're losing the attention, supply, and everything else that they make other people responsible for supplying them. So, what have you done to terrorize a narcissist? Did you realize you were doing this? Did you even mean to do it? Share with me down in the comments. Thank you so much for listening today. If you enjoy my videos, I hope you'll subscribe to the channel. It's completely free, it's easy, and a magnificent way to help my channel grow. Plus, you become part of the community and you'll be kept up to date with my videos. If you would like to be an amazing supporter and help keep my channel growing, I hope that you'll consider becoming a channel member for $1 a month. You can click the join button just below the video, or you can see the video description for more links on how to reach out and talk with me, leave me messages, and even support my efforts privately if you wish to do so. And I thank you for the consideration. Have a great day, survivor, and take care of yourself. A narcissist has two very different faces they show to others. Once you're in the thick of it with someone so toxic, you realize that the perfect analogy for this situation is Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. At first, they can be incredibly charming, charismatic, and make you feel like you have found someone really special. They're attentive, flattering, complimentary, and of course, they seem to understand you perfectly and very deeply. This is the Dr. Jekyll, so to speak, very warm and engaging and, like I said, seemingly perfect. But as time goes on, you start noticing another side to them. They can become controlling, extremely manipulative, and even just downright cruel. It's like they flip a switch and they turn into Mr. Hyde. They might criticize you, ignore your feelings, or twist things around constantly. Anxiety sets in, and before you know it, you feel like you're walking on eggshells. Narcissists play many mind games, and it happens all the time. They gaslight you, making you doubt your own perceptions, or shift blame onto you for things that go wrong, even things that you have no control over. They have little empathy for your feelings, and they only seem interested in you, of course, when it benefits them. And this roller coaster of emotions can leave you feeling confused, hurt, and doubting yourself. The relationship tends to cycle between these two extremes. They might apologize profusely and promise to change during those good times, only to end up reverting back to their hurtful behavior once they feel they've secured the relationship again. This pattern is incredibly draining and damaging to your self-esteem over time. Being with a narcissist can also lead to isolation. They may slowly, over time, discourage you from spending time with friends and family, making you more dependent on them. And this isolation can make it harder for you to get perspective on things or get support from others who care about you. And recognizing these patterns early on is so crucial for your own well-being. It's important to prioritize your mental health and seek support from trusted friends, family, or a therapist if you find yourself caught dealing with a narc. Healing from the emotional toll of dating or being with a narcissist takes time. It is possible, though, to regain your self-worth and move towards healthier relationships in the future. Dealing with the aftermath of a toxic relationship can feel like you are stuck in a maze where there's just no exit. I specialize in guiding people through the messiness of narcissistic personality disorder. My counseling and coaching is different from others. It happens over the phone so that you can relax in your own space and just have a simple chat with me like a friend. Stiff office vibes and robotic roadmaps to work through won't be found here. Every session is about what you need when you need it. No cookie cutter, sugar coated advice. Personalized support from me, a survivor who has done all of this work and knows what you need. Are you ready to start feeling lighter and more in control? If so, you can click the link at the top of the screen, send a text or an email to get started today. Survivors of narcissistic abuse often find it incredibly confusing and challenging to leave the relationship for several reasons. Firstly, narcissists are the masters of gaslighting. They manipulate your perceptions of reality, making you doubt your own thoughts, feelings, and even your memories. And this constant manipulation can leave survivors feeling like they're going crazy and that their judgment cannot be trusted. Secondly, narcissists create a cycle of love bombing and then into the devaluing. At the beginning of the relationship, they shower you with love, affection, and attention, the idealization. And this causes that strong emotional bond and makes the survivor feel cherished and special. However, as we know, that phase doesn't last, and it's followed by all of the devaluing, where the narcissist becomes critical, demeaning, and emotionally distant. And this sudden shift can leave the survivor very confused and longing for the return of the loving partner that they initially fell for. Another reason why survivors struggle to leave is emotional dependency. Narcissists often isolate from friends, family, and support networks. They undermine your confidence and your independence, making you believe that you cannot survive or be happy without them. And this dependency reinforces the beliefs that we have that leaving the relationship would be dangerous or even impossible. Fear also plays a significant role in trying to get away from someone like this. Narcissists will use threats, intimidation, and other forms of manipulative tactics to control you. They might threaten to harm themselves, ruin your reputation, or try, and maybe even take away financial stability. And these threats create the fear and anxiety that might make a survivor feel trapped or unable to leave safely. Additionally, survivors hold on to the hope that a narcissist will change. And during those brief moments where they're trying to be remorseful and apologize, the narc may do this, even promise to seek therapy, and of course, they always vow to do better. Survivors might cling to those promises that everything's going to change and turn around and be better, believing that the narc's behavior will improve and the relationship can be salvaged. Guilt trips and self-blame also keep survivors stuck in abusive relationships with narcs. A narcissist will often blame shift onto their partners, making you feel responsible for the abuse that you're enduring. They convince you that you have provoked this unacceptable behavior or that somehow you deserve your mistreatment. This manipulation leads to feelings of shame and guilt and self-doubt, making it harder to leave because you feel as if the problem is you. In some cases, the narcissist may even approach you and remind you how lucky you are that they have decided to give you chance after chance because you are not behaving correctly. Breaking free from a narcissistic relationship is incredibly difficult and requires support. And therapy can be crucial for rebuilding your self-esteem, regaining independence, and even developing a plan for leaving. It's important for survivors to recognize that they deserve to be treated with respect and kindness, and also that leaving the abusive relationship is a brave step towards reclaiming happiness and personal well-being. Would you relate the two faces of narcissism with that age-old take of Jekyll and Hyde? Share any other analogies that you think would fit for this down in the comments. If you found my videos helpful and you'd like to support the work here on my channel, consider subscribing. Totally free, super easy, and it helps my channel reach even more survivors looking for information about narcissism. Plus, you get to join this amazing community of survivors. I'd also like to invite you to consider becoming a channel member. For just $1 a month, you can support my channel and help keep it running smoothly. Plus, members get access to exclusive perks that aren't available anywhere else. Your support means the world to me and allows me to continue creating videos that I just love to do. So if you're able to, please click the join button below and become a member today. And thank you so much for considering it. As always, have a great day, survivor, and take care of yourself. When a narcissist's big ego gets challenged, shame hits them like a bolt of lightning. It brings up all of those feelings of being worthless, unlovable, inadequate, unwanted, or just plain weak. Stuff they really try to avoid by living in their fantasy world and acting super confident and superior. This video will uncover the top 10 ways a narcissist's shame gets triggered and brought to the surface for everyone to see. Number 10, sharp contrasts. It's a nice way of saying disagreements. Narcissists often see themselves as incapable of making mistakes or being wronged, believing they're always right. And as a result, they tend to view their ideas, opinions, and actions as superior or the most correct out of anybody else's in the group. We've all been in a situation like this with a narcissist where there's no point in even talking with somebody who, in their mind, knows they have it all sorted out. When someone disagrees with them, it creates significant psychological tension. This clash between their belief of their flawlessness and the reality of their own frailty will trigger intense internal turmoil, including feelings of shame. Number 9, bad press. Narcissists put a tremendous amount of energy into maintaining a positive public image because they rely so heavily on other people's approval and validation. They're hypersensitive to how they're perceived by others. So when gossip or rumors start swirling around them, it'll hit them hard. These rumors can have the power to make their rounds and expose a narcissist's weaknesses, imperfections, mistakes, or vulnerabilities, and it has the potential to spread them to a much wider audience. For narcissists, their carefully constructed public image is everything. Of course, it's how they gain their admiration, support, and most importantly, supply, which of course they need all of these things to feel good about themselves. When this image is undermined by gossip or rumors, it shakes their confidence to the very core and challenges that sense of superiority. And without the constant validation and praise that they crave, narcs can begin to feel deeply unsettled and insecure. The absence of the external validation leaves them grappling with feelings of shame and self-doubt as they struggle to maintain their inflated self-image with no reassurance from others. Number 8, getting old. For narcissists, aging poses a significant challenge for how they see themselves. An aging narcissist can become upset about their appearance because their self-image includes them seeing themselves as exceptionally attractive. They're the most beautiful or handsome, respectively, person in the room. They're physically superior. They're just so great. And as they get older, they confront those natural changes like physical decline, shifts in appearance, decreased strength, and health issues. The same things that happen to all of us. These changes clash with their belief in their own exceptional quality and can really stir up their feelings of shame. Number 7, encountering failure. In narcissistic personality disorder, or NPD, a big part of this all is really grandiosity. It makes narcs think that they're just so much better than they actually are. They're just so super talented and perfect. So when they mess up big time, or even just a little bit, it is a huge blow to their ego. It's like their fancy little self-image crashes into reality. I always say it's like someone pops the bubble of their fantasy world and they get a little dose of reality again. And that's when shame kicks in. It reminds them they're not really invincible after all. Number 6, unobtainable standards. Maintaining a grandiose self-image brings many disadvantages for narcissists, including setting extremely high standards for themselves. They do this for other people too, but believe it or not, they actually put very high standards on themselves. And one thing that can trigger shame for a narcissist is falling short of these high standards. The standards, and if they can meet them, of course, it helps them feel superior. So when they fail to meet these self-imposed standards that nobody else is asking them to do or be, it challenges that belief they have internally that they're perfect, that they're flawless, and that they're successful, among other things. And this challenge can lead to feelings of shame because, of course, it goes against that inflated image and reminds them of their very human limitations. Dealing with the aftermath of a toxic relationship
can feel like untangling a knot that just never ends. I specialize in guiding people through the complexities of narcissistic personality disorder. My counseling and coaching approach is different from anybody else's. It's conducted over the phone, allowing you to unwind and talk openly in your own space and just have a conversation with me just like you would with a friend. You won't find any stiff office vibes or generic advice when you're talking with me. Every session is focused on your specific needs, whatever they might be. There will be no one-size-fits-all solutions, just genuine personalized support from someone who has walked the exact same path and understands what truly works for survivors. If you're ready to start feeling lighter and more in control, click the link at the top of your screen now, or send a text or an email and get started today. Number 5, uninvited criticism. Narcissists are naturally really sensitive to criticism. They have built this false narrative and this self-worth on getting constant compliments, praise, admiration, of course, also known as narcissistic supply. That's why they tend to see any critique or even what they think might be considered criticism as a personal attack. When their self-image gets challenged, it stirs up shame because it shows them clearly the difference between how they want to be seen, which is confident and perfect, and then they see what they actually feel inside, which is often very insecure and self-loathing. Number 4, social status. A narcissist's self-worth is shaky. It hinges on them seeing themselves as almost like unrealistically positive and needing validation from others. For them, keeping up appearances and having important relationships is the key to feeling good about themselves. But if they lose that status, go through big changes like a loss of a job or divorce, it messes with their validation. They likely begin to feel shame here because they cannot keep up the positive self-image, not when there's no one there to boost them up. Number 3, exposed flaws. Narcissists invest a lot of effort into projecting this image of perfection through deception, manipulation, and their grandiosity. Another thing that can trigger shame for them is when one or more of their many flaws or mistakes are exposed to other people. This exposure absolutely shatters their illusion of being perfect. Feeling shame in these moments is common because it constantly reminds them of their imperfections and again butts up against that inflated self-image that they're so desperately trying to keep. Number 2, losing control. Control is a fundamental aspect of narcissistic supply, and it includes validation, admiration, power, reassurance, and control itself. Narcissists crave control because it helps them uphold the grandiose image and shields them from feeling vulnerable. When a narcissist insists it's my way or no way, it underscores that need for control. Losing control would challenge their little self-perception of perfection and heighten that sense of vulnerability. We all know what vulnerability does to a narcissist. Oh no, they don't want to go there. Inevitably, not having control triggers feelings of shame. And the number one thing that will trigger a narcissist's deep feelings of shame is being rejected. Narcissists are constantly and desperately seeking admiration and validation from others. And this comes from their fragile little self-esteem. That means their sense of self-worth is shaky. It relies on other people. I always use the example, they're cold-blooded animals. Number 1, it's a great burn and a great insult, but also it's true. Cold-blooded animals, like reptiles, need heat lamps or other sources of heat. They cannot control their own body temperature. They need someone or something else to do it for them. And that's exactly what a narcissist does. They reach out to other people grasping for supply because they need people to be their heat lamps. And rejection, is that a wake-up call? It shows them, hey, listen, not everybody thinks you're amazing. And this realization clashes with that grandiose self-image and leads to those feelings of shame. It's tough for a narcissist because they want to believe they're perfect and flawless so badly. So many of them are rooted so deeply in their fantasy world, but rejection reminds them very clearly that they are not. Do you think something different should have been number one? Make sure you let me know down in the comments. Thank you so much for taking time out of your day to listen. Subscribe now if you haven't for more insightful videos on narcissistic personality disorder. Subscribing is free and it supports our community of survivors. Your subscription helps us reach more people who need guidance and understanding. You can also play a crucial role in keeping my channel going strong by pledging just $1 a month. You can click join just below the video or check out the video description for more details. Together, we can continue to make a difference in spreading narcissistic awareness, education, and of course, providing support. Join today. Have a great day, survivor, and take care of yourself. Does the narcissist tilt away from you with their precious little phone clutched very closely to them if you decide to sit down beside them? Does the phone slam face first down onto the coffee table when you walk past or walk through the room? There are some obvious, very suspicious habits that toxic people, like narcissists, show us when it comes to how they use their cell phone. So let's expose the real truth about what is being hidden in the cell phone of a narcissist and how they're hiding it. Number one, they are hiding all of their bad mouthing. Narcissists are always talking smack about somebody. It's more commonly called running a smear campaign when we're talking about narcs. So gossiping, backstabbing, bad-mouthing is happening a lot in the cell phone. Of course, they're texting and calling and talking to people and spreading all kinds of rumors and shit in a smear campaign. So who exactly would the narcissist be talking badly about? Sadly, most of the time, it's you, but it really could be any other supply source or just anyone in general who is, at the moment, like under the skin of the narcissist. A narcissist is a person who, of course, loves to have people divided. They love conflict, drama, fighting, chaos, so they're always looking for someone to spread all of these rumors to, or frankly with, depending on the person. Smear campaigns also have them telling people very intimate secrets about you and other people, anything to maybe flip the tide and get more people on their side, whatever the case might be. If a narcissist doesn't want you to see or hear any of this, you will find them again being blatantly obvious about their secrecy. They might take the phone call in a different room. They won't feel comfortable sitting in the same room as you and talking openly. They might ignore the call. This happens a lot. A number pops up or a name pops up and they quickly swipe the name away and they say, "Oh, it's not a big deal. I'll call that person back later." You might find they whisper into the phone, or if they see you, they mumble very quickly that they can't talk anymore and they hang up. Number two, they're hiding their shame. When you look into narcissism and study the disorder, you find this word coming up a lot, and the word is shame. Narcs carry a lot of shame. Somebody, of course, so grandiose will often experience shame along with other things when their little fantasy bubble gets popped. And their little bubble getting popped can happen quite often. It honestly happens anytime there's a contradiction to their self-inflated ego. They think they're so smart and they get outsmarted, for example, and this hurts them very deeply and they carry a lot of shame with them. When it comes to the phone, they might hide some other things that cause them some shame, possible run-ins with the law, convictions, felonies, maybe other crimes. They might hide things like they got fired from their job, or maybe just an intense conversation with somebody else that they might feel is embarrassing, or the conversation might hold some embarrassing secrets. Narcissists have feelings of being unlovable, unwanted, worthless, weak, stupid, really, you name it, inadequate, and so on and so forth. They might keep journals about these things or notes in their phone. Those private, self-loathing thoughts might be in there. This also might be hidden in emails, maybe court things, child support things, maybe they flunked out of school or college or something, and there's an email in there. Again, the phone is hiding a lot of shameful secrets. Number three, they hide their adult content. And this is another piece that is like kind of attached to shame, but I want to give it its own point here. This might be adult content from websites or even adult content that they maybe have been witness to or partaking in personally. It really doesn't matter. This is something that can be hidden in photos marked vacation pics. Say that because I know it to be true, because I found some that way. Search histories can be deleted. Incognito tabs can allow someone to look up anything and leave no trace in the phone unless you like work for the FBI or something. The adult content might be of you or others, other exes, and so on and so forth. And this can be hidden because of shame. There might be other examples why these things are hidden. Maybe they have told a partner that they don't partake in watching that kind of thing, or they don't do any of that. And of course, it's not true. Narcissists carry a lot of shame behind adult content, preferences, and so on. They might also have photos or videos that they're keeping in order to blackmail somebody. Of course, those have to be kept top secret. Number 4, they hide their catfishing. Oh boy, narcissists love their little secondary and third, fourth, fifth dummy accounts on social media. Have you seen the people where they have one profile that says single and the other one says married? Again, I repeat this because I've seen it. Now, it's true. Some people do just forget their password. They got to make a new account and everything, but it's a common trait among toxic narcissistic people to have more than one account on a social media platform. These other accounts are made so that they can carry on looking single or carry on sometimes even looking like they're in a relationship. Now, not only are there dummy secondary accounts, there are catfish accounts. I have heard way too many tales of people making fake accounts, pretending to be somebody else. That's what catfishing is. You're trying to get somebody while you're pretending to be somebody else, to harass their victims, trying to pick them up on dating sites. All fake accounts are hidden on the phone or in certain apps that can be used to delete messages. And those culprit apps are really things like WhatsApp and Snapchat. So, speaking of, number 5, they hide their dating apps and their dating activity. Some narcs feed you the line that, well, yeah, I mean, I have the app on my phone, but I don't use it anymore. Honestly, there isn't anything that you or anybody else can do. It is a perfect opportunity for me to tell one of the most wild stories I've ever heard. I was told by one of my friends that they met a person on a dating site. The person that my friend had met was a married person who was quite open about it and open about them cheating on their spouse. This person actually had an account, and when they would get in their car and leave for work every day, they would install the app on their phone, use the app and use the profile all day long at work, and then when they pulled into the driveway at home, they actually uninstalled the app, and they did this every day. So if the spouse ever saw the phone, they wouldn't see anything. Now, was this person a narc? I have no idea. They were a piece of shit, I can tell you that. But this sticks with me because this is the level that people will stoop to if they want to hide cheating, if they want to hide anything, not just infidelity. And this ties right into number 6 because, of course, the most obvious, they are hiding their cheating. I don't have too much more to add on this. It's really self-explanatory, and that's why it's last. I feel a lot of this is done again through the installing and uninstalling, the fake profiles, and so on. They can list people in their phones under fake names. We've all seen that at some point, haven't we? I've been Jesse, which is a guy's name, more than one point in a cell phone. I've seen it. Narcissists have, unfortunately, a very nifty little tool at their disposal to be able to hide a lot of the activities that they are engaging in. Hiding phones, being very secretive, taking them into the bathroom, sleeping with them under the pillow, things like that. But I want to stress this. If you have the feeling that something is wrong, then it is. This is part of healing and moving forward is when our intuition says there is a problem here. Instead of justifying it away or making an excuse, we need to say, hey, listen, there might be something wrong. That's why we have intuition, not to tell it that it doesn't know what it's talking about and we're going to keep making excuses for the bad behavior. So, what other phone habits have you noticed that narcissists do? Share that with me down in the comments. Thank you so much for listening today. Please like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. It's completely free and actually helps me reach survivors across this platform and ultimately across the globe. Have a great day, survivor, and take care of yourself. An age-old question when it comes to narcissism is, does the narcissist love me? Or do they love anyone? In this video, I will reveal the cruel, harsh, and cold truths about narcissists and love. Narcissists are scared of love, flat out. Love is too personal, too intimate, and vulnerable for a narcissist. And that, of course, to them is considered a weakness. Love, quote unquote, therefore gets replaced with thoughts and ideas of lust, fantasies, delusions, passion, and desire. Narcissists will always avoid intimacy. These are folks who are very filled with shame. They fear judgment, abandonment, among many other things. It's just too much for them to deal with. Whatever happens when a narcissist meets you or any supply source, they fall in love with the idea of you. The narcissist creates a fantastical version of you. They see who you are and then kind of project into the future who you're going to be based on who you display in the beginning. For example, if you pay for coffee on the first date, they project that maybe in a few weeks you will buy a ridiculously expensive dinner or some other date. It's very similar to how we can have preconceived ideas about the narcissist. They do the same for us. Make no mistake, though, when a narcissist says, I love you, it's very much code. They know that you want to hear that they love you. Of course, everybody wants to hear that, and they're aware. But what they love are the goods and services that you provide to them. It's very important to know that love to a narcissist is superficial, extremely conditional, and very transactional. They love the way you look, the nice car that you have, the money in the bank account, your prestigious job title, maybe, or other accolades, but not you as a person. This love is conditional. We're going to learn that as this video moves along. Inevitably, though, narcissists become very disenchanted with who you really are, and everybody else too, so don't feel singled out. We have to talk about those fantasies, delusions, and projections again that happen at the beginning of the relationship with a narc. See, they have all of that, and they're building you up, but ultimately, you fail. Narcissists are seeking out perfection. They're always looking for that perfect source of supply. You are quite naturally going to fail because no one is perfect. Real perfection is not a thing. The narcissist, of course, placed you on a pedestal. They had all these wild ideas. They created a false version of you. You're amazing. You're so perfect, almost otherworldly. And then boom, you say no to something. You don't buy them something, don't take them somewhere. You don't tell them that they're handsome or beautiful, respectively, 8,000 times a day. You act human and normal. Something turns them off to the whole idea of you. And believe it or not, this hurts. This hurts the narcissist deeply. Imagine thinking that you find perfection over and over, and because you've built this person up in your brain so highly, you held them to such a ridiculous standard. At the first little stumble, you consider it a failure. You get angry. Well, that happens over and over again. It must be exhausting for a narcissist to continue to go through such constant chronic disappointment. Of course, now throughout the relationship, you will be persuaded to change under the guise of, well, you don't love them if you don't change. Change, of course, means go back to the way it was when they were abusing you. You are very quickly told you better get with it, give them the control back, or continue to pay for things, give them things, stop bringing up their infidelities, whatever the case may be. It's code for you're not perfect anymore, and it's pissing me off, so you better get back to perfect. And survivor, maybe you've even heard something like that, something along the lines of, you didn't used to act this way. I don't like this new you. If you'd like to talk with me one-on-one, you can click the link that is at the top of the screen for you now to visit my website. There you can find information and book a chat session with me. It's also interesting that when it comes to love, ask a narcissist what they really love about you, and you'll find they can't actually tell you real things they love about you. They'll give you very vague, generic answers, or answers about what you do for them. Something like, well, you always help me, or you're always so nice to me. I don't know, you're very popular. You have a really nice job. You take care of me. None of these answers will be about you as a person, your morals, your values, anything quirky or interesting about you. It will be driven towards what you provide, those goods and services. And once you've been branded not perfect, you will be devalued, of course, as punishment for said imperfections. There is no cycle of abuse if you're not devalued. It happens to everybody. And it happens whether you make the changes for them or you don't. You're either not changing fast enough, you're not doing enough, you're not what you promised. They go on and on and on about these things. They will abuse you and go full on mask off. There will be nothing to hide as they make it very clear in their treatment of you that they don't love you at all. I hope a huge takeaway for so many survivors while I go over this video is actions speak louder than words. Anybody can say, I love you, I care about you, you mean the world to me, but how are they treating you? How are they really behaving? The cycle must go on, really. And so in time, either you or the narcissist will leave the relationship. They're going to immediately begin that new search, continuing to look for non existent perfection. Let them go and do that. Don't let this get you down. Narcissists are just simply not capable of love. Love is seen as a weakness. And really think about that for a second, survivor. It's scary. Love is very scary. You have to put yourself out there. You have to share. You have to be vulnerable, open up, be really honest, have intimacy. That's a lot. And let's face it, it's a little too much for a narcissist. Most narcs are either told or shown that they don't deserve love by the parents or the caregivers. Maybe they've suffered a traumatic relationship where some kind of damage was done. Where it comes from is really inconsequential to you, but they switch off that love light. Love is scary now. And again, it gets twisted into fantasies, goods and services, delusions, things like that. You have to give too much for love. And a narcissist is just not willing to go there. They've been burned, they feel stupid, and they won't make that mistake again. And I find this very sad, but also unavoidable. You, survivor, you know how scary love is as well. But just because the narcissist is too weak to do anything about it, it doesn't say anything about you. And it doesn't mean that you are weak. Narcissists love no one, not even themselves. So, how did a narcissist try to get you to change? Do you know something that they were idealizing about you from the very get-go? Share those and, of course, any other thoughts you have with me down in the comments. Thank you so much for listening. Subscribe to get more videos on narcissism. To help my channel continue to keep going, I invite you to become a channel member for as little as $1 a month. You can click that join button just below the video, or there is a link down in the video description. Thank you so much for the consideration and your generosity. It really means a lot to me. Have a great day, survivor, and take care of yourself. This video will explore the depths of a narcissistic injury. I'll discuss what this injury is and the reaction a narcissist has, but I'll also discuss why this is different for narcs over more well-adjusted people, what really causes the reaction that a narc has, and how it affects the ability for them to have relationships. A narcissistic injury is something that is essentially a blow to a narcissist's very delicate ego. If the narcissist loses at a competition, is abandoned by a source of supply, or if they face criticism, they will take a narcissistic injury. The curious thing about a narc injury is that this happens when a narcissist feels like their ego has been hurt. So, honestly, this could be due to an event that has occurred with no malicious intent, and other people might not even think that it's so much of a slight. A relationship might have ended, for example, and the person might have even gone to the narcissist in a very adult and mature way and said, hey, it's over. They were moving on. No fighting. Again, the person was an adult and told the narcissist to their face, but to help the ego, the narc has to take that event and skew it and warp it. And the event now becomes a very tragic one that can be used as a sob story, and the narc sees this as a slight against them. They were abandoned. It was cold and cruel and heartless. This person clearly abandoned them, no warning, in a very malicious act. And this really all boils down to things the narcissist feels has hurt them and has hit the ego. Many injuries that a narcissist deals with are not even inflicted, again, with any intent and shouldn't really be viewed as a slight, just more so things that happen in life. The reactions to a narcissist being hurt and being offended are what you might expect, really, but just in case you're maybe new to learning about this, I'll briefly explain their reactions when they suffer a narcissistic injury. So this video is divided into chapters, so feel free to skip around to find the information that you're looking for. Defensiveness, naturally, a very common reaction. If a narcissist feels a threat looming, they're going to go into defense mode. They're going to start planning their excuses, get ready to blame shift, and dodge the responsibility. Denial, another big toxic trait that people carry with them. These are folks who are always ready to close their eyes and cover their ears because it didn't happen that way. Deny, deny, deny. So a lot of the times what happens when they feel as if they've suffered a narcissistic injury, they get so wound up emotionally, they get so frustrated, they lash out. They become violent, they get very angry, very filled with rage, and it can be scary to witness. Retaliation. Of course, we got to throw that on the list. If you hurt a narcissist, again, even by accident or something that they perceive as you trying to hurt them, this is seen as a declaration of war, and that's when the narcissist will go in for revenge. There are occasions where a narcissist decides to just hide, honestly. They choose to recoil, withdraw, and lay low for a while in order to feel safe and protected, nurse their wounds now that the ego has been hurt. So you might be listening to this right now, and I'm sure there are some folks out there saying, Jess, so what? Everybody does this. Everybody gets their ego hurt or their feelings hurt from time to time. You ask a person on a date and they tell you no, and you get rejected. You go for the higher position at work and you're not chosen, somebody else is, so you don't feel super good about yourself. You enter a competition and you don't even place. You feel like a big old loser. It happens to all of us, so you can't tell me that this is such a big deal for a narcissist. We all get hurt and rejected and embarrassed. Who cares? And I'll be honest with you, survivor, I don't disagree with you at all. We all go through those painful, terrible, embarrassing things. However, a person with high levels of narcissism have vastly more intense reactions to things like this. Everything that happens to a narcissist will always hit them like 1,000 times harder than it would hit a more healthy, well-adjusted person. A more stable individual would realize that we're not perfect. We screw things up all the time. That's human. Rejection happens. We shouldn't take it personally. There's a lot in life that we shouldn't take personally because it just isn't. But a narcissist, if they have high levels of narcissism and potentially the disorder, they feel, of course, that they're perfect. They should never be rejected. They should win everything. They deserve everything. And these very powerful delusions that these folks suffer from cause the hurt and the injuries. There are plenty of opportunities throughout our life when something bad happens. We might be hurt, sure, but as we grow up, we begin to reflect and grow, and again, learn not to be so easily offended and not to take things so personally. And we learn this as we grow up. We're not able to emote so much as kids. We're angry all the time. All these things are happening. We have that maturity. We have that emotional maturity. We grow up. Narcissists lack a lot of this awareness, self reflection. They lack all of these abilities and they are not able to learn these things. Also, the fact they have no empathy also gets thrown into the mix. They can't understand how anybody else feels and they don't really care. Nobody else is ever allowed to be hurt. No one hurts as much as they do. You know how it is when you're dealing with someone who has no empathy. But again, I have to impress on people that this is a disorder. This particular disorder is very selfish in nature. These people have a very hard time being emotionally mature, growing up. They stay continuously offended and hurt and bothered by everything. And since this is such a delicate person to deal with, narcissists naturally are very grudge holdy people and they can stay mad much longer than the average person. So even if something bad happens, it might cause you anger and you got to wait a little bit, might take some time, but you'll make peace with it. And you'll make peace with it long before a narcissist does. So this adds to the intensity of it all. When you say, Jess, who cares? We all get hurt. Sure. But again, this hurts a narcissist harder and more intensely. And then on top of that, they're very grudge holding people and they're actually angry and upset longer, on top of it hurting even more. All of this just ends up affecting the narcissist far more than, again, a more regular, well-adjusted person. As a survivor myself, I understand the journey that you are on right now of learning and healing. And that's why I offer a safe space for you to share your experiences and receive empathetic support right over the phone from the comfort of your own home. I offer coaching services for those who want to learn how to overcome the trauma bond, go no contact, learn how to detach from a narcissist, and more. I'm also available for counseling to listen and validate your experiences and be there for you more like a friend. And for information, I invite you to visit my website. The link is on the screen for you now. You can click up in the corner or down in the video description. If you want, you can also text or email me to get that same information and book a session today. So what exactly are these things that cause a narky nerve to be struck? What is it that hits them and causes the injury? I just want to mention this briefly because, again, honestly, just about anything and everything can hurt these people, but I'll be brief and more constructive over just, the answer of everything. So I feel like a lesser talked about issue that narcs have is when they feel that they're highly knowledgeable or they're an expert or something on a topic. And then this gets questioned, I think it hits them right in the ego. So something as simple as you asking them, are you sure we should turn left here? I'm not quite sure. That can honestly cause a narcissistic injury. Anything that challenges them or any kind of power or authority they think they have, if you are acting like you're not trusting their judgment or you don't believe in their skills and they feel like they maybe need to explain themselves, that causes an injury. Any kind of feedback can also be seen as an ego bruise. You can be as constructive, nice, sweet, and polite, and it will still hurt them. Any kind of negative criticism, negative feedback, or just positive criticism, anything in general, they do not want to be told that there's a different way to do something, a better way to do something, there's a point of view they haven't considered. Nope, don't want to hear about it. Another one that I feel is kind of curious is if you compare them to other people. It really hits a nerve and they really hate this. They have the delusion about them that they're one of a kind, they're unique, they're special, and they're on a different level from anybody else. Along those same lines, if they feel like they're being ignored or they get the idea that they've been passed over, overlooked, this will cause the little feelings to get hurt as well. And this is the problem with taking everything so personally. We all get skipped over sometimes. Everybody. It happens. And even if you get mad, that's also okay. It's okay to have emotions. But it's just purely an accident. Narcs can feel ignored even in times when their partner just can't devote 24/7 to them. So you getting up and going to work every day can theoretically cause a narcissistic injury. The most obvious thing that can cause them this pain and agony is when they fail at something. They're overpowered, outsmarted, and defeated. That is definitely going to cause a narcissistic injury. Anything that makes them feel or look weak or stupid. So, moving on from all of that, why does this happen? What are the real reasons why they feel so personally attacked when the waiter takes too long to circle back around and ask them how their meal was? Like, how do we get here? Childhood experiences are partly responsible for the way a narc reacts to things as an adult. Were they belittled constantly and always criticized? Were they ignored? Were they made to feel like they were just in the way? Maybe they were a spoiled brat and they're just not used to failure. What bothers them immensely as an adult goes back to when they were little. Narcs also have some amount of self awareness, some have less than others. There's also no self reflection. So, knowing this, when something hurts and bothers a narcissist, they never figure out why it bothers them. And why it bothers them can never just be them. Unfortunately, for folks like this, they don't grasp that things bother them because they have an insecurity or a weakness or something about them. It's always seen as an attack because it can never be them. It has to be somebody else's fault. Someone is intentionally hurting them, someone is doing this to them. It is always somebody else. Narcissism is also just all about the grandiosity. And if something makes them feel less than wonderful and amazing, again, it's seen as an attack and it causes an injury. Also, a loss of control can do the exact same thing. They need to feel in charge every day, all day long. If that gets taken away, or if they feel as if they're going to lose power, that can hit the ego as well. We also just have to address the most obvious elephant in the room. This is a narcissistic injury, an ego bruise. So, the fragile ego and low self-esteem is what brings most narcs the injuries they end up suffering in the first place. If they're not getting validation and attention from something and the ego isn't boosted, this can cause massive amounts of pain. And as you might expect, this can take a drastic toll on relationships that narcs have with others. One thing I do want to touch on first is just honestly like how this affects the narcissist. Yes, they got an injury, they got embarrassed, and it hurts them. But these are people who just don't have the skills to be able to work on that, acknowledge that, and better themselves. I don't want to get like hokey and lame here, but the relationship that we have with ourselves is just as important as any other one, if not more so. But when you're toxic and negative, how can any relationship flourish? It can't. The narcissist doesn't do well, and those having to deal with the narcissist also suffer the same fate and have very poor personal relationships with themselves. All relationships, frankly, suffer as the result of dealing with a narcissist. Work, family, romantic relationships, even friendships, they're all strained and they have the potential to be really toxic, abusive, and hostile. And this causes most people to end up just turning away from the narcissist. The friends don't reach out as much, relationships end, the work colleagues distance themselves, work on other projects, switch departments, hell, they quit. Everyone stops talking to them or dealing with them. Most people do end up moving away in time. Trust, safety, and stability will never be had in dealing with a narcissist, and you have nothing if you don't have trust and love and supportiveness. So if you're dealing with a narcissist, remember to practice self-love and self-care. Set those boundaries, get those standards, get an education on toxic personalities. I also recommend, of course, getting away from this person as much as possible. Work on gray rock, no contact, detaching from them. Nothing good ever comes from dealing with a narcissist. So did you cause a narcissistic injury? The answer is yes, by the way, if you've been with a narcissist. So if you feel comfy doing so, you can share that with me down in the comments. If you found this video helpful or interesting, I invite you to subscribe to my channel. I talk about narcissism, spreading education, awareness, and support. I post videos almost daily. It's free to subscribe, and it really helps me achieve my goals and reach survivors across the globe. To further support my channel and allow me to keep doing this, you can become a channel member for $1 a month. Clicking the join button just below the video will get you started, and it'll show you the rewards that you get as well for your pledge. Thank you very much for your consideration and support. It means the absolute world to me. Have a great day, Survivor, and take care of yourself. There seems to be things that are always allowed for somebody with high levels of narcissism to do that seem like big faux pas when it comes from us. So in this video, I want to go over some of the top double standards that narcs love to do. Number 1, actually, it's always your fault. Narcissists are speedy as ever to point the finger of blame in any direction other than, of course, right back at them. And that's double standard number 1. Somebody is always definitely at fault for everything going on in the narcissist's life, it seems, but yeah, oddly enough, it doesn't ever seem to be them. Those fastest to pin the blame on another person and sure seem to know when somebody else needs to be blamed can't quite get behind the fact that sometimes the issue and the one deserving of the blame is them. Number 2, betrayal is swift and loyalty is expected. Narcissists never get very close to people, and lacking empathy are really only a couple of reasons why it's so easy for them to betray people. They don't feel an allegiance to anybody except, of course, themselves. While a narcissist will never sit in one person's camp forever and just continuously be a double crosser, your loyalty, however, will frequently be called into question. If you even ever think about doing something the narcissist doesn't want, not saying that they're right or not giving in to their demands, you are in trouble. Loyalty until death is demanded from you, and they will demand this while they row away in their lifeboat while they leave you standing on a sinking ship. Number 3, expecting empathy, but massively lacking. The hallmark of narcissism is that complete lack of empathy. Narcissists are not only not interested in how you feel, but why you feel that way. They don't care, because here's the common denominator. Neither of those things has really anything to do with them, so frankly, as far as they're concerned, why would they give a shit? And this lack of empathy makes narcissists very cold, cruel, and overall really unapproachable when you think about it. On the flip side, you need to be extremely sensitive and emotionally available and present for this person. Narcissists need other people to regulate themselves and their egos and their little feelings. Whatever the narcissist needs, it had better be met and handled perfectly. But don't expect them to be there for you in any times of need, depression, or when you just need a pick-me-up. The narcissist does not feel as if that is their job. Number 4, I can't hear you. You're not listening to me. Ugh, narcissists are desperate to be heard, aren't they? These people who, again, can't validate themselves and make themselves feel okay. It's our job to do that. They need all of this from you and many others as well. Everything that they spew out of their mouth needs to be taken as law and gospel. I saw a video once that talked about like narcissistic traits and quotes that some of them would say, and one has stuck with me for years now, and it's, so tell me, what's great about me? And it's not at all shocking that when it comes to you or anybody else being heard, the narcissist just seems to come equipped with this like little filter where they only hear things that involve them or what they want to do or what will make them happy, because they never want to hear a damn thing that anybody else ever has to say. Really watch a narcissist the next time that they're in a conversation, maybe with you or maybe with somebody else. They're not listening. Just watch them. You'll see they're looking for the opportunity that somebody else's lips stop moving so that they can carry on rambling away. Number 5, no means no. I mean, except for when I ask for something. There is no need or want that a narcissist has to see you get what you want at all. Your wants, needs, desires, fantasies, hopes, dreams, and prayers are just not on a list of their priorities. I mean, truthfully, they're incapable of being an adult and giving you what you want anyway, but they're just not interested. However, when their needs are not accounted for, There is hell to pay if someone says no to them or even maybe antagonizes them a little bit. Watch them melt down. They are always allowed to deny you and say no to any request you have, but you had better never oppose a narcissist. I provide counseling sessions tailored to your own needs. I'm here to listen, validate your experiences, and guide you towards healing. You can visit my website to book some time to talk with me. You can text the number on the screen or send an email. Please allow a little bit of time for responses, and I look forward to being on your side as you're on this journey and walking along the path of recovery. Number 6, secure, but insecure. There is this wacky false narrative and a false image that a narcissist needs you to see in the beginning of the relationship. They can appear very well put together, very open and honest. They might even seem like maybe they have financial independence. Narcissists don't run a bakery. They run a fakery. And whatever they need to try to convince you of, that's exactly what they do. That they're smart, that they're confident, that they have it all sorted out. You'll find when you meet a narcissist, it might be very obvious or very subdued, but there's a grandiosity and a superiority about them. Again, even if it's not necessarily over the top. What we all know is just how insecure these people really are, though. I had a very unfortunate yet thankfully brief run-in. After my relationship had long been over, I had been introduced to somebody else, and there was some brief texting, wasn't even a date set yet. And before a date even could be set, I got a message that said, "You haven't messaged me in hours. Obviously, I'm way more into you than you are into me." And I remember looking at that message and I'm like, I'm sorry, what? This message reeks of insecurity, and highly narcissistic people are. People have lives that are not texting all day long. If you honestly knew how little I text, you'd probably be surprised, but they aren't as confident as they want you to think they are. There is this level of security that they want you to think they have, but really, the most insecure folks you will ever meet. Number 7, superficially seeking respect. What's interesting to me, among many other things about this, obviously, is how narcissists always want power, control, money, respect. We talk about this all the time. Hell, some of them even want to be feared. So those people who are inferior or can't give them things like that, we know the narc just treats people who can't like garbage. They want all this, but what's weird is they don't want to do anything for it. And I knew a person way back in the day who always complained about their job. They deserved more money, better hours, the whole nine, blah, blah, blah. They deserved what they thought was the perfect job. Yet they would never work on their resume or apply for other jobs or try to get additional skills. They never did anything. They just felt that what they were doing was enough. What they did was deserving, and that one day what they wanted would just fall from the sky. And sadly, a lot of narcissists are quite short-sighted in this way. And what they don't realize is things like this, respect and power, and even the job that you want, needs to be earned. If you want power, money, praise, admiration, whatever it is that you're looking for, the job of your dreams, you need to actually work to get it. And all of these things that a narcissist wants, they just think that all they have to do is sit around and look pretty or look cute, or all they have to do is just sit on their ass. You don't get any kind of success or popularity or whatever it is these folks are looking for by just sitting around and waiting for it. That's a big problem they have, is that they're doing all these superficial bullshit things and they want all this power, control, and respect. Good luck with that. Number 8. Outwardly charming and internally self-loathing. The most charismatic people that you'll ever see. Always putting on the charm, over the top niceness, and wow, maybe even some like generosity. Who is this? This is the phony person to the outside world, the most amazing person that has ever walked on the floating rock that we live on. But yeah, it's too bad that you know the truth. Get home with them, get into the car behind closed doors, where 95% of the abuse takes place, and you see the real them. They yell, scream, throw a tantrum, slam things, break things, cry wildly, get drunk, act like an ass, destroy things, ignore you like you're nothing, fight, lie, and start nonsense, and every other toxic thing they do. And you begin to see this sad, pathetic, self-loathing little child that they really are. And this is without a doubt one of the biggest contradictions and double standards of narcissism. The whole world needs to see how great they are. But what's underneath all that disorder and dysfunction is a sad little puddle of goo. You remember like what Voldemort looked like at the end of Harry Potter? Never mind, but something like that. So did I miss a double standard? Tell me in the comments. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you will subscribe to my channel. It helps my channel grow and allows me to reach more survivors, which has been my goal on YouTube for the last 5 years. Have a great day, survivor, and take care of yourself. This video goes over how narcissists freak out and react when they feel like they are losing power and control over supply. Number 1, well, of course, new supply. If a narcissist feels like maybe you have one foot out the door, maybe you are talking about needing a break or just some space without them in it, whatever the case may be, a narcissist might let the fear get the best of them that they are going to be dumped, and then they run out and get a new supply source. Along the same lines, they might have a supply source that they're grooming, but they go ahead, they pull that source in and very quickly discard you out of fear that you might be leaving. And of course, they have to do everything first. They have to be right. They have to win. We all know the drill. If they want to play a bigger mental mind game with you, they might just simply tell you that they're flirting with people or talking to other people. They might try to spark jealousy, triangulate, but we'll get to that here in a minute or so. Number 2, fear. This is a big part of what a narcissist is all about. The possibility of being alone, dying alone, losing control, and like many, many other things all hit this little nervous, sad part of a narcissist. They usually respond by their own fear, using scare tactics, threats, and being passive-aggressive towards other people. These fear-based responses are more common in a covert narcissist, and we will go over what a more overt or malignant narcissist is more likely to do here in just a minute. Number 3, love bombing. This might sound pretty weird, but a narcissist can attempt to love bomb a person in the face of losing them as a source of supply. Being angry and using fear and all that stuff, those are pretty common, but there are narcissists who take the approach of you can get more flies with honey. And a narcissist can even carry out a grand gesture if they think they're going to lose a supply source. Things like proposing, making promises to go to therapy. Hell, maybe they even go to a session or two. They say something about moving in together. There can be a lot of future faking and love bombing tricks that a narc will use if they feel like that control is slipping and they need to regain the power. Number 4, narcissistic rage. When a narcissist experiences any kind of disappointment or setback, they fly into a narcissistic rage. Losing control is definitely going to make a narc intensely angry. And of course, just a moment ago, I touched on this very briefly when I talked about fear. But the more overt, malignant way that some narcs handle control loss is, of course, yelling, screaming, destruction of property, threats, and other really aggressive and still sometimes passive-aggressive behaviors that will really keep the supply sources in line and allow that narcissist to take back the control for fear of incredibly negative consequences. Number 5, playing a mind game or two. If a narcissist finds that things aren't going well, they can tap into a variety of different games they have and decide to play a few with you. All of this is a game, of course, to a narcissist, the whole relationship. And when they find themselves losing at this game, what you will find is the rules very quickly change. They can begin to gaslight you or gaslight you more heavily, depending on what's happening. The narcissist will very strongly try to convince you that their narrative is the only narrative. Triangulation is another common, very fun game that narcs like to play, And again, I talked about this when I talked about love bombing. You might find yourself pitted against another person. This could spark things like jealousy, insecurities, and before you know it, when the narc feels like they're losing control, you might find yourself feeling like you need to work harder to keep this person. Again, a lot of intense feelings of inadequacy and jealousy. Those are just a couple of the games they can play if they feel like they need to get you back in their good graces. To chat with me one-on-one, you can text, email, or visit my website. Check the description for more details. Number 6, the sob stories. Pity is a big play that narcs use when they feel like things aren't going their way and they need to settle up that score a little bit. And pity can be laced in with guilt as a web is spun around you to keep you in complete control. And before you blink, you just simply trying to have a conversation where you break up and take some space from a narcissist becomes this. Fine. No, you know what? Just leave. Everyone leaves me. Nobody gives you a chance. I'm judged for all this stuff, and I didn't even do it. It's not even my fault. You don't do anything. You don't pay attention to me. You don't this, that, and everything else. This makes me feel really, really bad. Here you are. You're just going to quit and walk away. I really thought better of you. You know everything I've been through. I told you that all this horrible stuff happened to me, and now you're just being so cruel and so heartless. You're not even giving me a chance here. You couldn't be more unfair right now. Number 7, stonewalling. Stonewalling is just the act of flat out delaying or just denying a person's wants or requests. You may have experienced this in your own relationship or friendship. Have you asked for your stuff back and they take forever? And even then you don't get everything and you got to ask again. Or have you told them that it's time for them to take their things and move out and they go, but box by box, agonizing piece by agonizing piece, and they just never get the hell out? Well, while they're stonewalling and stalling things, they're also more than likely trying to intimidate, scare, or love bomb you into them having the control back. They're moving very, very slowly while they're trying to get you to change your mind and change your attitude and have things go back to the way they were before. Stonewalling is classically narcissistic because it's just flat out refusing someone's needs, wants, or requests while, of course, prioritizing their very own. Number 8, stalking. Stalking is an obvious power move, and it's not only done to try to gain as much information about you as possible, but to make you feel as upset, paranoid, and scared as possible. This is done to remind you who is really in control. You might be stalked by a narcissist as they try to reach out to you to get you to take them back. And once you maybe agree to that, the stalking might end, but still, they're going to try to get information in any way, shape, or form that they can. It's never really over with someone like a narcissist who needs so much power and control. They might even do things like go through all your stuff, your car, your phone. These are little information hogs. The more they feel they know, again, it all goes back to how powerful they feel. And they really do enjoy that feeling. That little fragile ego really loves the feeling of being all-knowing, all-seeing, and all-powerful. So let me know down in the comments other ways that narcs react when they feel like they are losing control over a situation. And what exactly do they do to try to get it back? If you found this video helpful or interesting, I invite you to subscribe for more videos and stay connected to this amazing community. Also, subscribing is free. If you would like to support my efforts further, you can become a channel member for $1 a month. You can click the join button just below the video if you would like to help, and I thank you for the consideration. Also, of course, thank you for listening and all of your continued support to help me reach all the goals that I've already been able to surpass. Have a great day, survivor, and take care of yourself. There are very few ways that you can hurt a narcissist because you can't hurt somebody who doesn't care about nor value you as a human being or a person. Furthermore, when you're just one of many, as supply sources are, there's not much that you can really do to throw a narcissist off. When you don't cooperate, there are a dozen folks in line behind you who are ready to do what you won't. Knowing this, there is one tool that we have in our arsenal of weapons that is a narcissist's worst nightmare, and that is silence. In this video, I want to talk about just exactly what a narcissist goes through when someone decides that they are going to go radio silent. Number 1, stalking. Now, stalking isn't something that only narcissistic people do, but a lot of them will try to poke around to see what they can come up with when the flow of information and attention that they're getting from you stops. Social media stalking is quite easy for someone, even if they have little free time, but just a lot of determination. How much other supply the narcissist has currently will also play a big factor in how much effort they're putting into you. Number 2, depression. I've been reading a lot of stuff lately that talks about narcissists and their depression. Now, I'm not saying that there's a direct link and that you can't have one without the other, but it makes sense if you think about it. Narcissists are people who have very low self-esteem. They're bullies. They don't think very highly of themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't behave this way. And knowing this, it's obvious that, yeah, they would more than likely suffer some level of depression. And when you decide for whatever reason that you're not giving them access to your life anymore, it can ramp up their depression even more. Number 3, withdrawing. If a narcissist loses a lot of supply sources or a super valuable source like their primary supply, a narc can actually begin to withdraw. This is sometimes called a narcissistic spiral. Maybe you've even heard it called a narcissistic collapse. That's another very common phrase. Narcs become very vindictive, rage-filled, but on the flip side, they can also withdraw. And I wanted to talk about this and highlight this as a bullet point specifically because I think it's linked to the depression. And these are just two things that I don't feel are talked about often enough when we talk about, well, what do these people do when we decide that we're going to move on? I think in 2024, what happens now, a lot more than anything else, is they lose a source or two for whatever reason, and they sulk and recoil, and the depression hits them, and they hide away. I believe they use supplemental supply by staying inside, being reclusive, and spending massive amounts of time online, either on dating sites, maybe even catfishing people on dating sites, trying to stay away from as much rejection as they possibly can, while, of course, trying to get as much supply as possible. Number 4, danger. Again, a narcissist can have all kinds of different reactions and responses to you choosing silence. They can go for revenge, rage, like we talked about, war, and a lot of them just simply bounce over to a different addiction or risky behavior. Narcs are victims of what's called novelty-seeking behavior. And this means the more dangerous, spicy, saucy, risque, however you want to say it, actions and behaviors are what the narc is kind of all about. They need mayhem, drama, chaos, and excitement. Lots of narcs dip into super risky extracurriculars to make up for those super bad feelings they feel after losing a supply source. It's like something else they go to. They can't get that high from you anymore, so they look elsewhere for the rush. Number 5, threats. Talking about sadness and depression, I did want to highlight those things, but this is a narcissist that we're talking about here, and they don't just kind of sit and whine and moan forever. They want their supply source back. So now let's talk about something a little bit more typical. With a lack of ability to control their emotions and acting like an adult, this can lead them to making verbal threats towards you and resorting to acting like a complete child in order to try to get you to come back. This is a lot of fear-based manipulations and scare tactics to make people frightened and continue to deal with them. I'm telling you, Survivor, truly pathetic stuff. I offer a way for you to share your experiences. You can get coaching and counseling right over the phone from the comfort of your own surroundings. I'm available to listen, validate what you've been through, and be here every step of the way through your journey. And you can set up an appointment today. Number 6, smearing. Another super mature way that narcissists can react to your silence is by just deciding that they're going to run around to everyone they know and everyone that you know and tell all your secrets, personal information to. While they're at it, they're going to air out your dirty laundry, say things that maybe even aren't true, and all around make themselves look like the victim that has been enduring you. Smear campaigns are very common when you're dealing with a narcissist. And the wild thing is, if you don't choose to go silent, they're still going to run a smear campaign on you to some people at some point in your relationship. Now, with those 6 things I mentioned, honorable mentions, of course, go to other behaviors like anger, narcissistic rage, denial. There's a slew of manipulation tactics, trying to get you to talk, like guilt tripping, gaslighting, victimhood, hoovering, and of course, finding new supply. As far as going silent with a narcissist, there are a few approaches that you can take. You can choose a silent treatment, you can choose to ghost, and you can choose no contact. I want to talk about each of these a little bit and talk about negatives, positives, but I also want to address what I feel are some misconceptions, and I want to set the record straight. Firstly, never give a narcissist a silent treatment. Giving someone a silent treatment is really, really petty. It's petty punishment. You can say, hey, listen, leave me alone. I need some space for a little while without you in it. Get lost. But tell the person that you want space and then take it. Do not stoop to a narc's level of cutting communication with no warning and no reason, especially to try to punish them and make them feel bad by resorting to this. It's not necessary. It will never work the way that you think it will, and it is incredibly toxic. If you choose to ghost somebody, don't ghost somebody who deserves you having that conversation with them about why you need to move on with your life. Now, it's true, you don't owe anybody any closure, and no one owes you any closure. You don't have to do it, but if you can, if things are amicable, be an adult, say why you're moving on, say why things aren't working out for you. Short, sweet, and to the point, that's what everybody wants anyway. Ghosting versus no contact. Ghosting and no contact can lead a person to making the choice to no longer speak to a person and break away very suddenly with no chat and no explanation. Now, personally, I don't really feel like there's much of a difference between ghosting and no contact. However, I feel when people get ghosted, the person who does the ghosting will more than likely return, whereas I would always hope that no contact would be a very permanent decision. What's really important to think about here is you will never have a normal exit with a narc. I don't care what you choose to do or don't choose to do. I don't care who ends things, what the status is. This will never be a normal breakup. It will never be a normal ending to a friendship. It's typically very sudden, very abrupt. Nothing gets sorted out. We never figure out why. And at least one person is very, very confused. Now, whether you call it ghosting, going no contact, choosing to walk away from the narcissist and be done for good is a choice that you have to make. Now, bless your heart, survivor, for wanting to tell a narcissist that you don't want to be friends anymore or the relationship isn't working out. But here is what you don't realize, and here is why you cannot do that. They don't care. All they hear is someone that they're using wants out. And yeah, they can't let that happen. So they whine, they cry, they beg. Please, let's talk. We'll work this out. I'll do better. It'll be better. You're asking too much from me. Lower your standards and everything will be just fine. They blame shift, make excuses, guilt you into staying longer. All they can see is they're going to lose something they find valuable. That's right. Something, not someone. You have to go, and you have to do it without a word. It's just best for you. And again, you don't owe them a damn thing. And I'll tell you something else, survivor. When you do go silent and you don't come back, they know why. Do you think the narcissist I dealt with many moons ago sits around and wonders why I went silent? I'm pretty sure they realized the day that I did it. Now, please don't fall for these other really, really common misconceptions. For instance, that you need a closing conversation, that you can't just ghost them or go no contact or whatever the hell label you want to give it. No, you don't. You will not find closure, valuable information, nor healing from the person who hurt you. You will never find healing where you got hurt. Do you really want to stay at the scene of the car accident and look for clues, or do you want to go to the hospital and get the stitches and the medicine? Now, I mean, really, how long are you going to torture yourself? You don't need hours and hours and hours of conversations, the same people saying the same circular, repetitive, annoying bullshit. Rip the Band-Aid off. Understand that healing and closure come from you. You might need the help from a counselor, maybe somebody in your house of worship, somebody that you can trust, but what you don't need is anything from an abusive narcissist. Stop believing that going no contact is mean. It's not mean. The narcissist doesn't give a shit about you. You're a something, not a someone. You're a list of goods and services, not a person. Stop caring about what they think and feel about you and what you do. Make you important to you and realize that no contact has nothing to do with the narcissist. No contact, survivor, is not to punish this person, make them think about what they did. Survivor, no contact is for you. There's a big difference between being mean and this whole thing called self-preservation, because let me tell you this, survivor, I bet if the narcissist treated you right, or not even right, but just remotely like a human being with some respect, you wouldn't be having to make this decision. You are reacting to the abuse. You're choosing not to take it anymore, which you are allowed to choose. Don't guilt trip yourself into, this is mean. Among other words, what happened to you is mean. Stop the confusion and the misconception. Furthermore, stop thinking that no contact makes you a narcissist. Narcissists give you the silent treatment to punish you. They ghost you and discard you with every intention of returning and hoovering and sucking you back in for round 2 of abuse. Choosing to expel toxicity from your life, making yourself a priority, and choosing to protect yourself is self-care, not narcissism. Also, important to point out here, we all have some narcissistic traits and qualities. That's normal. However, choosing yourself is not narcissistic. Please, if you learn this today, spread this information to somebody else that you love and care about. Self-care, solace, self-preservation are not narcissistic qualities. It is not narcissism to want to be safe, secure, and take care of yourself. It is healthy to not want to be abused, survivor. Going silent is the worst thing you can do to a narcissist. If you would like, share your story about how you went silent down in the comments. Certainly don't be silent on that. Thank you so much for listening. Have a great day, survivor, and take care of yourself. It's 2024, and communicating is now done on all of our little glowing rectangles. Wi-Fi and a cell phone are a narcissist's brand new best friends. This video will go over some of the top apps that are used by narcs, what they're used for, and some other apps, other things I think might be important to know, and what you might find on their phone that could be very alarming to you. So we first really, I think, have to start with all of the dating apps that are available today, from Ashley Madison to Zeusk. Seeing any of the dating apps on their phone when you have decided to be in an exclusive relationship can be very concerning. Of course, most narcissists are going to hit you with the, oh, well, I don't delete anything. It's just there. I don't use it anymore. I haven't used it for a while. And in all honesty, you'll have to have that conversation and decide what you want to do if it just so happens that you have to cross that bridge. But I think it would behoove anybody to do a solid Google search and just see a list of the dating apps. It's something to be aware of. There are some sites, like the aforementioned Ashley Madison site, that actually promote promiscuity and cheating. I believe their tagline is something to the effect of, life is short, have an affair, something like that. So maybe even go a little further, get yourself some more knowledge. As I was gathering some information for this video, I grabbed a few random dating apps and I downloaded them. Some of them are now offering this bullshit. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but where you can choose to just meet friends, or when you're there to like not meet anybody in person, you're just going to like linger around and loaf around the website. Bumble was one of them where you could choose to either meet people or see potential matches for like romantic, or if you were just looking for friends. And I'm sure that other sites have gone this way as well with like offering this, oh, just friends kind of bullshit. And I'm sure you'll be told by a narcissist, oh, well, that was what I was doing on the dating app. I was just looking for friends. Yeah, none of us are in third grade anymore. I don't care how young or old we all are here. We're not in third grade. We're adults. We don't need to go looking for friends. If you really are going to go looking for friends, get off your phone and you can make friends. Hey, while you're out doing this hobby, you could even take your partner with you and meet nice platonic friends. And then, be on the up and up. When you're sitting up on Bumble or whatever the hell all these sites are in the middle of the night, you are not looking for friendship. And the narcissist knows it when that's the shady shit that they're doing. Dating apps are dangerous, but another group of apps that needs to be taken into consideration, and all narcs are using them, are all of these different messaging apps. These 62 apps that all do the exact same thing. And again, something else that I suggest, just Google search and look at the laundry list of these things. Again, even if to just be aware that this is the kind of shit that's going on out there. There are more concerning apps than others, so I kind of just want to highlight a few, again, just in the interest of knowledge and education. Firstly, I have to mention apps like Telegram, Snapchat, and WhatsApp. These are 3 apps, and most narcs have at least one of them. I'm not saying everybody who has them is a narcissist, so cool out, but these are really valuable apps for someone narcissistic because all 3 of these apps have a setting where your messages can vanish and there will be no proof that you had a conversation, that you called this person, sent videos, photos, everything disappears in time. Telegram, Snapchat, and WhatsApp. Very, very dangerous. People can be getting into all kinds of trouble and you'll never know. Similarly, some of these apps will also be aware if somebody takes a screenshot. So if you just so happen to get a hold of a person's cell phone and you want to like screenshot something to maybe send it to yourself, the narc will get notified that you're taking screenshots. The other person they're chatting will get notified too that they're sending screenshots. Just use your own phone and like take photos on your camera of their phone, just saying. But they will know when you're trying to screenshot, when you're trying to do anything. These apps are right up the alley for narcissists who need to carry on so many different conversations. And it's also a great place for them to store all of their different supply sources. Furthermore, there are about 1 million apps that people are using for chatting that have names that are just fairly inoffensive. Apps like Line or Kick or Wire that just don't really sound, again, threatening or like someone's messaging, and it seems unassuming, and a whole lot of shadiness might be going on the other side of those apps. Another huge thing I want to stress that I don't think is talked about nearly enough, and I'm not sure why, but do you know anybody who's a gamer? Is the narc maybe a gamer? Have you ever heard of Discord or Xbox messages or PlayStation messages? All of that can exist as well. A lot of people actually meet and actually hook up and get together by playing online games. They begin chatting and messaging. Discord is an app generally where a group of folks all meet up and they all have a mic and they play online games. It's so that they can all talk to each other. If you're playing games that require team effort. I do gaming, I have Discord. However, if a narc meets somebody that they like, they will tell you, oh, I'm going to go and play my game. Well, they are, but they're also meeting whoever, whenever, wherever, chatting with them. And now they have this app that's for gaming and for gamers and all this other stuff only, but you don't realize what's happening there. And Discord specifically can run deep because it's so much more than that. Yeah, you can chat using a microphone, you can text, you can send messages. There are games that can be played. People start all kinds of different servers where you can meet even more people. And again, I just don't see this talked about very much as an app that could be potentially harmful if you're dealing with somebody narcissistic. And so I just want to talk about it. We, of course, could not make it through this video without talking about the classics: Instagram, Facebook, and the like, which now Facebook apparently has Facebook dating, and I don't go on any of that stuff, so maybe that's been around for a hot minute, but yeah, there's Facebook dating now. All these apps now have places for messaging, sending photos, video calling, all this kind of stuff. So you might see Instagram and go, oh, well, this is inoffensive. It's an app. They take pictures, they post pictures, but yeah, there's all kinds of messaging and other things that you can do to communicate with other people. So whoever's hearting all their photos and, oh, you're so pretty, you're so handsome, you're so whatever, respectively, yeah, that person could also be having a full-blown conversation with the narc. Again, this can really get wild. I spent some time in the App Store kind of floating around and typing in certain things to see what would come up. There is an app called Message in a Bottle where you can just type out little messages and try to make pen pals with people. It's animated, it's cute, it gives you a little piece of like old looking parchment paper and you put the little message in a bottle and you throw it out into the ocean. I swear, a narcissist could probably find supply and start bullshit on a pen pal seeking app like that most people have never even heard of before. I'm convinced at this point a narc could probably go on like the Indeed job search and figure out how to cheat and start some bullshit. Something else important to know about as I go over some of these apps are also all of the stealth apps that are involved, because not only do these narcs want to commit their shady bullshit, they want to hide it as much as possible. Well, not all apps are necessarily very good at that. Yeah, Snapchat can delete all of your stuff, but Snapchat looks pretty fucking sus, and so do other apps as well. So then there are the apps that hide the app. There are applications that you can get where you can clone other apps. There's an app called Burner that will give you another phone number, another phone number that you can create a new profile with and message off of. There's an app called Calculator Pro Plus. It's a private messaging app that looks like a calculator. There are app locks on your social media where if someone goes to click on an app on your phone, a lock comes up and goes, nope, you can't get in here. People can lock their photo albums, hide photos. Again, there's all kinds of apps they can download to clone other things, to clone their cell phone, to do whatever they really want to do while they're up to all of their shadiness. And there are those among the narcs who do more of this than others. Some narcs are more focused on security and hiding things, and there are some that are just more blatant and they don't really care. I am certainly not suggesting that we go and we pick up somebody else's devices and start to go through them. I don't think that's very beneficial. I know because I've done it. I've gotten an eye full of stuff that we don't want an eye full of, and it doesn't really do anything. It solidifies what you already know, and that's what I want to talk about next. I think it's really important to stay up to date on all the tech stuff, or as up to date as possible. Again, not really invading privacy. What I will say, though, is if you're in a committed relationship and you're curious about what they have going on, that's already something to think about. Why do you feel the need to look? What have they done? Or are you maybe not healed from somebody else that hurt you and you can't give this person a clean slate? Like, does it have something to do with you? Maybe you're not healed from something. Is this person shady and you know that they're shady and that's what's prompting you to look? We really need to focus more on why we're tempted to kind of go through it. But again, I don't think that this is bad information to have. So, in conclusion, dating apps, social media, random crazy messages and bottles. I'm telling you, survivor, be careful out there. Most importantly, what app did I miss? If I missed something huge and you're like, oh my God, I can't believe you didn't talk about this, share it with me down in the comments. And subscribe for more videos to help support my channel. Thank you so much for listening. Have a great day, survivor, and take care of yourself. Just like a suitcase can only hold so many items, our brains can only hold so much information. And there are those people who can set aside some of what they have going on, take a few sweaters out of the suitcase, help somebody else with what they have going on, put everything back in their own suitcase and move forward. Narcs have tightly packed suitcases, and so trying to remove any one thing would cause an explosion of stuff everywhere. They have no space left for anyone. They're not willing to try to make any room either. Selfishness. That is what narcissism is truly all about. And there is some psychology and some reasons why narcs have no room for anybody. So in this video, I want to go over some of those things. Number 1, sharing difficulties. Narcs obviously have a hard time sharing anything with other people. They constantly feel like they don't have anything, they don't have enough, or they've been robbed of what they do have. And therefore, with those kinds of ideas implanted in their brain, why would they want to share anything with anybody? They're the ones who are always without, and so they need the time, the attention, and everything in between. They don't have it, they need more, and they are the ones who deserve it. Number 2, massive insensitivity. You can call insensitivity certain things like belittling you or minimizing you and your feelings, marginalizing you, ignoring you, things like that. A narcissist is simply far too focused on what they have going on to be concerned about you. And this comes across as being extremely insensitive, because it is. Narcs can actually be very agitated and dismissive towards people when they realize that someone might need something. This is a very foreign concept to somebody who's highly narcissistic. They are just too focused on what they have going on. So when all of a sudden you voice a concern, they'll round on you and lash out. Again, they're over in their own brain trying to sort out all of their problems. Number 3, growing resentment. And this is one point of selfishness that I don't think really gets enough attention paid to it, and we don't talk about it enough. Not only does a narcissist have no capacity to give you what you want or what you need, that's what we're talking about here, they actually resent you for what you do get, of course, from other people, because you won't get anything from them. But what you are getting from other areas or what you're managing to get on your own, they actually begin to resent you for. There will be no genuine happiness for you if you get the promotion or hit the lotto or close a huge deal at your business, whatever the case may be. I also believe that we are resented by narcissistic people for our abilities to have empathy and be independent, because these are folks that are so incredibly needy. They need supply to live. They literally cannot live on their own. They need other people to pay for them, to help them out, to boost their ego, to guide them around by the nose through life. And I think that also has them harboring a lot of resentment. But this is huge. And like I say, not something I think is really talked about a lot. They have a lot of resentment towards you. Number 4, reciprocation. What's that? With all that a narcissist expects from you, surely you're going to get that same level of attention and care, right? Maybe. Yeah, probably not. Once again, a narcissist is incapable of seeing if anybody needs anything. Now, I do want to add something here. One point that I really want to make here, I think it's important. I don't think that no reciprocation, I don't think that them not giving anything back is purely a narky thing. I do think that this is a trauma thing. There are people in this world who are so stuck in their own head, stuck in their own problems, stuck in their own trauma, that they literally can't pull their head out of their ass and look around and see if anybody else needs anything. And I know this because I've seen it. I've known people and dealt with people firsthand, and I've thought to myself, wow, they never ask how I am or how work is going. They never check in on me to see if I'm okay. Now, some of these have been romantic partners, friends, and the like. So they never ask if I need anything. No matter how much I do for this person, it's just an empty void. It's nothing. I get nothing back. And I'll be honest, it made me stop asking them how they were. It kind of made me stop caring about them. I'm not saying it was right. I'm just saying what I did. I took a big step back from some of these people. Now, I'm not sure that I would call them narcissists, but Having studied all this, I can see that these individuals had gone through some trauma. And looking back, they probably haven't been the same since they went through that trauma. But I'm getting carried away here. Again, it's not strictly narky. I've seen folks get so deep in their own head and so deep into their own bullshit that they are quite literally useless to other people. They're walking around all day long with their insecurities. They need feel goods. They need to feel better. They're trying to fix themselves and they can't do anything for anybody else. Now, I think all narcissists do this, but I don't think everyone who does this is narcissistic. I hope that made sense. I'll get over my rant. If you agree with my theory here, let me know down in the comments. If you'd like some information on speaking with me one-on-one to get some support for dealing with a toxic narc, you can get all that information. It's on the screen for you now to get started. All of that information is also down in the video description. Number 5, personal priorities. I think this is one of the most frustrating things about dealing with a narcissist. They don't care at all about what you need, what you want, what you have going on. But it's not as if they don't know that wants and needs exist, because boy, they sure as hell know what their priorities are. They sure know what they need, what they want, what they desire, what they deserve. And the worst part is they'll stop at nothing to make sure their needs get met, regardless of what anybody else has going on. Oh, geez, you're having a baby? All right, I was going to go do something else, but okay. I mean, yeah, I'm going to run to Arby's real quick, though. So, like, can you hold the thing in, or is it too much to ask that I don't starve to death while I make sure that you're taken care of? I can legitimately see something like this going down. It's a clear sign that a person has no interest in seeing that anybody else is okay. Nobody's priorities are priorities. Again, a lot of minimizing, a lot of marginalizing, but they sure as hell know what their priorities are and everything else they want, and they are not afraid to do what they need to do to get it. Number 6, inconsiderate compromise. Yeah, it's pretty inconsiderate, seeing as how there is no compromise and there is never going to be. If you don't do what's asked of you, one of two things happens. You're punished, or you're punished and then you're dumped. And that's really about it. They're not interested in seeing you nor anybody else's point of view. You're wrong, they're right, you're bad, they're good. That's narcissism, really, at its core. A compromise, or you being heard, would imply that someone had room to take your knowledge, your thoughts, your feelings, and this whole video is about how they don't have room to allow any of that into their life, so that's never going to happen. On top of that, there's an arrogance and an ego along with this feeling of superiority. They don't need to know what you're thinking and feeling. They don't care. You're not valid. You don't count. They already know what's going on. They know how they feel. That's how everyone feels, and we're done and we're moving forward. It is quite inconsiderate when it comes to compromise, because there will never be one. Number 7, credit thievery. A narcissist will stop at nothing to take away an award, a shout out, an accolade, or anything else that you might get. You see this a lot with narcissists and their kids. You know, the kid's the best, football player, baseball, cheerleader, choir, soloist, orchestra, like whatever it is that they're doing. And you'll hear the parent, well, they wouldn't have won this or they wouldn't have gotten that if I hadn't gotten them interested in it in the first place. If I wouldn't have pushed them, then they wouldn't be this great. You've also seen this in adults with things like, oh, I'm really glad you got the job, but I am the one who told you that they needed to fill that position, and I am the one who scored you the application, and I helped you with your resume. This is literally how low the ego is. There's no room. Once again, we're talking about how there's no room for your accomplishments or what you do. It's all about who the real credit really belongs to. When somebody, like a narcissist, is heavily traumatized, which they are, making fear-based decisions, which they are, and desperately trying to make themselves feel better, there will never be any room in their suitcase or in their mind. There will never be any room for anybody else. These are people stuck in their own head, stuck in their own illness, stuck in the disorder. All they can do is focus on what they need, what they want, who can get them those things, and how fast can they get it. Who will help them obtain those things. That is the way it is always going to be. There will never be any room in the mind of a narcissist to allow anybody else inside. Thanks so much for listening. If you share my vision of reaching as many survivors as possible, I invite you to become a channel member. You can click the join button just below the video, or you can click on the link that's down in the description. And by doing so, you'll discover the various tiers of support that are available and the rewards that you get if you choose to become a member today. I want to thank you sincerely for considering the opportunity to make a meaningful difference and, of course, to help keep my channel going. Have a great day, survivor, and take care of yourself. It's important to know that everyone has narcissistic traits and qualities to a certain degree. It's normal and completely human. There can be a fine line, however, between healthy and egotistical and then full-blown NPD. So here is a checklist of what to look for if you are trying to identify that maybe somebody has high levels of narcissism. Number 1, boundaries. What are those? A narcissist won't even bother to learn what your boundaries are. And rest assured, even if it is somehow or another ingrained into their brain, they will be completely disregarded when the narcissist needs or wants something. Each line that you draw won't just be crossed, it will be erased if the narcissist can get away with it. Number 2, you can't criticize perfection. Toxic people, like narcs, become very defensive at even the slightest, most constructive criticism that anybody gives them. A narc might try to flip things around onto the other person and or lash out at this person to make them drop the subject. So look out for those people in your life who you can't seem to tell anything to because they already know everything. Number 3, gross predatory behavior. Narcissists are hunters. They seek out and pull in any and everyone who they feel will at some point serve some kind of purpose and help them in a positive way. They'll flirt with people that they don't even plan on dating yet, just to suck that person in and then put them on hold on the back burner. Look for a pattern of exploiting people and using everyone they know for everything they've got. Number 4, absolutely pathetic delusions of grandeur. Narcissists are very delusional people. This is a very delusional disorder to have. Narcissists live inside a fantasy world, a false narrative that they've created where they're right, they're perfect, they're beautiful, they're powerful, they're this, that, and everything else. And everybody else is the opposite. This may have them experiencing those fantasies of power, wealth, maybe being a celebrity, maybe knowing celebrities and hanging out with them. They might be delusional about their beauty or their brilliance or, well, maybe their lack thereof. Number 5, morbid grandiosity. In some narcissists, this is easier to see than others. It's easier to see some of the grandiose behavior in the overt narcissist, but don't be confused. A covert narcissist is absolutely just as grandiose as anybody else. Grandiosity can reveal itself as this ridiculous notion that a narcissist has of inflated self-importance. Nothing would happen if the narcissist didn't make it so. And this sign can also include several massive ego trips and boasting. Nothing would get done without me. The sun wouldn't rise without me. And they think they're so great, they're so powerful, and nothing would be as good as it is without them. If you're currently on your journey of healing from narcissistic abuse, you are not alone. As a survivor myself, I understand all about this journey. And that's why I offer a safe place for you to share your experiences and receive support right over the phone. I provide counseling sessions tailored to whatever you need, whether you're struggling with self-doubt, boundary setting, or navigating the aftermath of abuse, I am here to validate and guide you towards healing. The information that you need to get started to talk with me is right on the screen for you now. It's also available down in the video description. Number 6, the ugliest color is jealousy. Narcissists are jealous of what you have and, of course, what they don't have. They have that feeling of entitlement. They deserve everything. You deserve nothing. Not only are jealousy and envy very common things when it comes to a narcissist, they can have these feelings and then proceed to lash out at people that they're jealous of. They might even try to belittle what somebody has done or attempt to minimize someone's triumph or accomplishment. Or in some cases, they might even try to take credit for those things. Well, yeah, you got the job, but I mean, come on, I told you they were hiring, something to that effect. You'll see every little desperate attempt to get some kind of credit or some kind of power or to make you feel bad about what you have because the narcissist is dripping with jealousy. Number 7, the hallmark lack of empathy. Narcissism is an incredibly selfish disorder, and the lack of empathy is one of the most common things to look for. If you're dealing with a person who can never see your side of things, isn't interested in your side, and really only cares about how anything affects them, this could potentially be a sign that someone has MPD. Number 8, the master manipulator. There is no level that a narcissist won't stoop to in order to get what they want. They have several tools at their disposal when it comes to manipulating people, such as love bombing, guilt tripping, gaslighting, denial, coercion, blame shifting, victim playing, shaming, stonewalling, ghosting, just to name a few. And most tactics that narcissists will employ either focus on cutting off contact or confusing their victim. Number 9, please notice me. These are some of the neediest people that you'll ever meet in your life. This person will post on social media, fishing for compliments and feel-goods. They might even post very inflammatory posts to get people spun up and arguing amongst themselves. They might want a pat on the back for everything. There's not enough validation in the world. They want admiration, adoration, validation, worship, praise, love, compliments, and more. Oh, so much more. Number 10, the sense of entitlement. This is one I consider to be another hallmark of narcissism. A narcissist truly feels they're above everybody else. Rules are made for everybody except them. They're above the rules. They can do as they please. They have what I call like celebrity mentality, the don't you know who I am? I shouldn't have to wait in line. I shouldn't have to pay full price, or I shouldn't get in trouble, etc. By the way, if you don't go along with their way of thinking here, enjoy that meltdown hissy fit. These things don't always necessarily point to having the full-blown disorder. There is a difference between narcissism and narcissistic personality disorder, and all of that, frankly, should be left to the professionals. If someone has several of these signs and is doing these things consistently, at the very least, it's toxic, and you might want to think about avoiding this person. But remember, you have to see a pattern of these things for it to more than likely be narcissism. A pattern of a lack of empathy has to develop. We all don't have empathy sometimes. We're all having a bad day and we're short or we're snippy or we're jealous or we're selfish. Again, normal to have some low levels of these signs and symptoms, but we have to look for patterns. Again, leave that to the professionals, but use this checklist to see, this person sounds pretty toxic and maybe I should avoid them. Tell me, would you add anything to the list? Let me know in the comments below. Thanks so much for listening. If you found this video interesting or helpful, please consider subscribing to my channel. It's free and it helps support my goal of reaching as many survivors of abuse as possible. Have a great day, survivor, and take care of yourself. Narcissists are notorious for dodging responsibility like the plague. Excuses are often a part of their arsenal to avoid accountability and maintain their precious, false self image. So, here are some really common themes and excuses that narcs use every day. Number one, blame shifting. Narcissists will often deflect responsibility onto anybody else. It doesn't really matter who. They blame their actions on someone else or an external circumstance rather than admitting their fault. So you might hear the excuses like, well, you made me do this, or someone else made me do this, respectively. Well, yeah, but this only happened because, well, you made me do this. This isn't my fault. I was forced to act like this. And usually the other person whose fault it is you. Number two, minimizing. They might downplay their behavior, making it seem far less significant or harmful than it actually is. And this can also include trivializing the impact of their actions on other people. Some examples of this minimalizing, marginalizing behavior might be things like, you're really making a big deal out of nothing. I don't know why this bothers you. It doesn't bother me. And you know what? It doesn't bother anybody else either. Like, it's just you and it's not a big deal. You're the only one that has an issue here. Nobody else thinks that this is a big deal, just you. I don't know why you are blowing this so out of proportion. It's not like that. Number three, gaslighting. Narcissists might distort reality and manipulate others into questioning their own perceptions and memories. They might deny things that they've said or done to make their victims feel very confused and begin to question their own sanity. Examples of gaslighting include, but are definitely not limited to, some of the following. I never said that. You're crazy. I have no idea what you're talking about. You really might want to go get some help because I'm starting to think there's something wrong with your upstairs. You didn't hear that. Stop making things up. I don't know where you get this super overactive imagination from, but yeah, don't do that. Are you on a journey of healing from narcissistic abuse? You're not alone. As a survivor myself, I understand the complexities of this journey. And that's why I offer a safe space for you to share your experiences and receive empathetic support right over the phone. I provide personalized counseling sessions tailored to your own unique needs. Whether you're struggling with self-doubt, boundary setting, or navigating the aftermath of abuse, I'm here to listen, validate, and guide you towards healing. If you'd like to work with me one-on-one, the information is available on the screen for you now and available down in the video description. Number four, victim playing. Narcissists might portray themselves as the victim in a situation, even when they are the ones who caused all the harm and all the trouble. They might use their past experiences and hardships to cry sob stories about things. So you might hear the excuses and you might hear them whining about things. This kind of stuff always happens to me. I didn't even do anything. They wouldn't even give me any time to try to fix something. They might say things like, someone's picking on me. This really isn't fair. We've all heard a narc play a victim. We don't have to go on forever about it. Number five, justification. Now, what a narc might try to do here is provide several seemingly logical reasons for their behavior, often emphasizing their own needs or desires and justifications. It's always going to be about them, even though they're giving a justification. A narcissist might try to gaslight you into seeing how the justification is solid. Well, I had to do this because A, B, C, X, Y, Z. They insert that justification. They might try to guilt trip. You are always going to hear why they need to do something. And you'll notice it's always because there's some kind of benefit in it for them. One of the craziest excuses and justifications that I ever heard was when I realized the narc was committing fraud. And I confronted them on this fraud. They looked at me very plainly and said, well, I need to pay rent. I mean, what do you want me to do? That right there is justifying really despicable behavior. Number six, please, pity me. Narcs often seek sympathy and validation from others by exaggerating their own struggles. Again, this is very similar to victim playing, victim mentality. It's always somebody else's fault. Somebody else made them do it. You've heard all the bullshit again. I don't have to elaborate here. But pity me, feel sorry for me, give me sympathy, give me empathy, despite the fact that they will never provide anything for anyone else. Number 7, revising history. Ah, who doesn't love good old revisionist history? They might conveniently forget or distort facts in order to suit their narrative, making it difficult for other people to hold them accountable for their actions. And a lot of revisionist history revolves around gaslighting. A narc will tell you they don't know what you're talking about or that never happened. The conversation might default to classic lines of gaslighting. You're insane, you're stupid, you're not smart enough to understand what really happened here, things like that. And these excuses serve to protect the narc's fragile ego and maintain that superiority that they feel they have over other people. It's important for people who have to deal with narcs to recognize that these are the tactics and the excuses that narcs are giving them. And it's really important to work on standards and boundaries to protect yourself. So, what are the biggest excuses you've ever heard from a narcissist? Share all of that with me down below in the comments. Consider subscribing if you found this video helpful. It's easy, free, and it helps me try to reach as many survivors as possible. Thanks so much for listening. Have a great day, survivor, and take care of yourself. It's wild to see just how rapidly a narcissist can move from one supply source to another, even how they can circle around in between different sources again and again, and it doesn't seem to bother them. Let's talk about how a narcissist moves on so quickly without really seeming to be very affected by it. Number 1, a narcissist gets bored so quickly. And I've talked before about a narc and their novelty-seeking behavior. This affects a narcissist in a couple of different ways. Novelty-seeking narcs are looking for nothing more than a chase a lot of the time. Can they get you? Can they hook you? How much do they have to give you? How much time do they have to spend on this chase before they get it? And so on. And of course, the second that you're hooked, the narc loses interest and doesn't care anymore. Narcs aren't looking for relationships. At the most, you're getting a very one-sided business arrangement. A narcissist just becomes bored very quickly and begins to look around for new people and to get another rush of the feel-goods, the dopamine. It all happens when they're chasing you, meeting somebody new, doing something risky, engaging in dangerous activity. All of that is that novelty-seeking behavior. They're looking for the high, for the thrill. And this leads them into being able to move on and not care. They got what they wanted. They're looking for the next thrill. Number 2, they move on so quickly because getting close to anybody is a big no-no. You'll find that a narcissist will shut down, go radio silent, leave you, push you away, or become very agitated and argumentative if they feel like things are getting a little bit too real and they feel like they're getting a little bit too close to somebody. What's like the number 1 rule here? You don't mix business and pleasure. And once a narcissist begins to have the feelings that they shouldn't be having with this business arrangement and they feel things are too close, a wall goes up. I even saw this throughout my own relationship. I would feel like myself and this person would have a breakthrough. We'd be getting along so well, opening up, and what I thought was moving to new areas of the relationship. And then boom, here came a huge wall and we went backwards. 1 step forward and about 4 steps back, and you've probably experienced it as well. So when you do everything that you can possibly do to never get close to a person, they keep everybody at arm's length. That ability causes a narcissist naturally to care less. They can move more fluidly through people or from one source to another because it doesn't matter. They are not allowing themselves to attach, get emotionally invested, and get close to anybody. Number 3, the hallmark lack of empathy. Obviously, a narcissist just flat out not giving a shit about how you feel helps them in moving around from place to place and person to person. A narcissist might, maybe, sometimes have a little bit of empathy, but at the end of the day, true blue narcissistic nature is extremely selfish. Once a narc leaves, they have a pretty low opinion of you. That's pretty much why they leave in the first place. They more than likely feel like you're the bad guy anyway. You don't care. You're not giving what they want. So, they're kind of over you to begin with. It's not a breakup. They're just disenchanted with you. It's a bad business deal. So they no longer get access to those goods and services, and they kind of go, yeah, well, that sucks. But here's the thing. When the vending machine is empty, you just step over to the next vending machine and put your dollar bill in that one. And surely you'll find something that's workable. That's kind of what a narc does. When the vending machine that is you, because you're an object, is empty, they just step over and move on to the other one. Their lack of empathy and lack of, again, giving a shit about how you feel about the situation just makes it so much easier for them to move on. If you'd like information on speaking with me one-on-one to get support for dealing with a toxic narcissist, you can text or call the number on the screen. You can shoot me an email or visit my website. All this information is available for you at any time and, of course, down in the video description. Number 4, what keeps them moving is the need to win. And we have talked about how much attention a narc needs and how they seek out the high, the dopamine hit, and all that. Well, now we talk about the narky little ego, because that's what this is all about. I wouldn't be able to make a single video without addressing something that has to do with their ego. Narcissists will, in some cases, move on really fast. And they will do this when they are trying to hurt you and stick it to you or another supply source. Doesn't really matter who. If they need to be right, if they need to win, if they need to win the breakup, or maybe they feel like you're going to leave them, so they hurry up and leave and break up with you and move along to someone else to throw it in your face. That's a lot of what this can all be about. And a lot of times this can all be about leaving quickly in order to teach you a lesson. Narcs are big on punishment. Oh, you're going to leave me? Well, look, surprise, I left you and I moved on. I found someone else. You're still back here alone. You're pathetic. Again, they need to be right. They need to win. The ego needs the feel goods, and this is how a narc really works. Number 5, you're just an object anyway, which I already spoke about a moment ago, but I want this one to have its own point. We have to throw this in here briefly, that a narc doesn't register you as a human. I know it's a really sick thing to think about, that people are not registered as people to a narc, and I don't recommend you think about it for very long, but I've said this before. It's a business arrangement, not a relationship. You are simply the thing that provides the service. Your washing machine, your fridge, your vacuum, and your car all provide a service, and you do too. That's where you fit as far as a narc is concerned. The reason for dealing with you could vary, and it might be a place to stay, sex, money, time, attention, whatever it is. And since to a narc, you have no more real value than that of a toaster, with little to no giving a fuck at all, the narc moves on and goes around to the next person. Let's just say, for example, you spend an hour today, cleaning up your kitchen. What do you touch? The dishes, the sink, the stove, maybe a dishwasher, fridge, microwave. And at the end, you're going to walk out of the kitchen and you're not going to think about it anymore. Okay, good. That's done. And I'll be back later. And that is how a narc sees those things. Okay, they served their purpose and they're going to sit over there and no one's going to deal with them. And they'll wait until I come back again. Just as simple as that. You are not a person. You are an object. Number 6, way less problems. So, in case you didn't know, narcs are not problem solvers of the year. If they're in a relationship, friendship, the situation doesn't matter. And it feels like it's just too much hassle. It's just too much trouble. A narc will actually choose to discard in a lot of cases and just move on, wipe that slate clean, and start over. Narcs are cowards, a coward that will always take the easy way out. The best thing for them is to find someone new and exciting. That's what they want to do anyway. They want the fun, they want the chase, they want the no strings attached, they want the excitement, their dopamine hit, and they want to have no issues whatsoever because they're going to be love bombing up a storm and everything's going to be great. Yet another reason why a narc can walk away so quickly and care so little. They're going to be mutually love bombed by somebody else as they're being love bombed, and it's all happy and swirly and new and great. So if they see a person who has way less problems, all new people have way less problems, that's where they are more inclined to go. Share with me why you think a narcissist can walk away without one worry down in the comments. Thank you so much for listening. Have a great day, survivor, and take care of yourself.
Believe it or not, there is a very healthy way to get revenge on a narcissist. Now, not all these things I'm going to talk about are going to apply to you, obviously. I know I don't really have to say that, but I am. So here we go. Number 1, stop holding on to the junk. Way too many survivors are holding on to the narc's junk like you're some kind of storage facility. And you are, in fact, not one of those things. Again, everybody has a different situation, but the healthiest thing that you can do is sort out how to get rid of that cheater's garbage as quickly as possible. A definite boundary needs to be established here. So get in touch with whoever needs to be gotten in touch with and deliver a deadline to the narc for them to remove their crap from the place that you live. Be sure to let them know that if they choose not to comply with this, their stuff will find its way out to the garbage men for them to sort through at their leisure. Number 2, stop doing favors for these people. Narcissists will love to make you feel like you owe them something, even after the relationship is over. And newsflash, you don't. You don't have to do a damn thing for them. And if they were abusive towards you, well, then why would you? I always hear all of this, well, it's because I'm a nice person. Well, I'll do this. It's not really that big of a deal. I'm going to take the high road. It's a very common response. So to that, I have to say, well, you might want to knock it off because you being nice is kind of why we're here right now. I'm not telling you not to be nice, of course, but not everybody deserves the nice side of you. An abuser does not deserve the nice you. I'm not saying that they necessarily deserve a mean you, but really a very neutral you at your best. Stop doing things for them. They're just continuing to use you. Be your own person. Learn to say no. Number 3, stop allowing them on your social media. If I hear something to the effect of, well, yeah, but if I block them, then they know they've hurt me, or then they know that they're getting to me. If I hear that one more time, what do you care what this person thinks about you after how dirty you got done? You care about what their opinion of you is and how they feel about this. Really? I'm not sure that you do. Secondly, clearly this all has gotten to you. And that's okay. I'm going to reiterate that and say it again. Survivor, it is okay to be hurt and feel hurt, among many other things, by a person who hurt you. I mean, who knew? Who knew that you would be hurt by somebody who hurt you? Guess what else? Maybe that's why you actually need to block them from social media. Maybe you're blocking them because they no longer have the privilege of knowing what you're up to on social media. Maybe they lost that privilege when they decided to be abusive and hurt you. Maybe you're blocking them because you don't want to see their garbage and lies that they're posting on social media. Whatever these people think about you when you're removing them from your social media doesn't mean a damn thing. Nothing that these people think really matters, trust me. Information is on the screen for you now if you would like to talk with me one-on-one about whatever it is you might be going through as you deal with a narcissist. All this information is also available at any time for you down in the video description. Number 4, stop worrying about their approval. This all kind of starts because we want this toxic person to like us. So we lower our standards, or like I did, you throw them out the window. We lower standards and expectations and boom, here we are, desperately seeking the approval of people. And the best thing that we can do is begin to look internally for validation, not externally. But even if we find that we can't get that validation from us internally yet, it's still something that we're having a hard time with. We can at least learn to seek validation from those who are positive and support you, not from people who want you to work for them and not have one single thought all your very own. A narc is never going to approve of you. That's not what they're here for. It's not what they want to do. It's all about them. Stop looking for these people's approval and validation. Learn to find that on your own. Number 5, don't fall for the friendship play. With a friend like a narcissist, I mean, woo, I really hope that you don't have any enemies. It's expected at this point that a narc will request some kind of friendship or keeping in touch once a relationship comes to a close. When we get into a romantic entanglement with a narc, it is impossible to become like not entangled, untangled, one of those, I'm not sure. Just pick one. A narcissist knows full well that you still love them and you still care about them. There's nothing wrong with that. It's very normal. Feelings don't go on and off like a light switch, as opposed to nothing. You accept friendship. That way you don't have to fully say goodbye. This might lessen the pain that you feel or some more grieving that you have to go through. But a narc doesn't care what title you give things between the two of you, married or split or friends or lovers or whatever. All a narcissist is concerned with is keeping you around to be able to get supply from you long term. They might even tell you something like they keep all their exes close or all of their breakups were amicable and things like that. It's just narcs keeping people on the payroll. Do not be seduced by a crappy part-time job that you don't want. Trust me. There are absolutely no benefits. Number 6, don't fall for the crisis Hoover. I mean, don't fall for any Hoover, but crisis is definitely one of the hardest ones to ignore. They need help, they're sick, they're poor, they're dead, they're dying, they're on fire, like whatever. They have something going on, and you are who they picked to go to. Enjoy it that they've reached out to you and take some validation from it. You're human, sure, but it doesn't mean that you have to answer it or do anything about it. Always keep in mind that you would have been there forever for this person if they gave you any kind of respect or decency. And you are now going to do things the healthy way and demand respect from people, as we all need to do. You deserve respect. It doesn't matter what they need. And don't hit me again with that nice shit either. It doesn't make you mean to not help somebody who hurt you. You have to look out for yourself. Hoovers are not to be dealt with. Number 7, boundaries, consequences, and boosting. Narcs teach us that boundaries are bad, and they are absolutely not. We all have lines that we do not want people to cross, and that is a perfectly lovely and normal thing. So sit down when you have some time and make yourself a list. What are your deal breakers? What are people absolutely not allowed to do to you at all? Cheating, lying, stealing, those are pretty obvious ones, but you can think about it and add those to a list. Secondly, there needs to be consequences. It's human nature for boundaries and buttons to be pushed and crossed. What will you do if you find that your partner has cheated on you? And that's a deal breaker. That's a boundary that now someone has crossed. What is the consequence? Make sure this consequence is something that you can follow through with. If your consequence, for example, for cheating is to leave this person, as it should be, then you have to be prepared to walk at the drop of a hat. And if you do not follow through on that, the narcissist will abuse this and ramp up the unacceptable behavior. It's also a lot easier to put these losers in their place when you've boosted your self-esteem. I don't want to get super into all of that in this video, but you can always, work with me one-on-one and we can take a deep dive into that. Or I encourage you to check out other videos and articles about boosting your self-esteem, boundaries, consequences, all that stuff. Number 8, put them in their place. You really do need to be able to tell toxic people exactly where they need to go. You don't always need a sassy, saucy attitude about it. But standing up for yourself, expressing your feelings, getting your point across, letting people know what your boundaries are, and teaching people how they are going to treat you, and letting them know what is not going to be tolerated, those are all vital. All these things really do put a narc in their place. And a bonus, like I say, they're all extremely healthy things for you to be doing. Working